absolute brawl breaking out here.
1 KO, they're looking for more. They finally go down. They got it! They got it! Now this getting worked on by T2, and they clutch it out. They have the ability to score. Oh, big push.
But now here comes the heroic move. No!
Whoa. Couldn't stop it. They couldn't stop it. They eke it out in the final moment.
The best of the best.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here for Year 2, Season 2, 2023, and we are going to be watching the best of the best in EU duke it out to see who will be our February Finals champ. Woo! I just feel it in the air. I am Jake, aka Spraggles, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! I'm so excited to be here with the one and only, the legendary Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob Snacks.
Whew, I've been waiting with bated breath for this particular moment, Spraggles. Season 1, phenomenal. Season 2, getting started for EU and NA today. Can't wait to get started and back as the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
It's going to be so amazing. Last year, we saw so many amazing teams go at it at the World Championships. We saw Blackhand, now Ascended, take down this whole thing in the Grand Finals. But boy, things are pretty different this time around. But let's take a look at our champs here, Blackhand.
Yeah, putting together a phenomenal run, completely dominant from bell to bell, looked great. Blackhand is what you see on the screen. Ascended is what you'll see them as later in the broadcast today on the NA side of the bracket. But like I said, an absolutely unequivocal dominating performance by the champs.
That's right. They didn't drop a single series on their run to becoming the world champions. Here we see them going up against EU champions, Nouns Esports. But man, since Worlds, so many things have changed here on Eos Island. It's time for us to take a little bit of a look at that right now.
Welcome back, trainers, to the second season of Pokemon UNITE. Much has happened since competition kicked off last year, leading us to crowning our first ever Pokemon UNITE champions in London. But that was just the beginning. 2023 has even more in store for players and fans alike. Let's take a look at this season and see how players will climb their way to the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, and compete for a piece of the $500,000 prize pool. The 2023 season is composed of monthly cups, the Eos Cup, and the regional finals. At the end is, of course, the World Championships. Teams can qualify for a World's invite by earning the most championship points in their region or by winning their regional finals. Championship points, or CP for short, can be earned throughout the season from February to June. During each monthly cup, eligible players can enter the double elimination open qualifiers for a chance to get some CP. The top 8 teams will make it to the monthly finals the following week. At the Eos Cup, the stakes will be raised in this mid-season event. Top teams will be organized into groups for a round-robin competition before squaring off in a double elimination bracket to the finals. Competition is in abundance here, as the best teams are pitted against each other for even more CP than in the monthly cups. To make it even more exciting, top finishers will also be going home with a share of their region's $25,000 prize pool. Towards the end of the season, teams will have one last shot at qualifying for the World Championships. This opportunity opens up with the regional finals. The regional finals consist of grouped round-robin competition, with the top teams entering a double elimination bracket. The winning team from each regional finals will represent their region at Worlds with a guaranteed slot. There's also a $50,000 prize pool per region at stake. So expect some of the fiercest matches to happen here, as it's all on the line. We can't wait to see how the season shapes up. Which teams will make it to the World Championships? Will we see some favorites from last year once again? Follow along to catch the results in this year's season of Pokemon UNITE.
Now, Spraggles, I don't think I could have broken that down any better than Seltzer just did for us in that video package. but allow us to pull up a quick little graphic of the map of what's going to go happen this year so we can highlight some things. Specifically for me, Spraggles, AOS Cup Finals for the EU region going to be live at EUIC in London. Regional Finals for North America going to be done live at NAIC in Columbus, Ohio. And of course, the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series World Championships will be happening LAN in Yokohama, Japan.
That's right. So many huge events, bigger and better this season. We're kicking things off with the European region. Last week, teams went through the qualifiers. This week, you're seeing the top 8 teams duke it out. A double elimination bracket with a best of 3 for each series. And oh my goodness. You know, I'm realizing, Dupe Snacks, I think you and I are leaving a lot of money on the table. Did you see that prize pool? We should be competing. That's what I'm saying.
We should not, because we wouldn't win any part of it because we are not that good.
Right.
But
right.
Different from UCS Season 1 and UCS Season 2 is now we're implementing bans. Spraggles, hit me with it.
Yeah, the draft phase inside of Pokemon Unite is without question the biggest change. There are a ton of changes. I mean, you've got a new map, you've got a new center Pokemon, you've got 18 new Pokemon since Worlds and more coming, but the draft phase inside of Unite is so huge. You'll be able to counterpick your opponents. You'll never see the same 2 Pokemon going up against each other. And I think without question, the team that nails their draft is going to be the team that wins Worlds.
Yeah, this is really a scenario where games can be won and lost in that draft phase and with those selections and bans that the teams elect to make. But let's look at one of the public enemy number ones, one of the Pokemon that needs to stay on everyone's radar, specifically for this event. Let's look at Mew. And yeah, it shows Electro Ball and coaching there, but that's because we didn't have enough pips to fit across the screen for every move this thing has. Talk to me about Mew a little bit, Spraggles.
Yeah, just the premier attacker in Pokemon Unite, an absolute force to be reckoned with. If you don't see it banned out, a team will definitely grab this thing. It's so slippery, it's so difficult to take down. It does insane damage at the maximum range. Its Unite move makes it untargetable, invincible, hides the entire team. This Pokemon is unbelievable. But it's not just Pokemon that we're going to be looking at here today. They're the trainers behind the Pokemon that make the difference. Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard-pressed to not focus on a team that's made it all the way to the winners finals already. Tally Bobo Believers, off the back of a former NA superstar, now back on their home turf. Toon Slim, an incredibly well-rounded player, of course, has one of the deepest Pokemon pools of any player we've seen play, and when you're that good, Spraggles, you get to be in demand, unlike you and I in our playing careers.
That's right. No one seems to be asking us to hop on these team, but Toon just such an incredible player. Let's take a look at our bracket right here. Nouns Esports taking their first match over Tilted, then getting knocked down to the losers bracket by Time to Shine, who's going to be going up against Tally Bobo Believers, who made their way up to the winners finals, taking down Woof Woof and Zephyr Esports. Right now, we're going to be seeing Zephyr Esports and Nouns a little later in the losers semis, but first, we're going to be taking a look at these winners finals here, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, absolutely. Tally Bobo Believers, I think, is right where a lot of people would have filled them out in their brackets. Time to Shine, shining indeed, and it has been their time today. And want to do a quick tip of the cat to Hyatt on Time to Shine, who is not only fighting through the winners finals right now that we're going to see shortly, but also awaiting the birth of their child this weekend.
Wow, that is incredible.
Yes,
Speaking
indeed.
of incredible, we have 2 amazing casters joining us here for EU. Hello, Soph Chan and Relic. How are you both doing?
Oh, wonderful, Spraggles. What a joy it is to be here, and what a time to be tuning into EU for the first time in what seems like 6 months, potentially. Nouns Esports getting knocked off their perch. Could be an exciting day in store.
Soph Chan, what do you think we've got ahead for us?
Oh, I'm just so excited to see the 2 teams that we're going to have in the winners finals now, because there we have members in Tally Bobo Believers and Time to Shine that have been part of just the highest level of gameplay in the previous season of the World Championship Series. So it's going to be incredible whatever we have of a result here.
Look, Spraggles, for me and you, it's tea and biscuit time. All right, so let's go ahead and step off. Let's give the floor to Relic and Soph so they can take it away with the winners finals. Best of luck, peace, love, and hugs. We'll be back later.
Oh, thank you so much. The lads, the legends, the Mustachio Bros, but they are being put on ice for now, and we have the pleasure of taking you all through the first broadcasted match here in EU for the UNITE Championship Series 2023. Tally Bobo Believers and Time to Shine. Two teams that, so honestly, going into this, we were thinking maybe they got a shot here of taking down Nouns Esport. Well, one of them, at least, is guaranteed a Grand Finals appearance.
Yes, absolutely. And it's incredible to see, like we saw mentioned previously by our lovely Spraggles and Tube Snacks, the players like Toonslim. But let's start with Time to Shine. We have a team starting with Calvin, Gak, Evelyn, Seriu, and Hayat.
And shout out to rookie for this season, rookie father as well, so I hear. Wonderful news indeed. You might notice there, of course, two previous of Apprenticed Unleashed. Well, guess what? There's two of them on Tally Bobo Believers as well. You'll certainly remember the likes of Zervat, one of the best Lucarios in EU, Klaus. But welcome to the UNITE Championship Series. Utao and Megu off-season, they have been putting in the grind. They are not to be trifled with. And Toonslim, look, I think we could not have had a better Pokemon and player analysis going into this particular series. So Mew, one of Toonslim's preferred Pokemon, but really, does it even matter with the amount of Pokemon he can play?
Oh my god, yeah, the deep pool that we mentioned earlier is just going to be so crucial because we have draft game finally into Unite and for the first time in the championship series. So this is just incredible, the amount of versatility that the players have to display to be able to go and continue through the brackets. Of course, a double elimination, you just have one chance to drop the ball and you go to the lower bracket, and after that you're out. So everything is on the line, Relic.
Yeah, it adds another dimension, doesn't it? The mentals. First of all, you got to start with a ban. It's one for each team, and hey, guess what? Neither team knows what each other is banning until those pictures pop up. So theoretically speaking, we could have the same Pokemon banned for either side, and then of course, so no more mirror matches. Each one of these 10 players, they got their own unique Pokemon to go with.
Yes, they do. 3, 2, 1 in that Ben phase, and we have confirmed the two Bens coming through. Time to Shine, Ben's the Hooper. Very nice to see these Pokemon coming back into play after the last patch, and the Slowbro. Very interesting from Tally Bobo Believers. What do you think of that, Relic?
I think it's very interesting indeed. It certainly seems more like a player-targeted ban than a meta ban per se. That said, Slowbro fills out any team quite nicely, but no surprise to see Gecko Kami there, of course. Not to say that Gecko Kami will be playing the Mew, all the players sorting out who's going to play what after this particular phase, but locking in the Mew, super smart. Shifu, a nice response there from Utao. Absolutely still one of the most powerful all-rounders in the game. Snorlax, of course, one of those frontline Pokemon. You can never go wrong with it. So great in the early game, but talking about late game, hey, another appearance from Blastoise, another Pokemon enjoying a bit of a renaissance.
Yes, it's a 3-tier Pokemon, the first one for the side of Time to Shine. We have a Clefable also confirmed for them recently. So great with the Moonlight build, so I expect to see them going for very late team fights and a lot of continuous power coming out of these teams, especially with the Mew having been secured there. So are you gonna go for that Lucario? That would be very wonderful to see. There we go.
That's no surprise. I was saying Klaus was one of the top Lucarios in EU. Guess what? Soryu also one of them. It's a bit of a Lucario matchup, except we can't even have that anymore. Toonslim, in response to losing out on the Mew, picking up the Glaceon. Trust me, this guy is awesome on Glaceon. A bit of a niche pick nowadays. Certainly a lot of damage to be dealt. And Klaus locking in the Garchomp. Close combat melee fighter. Watch out for that rapid fire scarf. It is a deadly contender late game, and really both of these rosters to me, so both exhibiting great early game, some spectacular late game potential as well. This best of 3 series is about to get underway, the winners finals here, and no Nouns Esports in sight. What an opportunity both of these teams have.
Oh my god, yeah, the fact that we had Nouns Esports getting knocked down in the previous round. We had Time to Shine beating them 2-1 fashion is just a very, very great perspective for Time to Shine in this winner finals that we have right now. And Relic, I have to say, we have a little bit of a similar matchup, if I can tell it that way. Lucario, I would say it's a little close to the Shifu. If we have a Water Bear coming into play, and if we had an extreme attack, also extreme speed as well, also coming on from the Lucario. But enough analysis before the game, let's jump right into it.
Yeah, we've already said hello and goodbye to OCE. Of course, we've got Brazil going on in the meantime as well. But welcome to EU in 2023. Heading into the forest, we've got that Cub Fu. Such a weak Pokemon. It's actually no surprise to see them going into the central area, even though they've only got one evolution to achieve. But a bit of a helping action here, a bit of a helping hand, so to speak, between Chelvin and that Squirtle moving through, trying to get through those wild Pokemon a little bit earlier to spread out into their respective paths. Megu already down to 40% health here. Gecko Kami looking to get an early pick, an early KO, but too much of a health pool to work through there. Misses out on that early EXP as well. And watch out for Ebeling. There they go with the light screen. The Electro Ball not able to pick up the EXP, unfortunately. But Talibobo believes with the early score advantage as the 1 minute mark passes.
One thing that I have to say, Relic, is that Time to Shine there on the bottom path. We saw the little Squirtle going in the forest, helping out the Machop, and that was just so well designed because the Mew by itself was great in securing all the XP from their wild Pokemon in the top path, though. We have Talibobo Believers going for a very extremely dangerous attack, and maybe Soryu has found themselves in a very bad spot.
The extreme speed, taking off a lot of health, and there goes our first pick. It is on the poor Chansey, not even a Blissey yet. Hayat's already on the Clefable. Moonlight, of course, one of the best healing moves in the entire game to date. Klaus struggling to deal with this double-pronged assault. Might go down. They're looking for the stacks, of course. Time to Shine picking up the early EXP gain. Even though they're slightly behind in score, that's not really anything to worry about, especially given how influential Rayquaza could be in the final 2 minutes.
I am so interested to see how Time to Shine has been playing this match. As I highlighted, we had the Wartortle going now on the top path. Mew was left alone at the bottom, and they're still wrecking this top path as well. On top of Talibobo Believers, poor Chansey. Now Blissey finally getting to try to do something. And oh my god, Relic, just the way that Time to Shine has been performing, it really goes to show why they beat Nouns Esports in the previous round.
I think the Zervas might need to recalibrate that sat nav of theirs, getting stuck in enemy territory yet again. And okay, sure, you can still recover from this position 2.5 minutes in, but you don't want to be giving your opponents any unnecessary XP from unnecessary KOs. Of course, one of the new elements to Thea Sky Ruin Soap, we've seen it covered many times over the past week. It's the Reggies. We've got Regieleki on top path, effectively replacing Rotom. On the bottom path, we've got that Roulette Reggie, Regirock, Regice, and Registeel, each with their own effects. And Toonslim affecting the game in a big way now. Those Icicle Spears are deadly. That is the sort of influence that he can exude.
No, absolutely, Relic and Talibobo Believers applying that pressure here on the bottom path for the first Reggie seal of the game. Snorlax really zoning them out quite heavily. They're trying to get something hit, and Oshifu guarantees with that wicked blow by the end that they get the buff for themselves.
The knock-up and the hit away. Look, we know that the Surging Strikes Urshifu got a recent upgrade, but that Solo Strike Urshifu still the favorite. And I love this from Talibobo Believers. They have effectively split push on that top path. We still see the Gabite with that Rapid Fire Scarf, of course, and that is the effect. They've taken down the Regieleki by showing confidence and pride on that bottom path. They win the team fight, and now Time to Shine force onto the defensive once again, forced to switch their focus onto the top path. They've already lost their first tier zone on the bottom path, and although they are holding Regieleki at bay, it might not be for too much longer. Toonslim, he's in and about. He's got Wicked Blow support from Utah. The Bliss assistance is going to help Utah, certainly. A lot of solar beam damage here. Time to Shine. It's like a boxer up against the ropes on the ring here, and they're not going to help Saryu. Down he goes. Watch out for the solar beam again, taking down that Fable. An important pick here as Time to Shine are finally taken. That's 4 KOs. Saryu just, of course, coming back in with the respawn. Talibobo Believers. Are you a believer, Soph? Because I certainly am.
I am definitely preaching for these teams because Talibobo Believers, I thought that by the beginning of the game, they seemed a little bit like acclimatized demoralizing. But right now, with that lead that they've built so far, around 150 points ahead, getting the bottom Reggie, the top Reggie, the both outer goals, this is really looking up for the Believers.
I am even more scared now because they've got that Garchomp online. Livid Outrage. Look, I know they've got some thick shielding to get through. You've got Clefable, potentially. Real thick-skinned Wartortle. Yet to turn into Blastoise, of course. Hydro Typhoon, excellent for the knockups in team fights. Certainly great for some objective secure as well. That said, yeah, I'm worried about Time to Shine. An early advantage being waned away. Regice, perhaps the least preferred of the Reggies. It's going to give you some health advantage. It's going to give you some global XP. It doesn't matter when Utah once again comes in and cleans up. That said, they are starting to find some picks here. Time to Shine. 2 down on their side. However, Talibobo Believers turning this fight on its head. There is the Livid Outrage. Slams down onto the last of the members of Time to Shine. And no matter how much Time to Shine look like they're finally getting some traction in this game, it's stolen away. Klaus on form.
It really goes to show how the power of those bottom Reggies are just immense in this season. We have the 3 different types on the bottom, the Reggie Steel, the Regice, the Regirock, and they gain so much XP to a team. Right now, Talibobo Believers on around a 10 to 12 EXP and level average, and they're gonna fight for this next one, and they guarantee the Regieleki as well. Relic, right now, Time to Shine is starting to struggle on regards to XP.
Nouns Esport in the lower bracket. What's going on? Sorry, you missed timing. An Aura Cannon objective secure. What's going on? Talibobo Believers with 2 rookies with a substitute from last season, albeit Black Hands substitute. Toonslim. Is he the difference maker? Is Utah and Megu? Are they the difference maker? Have we stumbled upon a new king in EU? Well, there is, of course, still a long time to go yet, and there's still time in this game for Time to Shine to find a way back into it. Of course, remember, Rayquaza, perhaps not as powerful or as difficult to defeat as it used to be, but it's the buffs they're after, so that these guys are after a huge increase in your attack power. Shielding as well makes scoring all that much more easy.
Yes, it really does, Relic. And for 15 seconds to go for the next one before we enter into Rayquaza territory, we're going to see both teams here probably rotating for this bottom path. Maybe even Time to Shine is not even interested there anymore. They're just going to give that one away and try to get some pressure on the top path. It's going to be an easy secure for Talibobo Believers. Right now, I agree with you. Maybe Toonslim has been the difference maker on this one. The Ice Cold Spear build has been dealing incredible damage. The ability to just knock down every objective coming from the Urshifu has been incredible too, and it's really showing how Talibobo Believers were looking to be such a prominent team on this one.
And thinking forward as well, not so great for the next draft phase, by the way, because, okay, you can try and ban away Glaceon, but then Talibobo Believers have first pick next time. They can just choose Mew. And then you've got arguably one of the most influential players in this game on their favored Pokemon. Nevertheless, here comes Rayquaza, drops into town. Time to Shine have taken down that first tier zone on the top path. Lovely shielding here from Megu. They're trying a flanking maneuver here, Time to Shine. They are all clustered together. That said, they do have one flanking member, Saru, I think it is, moving through the enemy forest as things stand, chased away by Klaus. The Mystical Mirage there brought out by the Mew just to try and cover up an escape route, and Talibobo Believers are going for the throat here, continuing to push this team away. They get a KO, they get another KO. Massive moment here as they now look towards Rayquaza whilst Time to Shine is scattered.
Yes, they're trying to get back onto the pit here, but the presence from Talibobo Believers is right there. They have everything on point. The skills, the abilities, the cooldowns, they're all there. And the Rayquaza goes to Talibobo Believers already on a 100 AOS energy advantage. They're going to push in for the central goal. 100 from Toonslim, 100 from Zervis, and it's going to be most likely the first win of these winner finals to Talibobo Believers.
With so much tall grass around Thea Skyrunes, I can understand Saryu's thinking to try and go for what I like to dub a shrubbery sneak, trying to hide out in the grass and go for a double score, try and tempt your opponents away. It didn't work, did it? And I think that he's kind of clocked that this Lucario hasn't worked, which is that the first time we've ever said that about Saru on the UNITE Championship Series? Maybe so. One thing that we certainly haven't said for the first time is almost a 600-point lead. Hello, is this remote stadium? Well, no, not quite. Tally Bobo Believers Soph just that good in game number 1.
Thea Sky Runes resembling some of the first season gameplay, but it's not even close. We have Glacier, we have Urshifu, we have all these new Pokemon, Mew included, Clefable, and Time to Shine is still trying to buy some time here to at least have some more KOs on the board, some more assists, but it's a guaranteed win for Tally Bobo Believers in an incredible over 500 AR Synergy advantage fashion.
Well, the more things change, as the old saying goes, the more that they stay the same. And Tally Bobo Believers running away with the Rayquaza objective. Toon Slim MVP in many factors, I am sure. Picking up a decent 9 KOs with 9 assists. Klaus getting involved with 10 assists himself. And that's just a good sign to me, so of great team play. 4 of those players near enough 10 or plus assists. It shows that they were on the same page, on the same wavelength, great communication, and even during the split pushes, it was well executed.
Yeah, the assist participation coming from Tally Bobo Believers was incredible compared to Time to Shine, even though the purple team had such a good advantage in the beginning of the game, but Tally Bobo, as you said, the coordination from them was working so well. Let's have a look at the graph here. For the points scored, it was very close up until the moment the Tally Bobo Believers just started being the steamroll train that they are, and they just got the first Reggie, the second, and all the Reggies in the bottom as well. Right now, let's have a look at the damage dealt, and it doesn't even look like that much of a big leaderboard. We have 80,000 here and there. Toon Slim, Klaus, of course, great amount of damage, but it's not over 100,000 where sometimes we would expect, because they were such on a big lead.
It was great micromanagement. It was great macro management. So we were talking about the great execution of the split pushes, but you also have to secure those objectives once you're there. You know, if you're in front of a Roulette Reggie, or if you're in front of Reggie Alecki, it's no good being there and not actually getting the thing at the end of the day. Much as we saw with Saru, of course, trying to nick it away from Tally Bobo Believers with the Aura Cannon. It didn't really work, did it? And we can break down where it didn't really work for Time to Shine in a little greater detail now through these highlights. And it all started really around the 3-minute mark.
Yes, it did. First off here, we have the first Reggie steal that came for Tally Bobo Believers. They pushed in so great. Once again, at the top path, they managed to get not only the buff, but also the Reggie Alecki into the base, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, there you go. Oh, the push. Who was that? Was it the Garchomp? Oh, that was incredible. Just building such a great lead for the Orange Team Relic.
Yeah, listen, I've recently been converted to Dragon Rush and Dragon Claw, by the way. Goodness me, what a build it is. Garchomp might seem a little bit niche still. It's never been one of the favored from the absolute top echelon of UNITE Championship Series players, but when you've got a player who loves this Pokemon, boy, is it a difference maker. And Klaus, let's not forget, of course, he had Lucario taken away from him, so for this to be their second pick, or their second choice pick, that's even more ominous for Time to Shine. And now we come into a very difficult moment as Toon Slim, he's laughing, he's very happy. We touched upon it before. They can ban away Glaceon and he'll still be able to pick up Mew first and foremost, as they will have pick priority going into game number 2. But really, you look across the board, they could ban that Urshifu, they could ban that Garchomp. There is almost like too many options for Time to Shine to deal with.
That is so true. That's one thing that we mentioned right at the beginning of the broadcast. Such power that Toon Slim exudes with the amount of Pokemon that they have the ability to play in such excellency, Relic, and that's what they showed here with the Glaceon. 9 KOs, 9 assists, and all the presence from the rest of the team in that match was incredible. And as you said, is it going to be enough just to ban the Glaceon? That's difficult to say, because as you said, if you give Mew to them, they're going to have the first pick. Well, then can you deal with that?
Can you deal with that? Look, if I'm time to shine, I'm putting my thinker's cap on, and I'm looking at, okay, what were the moments that went most wrong? And I think it all comes down to those Reggie secures. Not a single Reggie picked up for time to shine, and most of those were taken by Yutao on the Shifu. It's been a very, very popular ban choice off-season, even before its recent nerf/buff, of course, with surging strikes becoming a little bit more of a viable build. And I think really the risk is, yes, you're going to be giving up that Mew ban. You're going to be allowing Toon Slim to go onto his favorite Pokemon. However, I feel like Mew, given that it's a little more squishy, you know, there's a little less sustain in those little lovely, little pink legs of his. I think, honestly, you can deal with that better with the right counters as opposed to a Shifu, which is so much more tanky, has great sustain all round, excellent burst damage potential. Just seems to me like the obvious pick out of what is admittedly a difficult choice for this team.
I'm so involved with that relic. I think while you were talking, I was like, gosh, Shifu might be the best choice here because, as you mentioned, it was the Wicked Blow that was the final hit on all those objectives. The secure was just so clean, 100% of securing from Talibobo Believers. That is not a stat to let go by. And with the Wicked Blow, the most, at least myself, preferred build for the Shifu, I think is just something that you have to be careful about. So banning that would be a good call. At the same time, I think maybe they need to be considering, okay, what do we do now to deal with a Mew? Because it's most likely that Toon Slim's going to ban it, he's going to pick it.
Yeah, so really the next question that follows on from that is, do you stick with a similar type of roster, or at least attempt to try and pick a similar type of roster? Because, of course, there's no guarantee the Talibobo Believers won't try to pick away their favored Pokemon as well. Or do you just sort of roll with the punches a little bit? You think, okay, we've got a general game plan in mind. We know what we're going to ban away. We know what we might be expecting from Talibobo Believers next game. So perhaps let's not necessarily go with our favorite choices, but go with the right choices into game 2 to at least try and push a game 3.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Because we are talking about the winners finals, and that is huge for these two teams. Right now, Time to Shine down in 1 into this best of 3, so they really have to play it right. I agree with you on that, Relic. They can't just go for, I'll go with something that's comfy, that's something that is my main. No, really go for the counter. And that is something that the draft pick allows so much, doesn't it? That we have here in the second season. How much you can do to prevent the enemy team from doing so great as they did in the previous match, but also getting something that helps your team to get on the lead.
Of course, they can't literally go for Comfy. Comfy, one of 4 blanket bans for this entire tournament. Worth mentioning that, of course. So, not in the pool. Comfy, Scyther Sizzle, Cramorant, Sableye. Basically, none of those Pokemon you're going to be seeing today, but that's all right because there are so many more to choose from. And now, of course, the most crucial choice going forward. What are Time to Shine going to ban away? Will they be sticking with Mew? Will they be sticking to their beliefs, to their methodology, or will they be switching things up? They go for the Clefable, which actually is a thought that I didn't go towards, but it makes total sense at the same time.
Yes, it really does. The Time to Shine, I think, well, what they went for here is just right. Oh, okay. Oh, I believe we have to switch over the teams from side. So Talibobo was on the left side. Time to shine on the orange side. There we go. The confusion is over now. There's no Sableye, no confusion in the map. So Toon Slim is going to get the Mew for themselves, and Talibobo Believers gets the Clefable as the first and only ban, whereas Time to Shine gets the Hooper.
Time to sign. That is an advertisement to Spraggles Esports, if ever I've seen one. Gecko Kami and Hayat, they're going with a Snorlax and a Sylveon. Sylveon, another niche pick, but something that's really enjoyed a lot of utilization actually here in Europe. It's nice to see it coming out, as is the case with Dodrio. Now, look, we can talk about Yuto on a Shifu, we can talk about Megu on Slowbro, all we like. Saryu on Dodrio, a much better choice for what he was attempting to do in game number 1.
I really love to see Klaus maybe going for the need for the Aegis Lash here. Zervis there we go, confirmed. Zervis on that Elder Goss, recently doing so great with more damage focus builds. And okay, that's some interesting covering. That's definitely going to be something different because you already have a speed, so you have the trio. You don't need a Talonflame in your team.
Suppression!
That Delphox, there we go. The damage from afar that this Pokemon can deal is incredible. The fireworks can be a very nice tool alongside Soreo on the Dodrio to try to take those objectives to Time to Shine, and so we'll see how this is gonna go.
Suppression Queen Delphox. I love it. Great pick from Time to Shine. I think all round great picks from Time to Shine. Worth mentioning our first sighting of Elder Goss. I think Zervas kind of forced onto that one. Megu's got their preferred Slowbro. However, I'm most worried about Yutao. So Yutao was running the show on Shifu. So now, look, it's a very different looking roster for Time to Shine. Very different looking roster for Time to Shine. Are they going to be able to deal with that Urshifu threat better with the tools now at their disposal?
Yeah, we'll see, because Toonslim on that Mew is going to be a force to be reckoned with. On the other side, we have the Snorlax that was very crucial, I might say, on the side of Talibobo Believers in the last game to try to get people zoned out for those objectives. So I think things might be more aligned for Time to Shine this time around.
So a reminder, folks, the sides are switched now. So Time to Shine in the orange and Talibobo Believers in the purple, just so that we're all on the same page. And Yutao reading from the same book, it seems, into the central area. They go. I'm keeping my beady eyes on Saryu, however. They want to get those stacks in early, running the attack weight, running the Razor Claw. Dodrio with a level advantage is a Dodrio that is going to be a menace, not just in terms of scoring, but in terms of those team fights. Great suppression ability from this Pokemon as well, can be a hyper carry in many ways, but I've got to say, on this top path, really nice work from Talibobo Believers to just neutralize the threat. No early stacks.
Yeah, no early stacks indeed, but we are arriving to that 850 mark for the Altaria for the Swablu to spawn. Right now on the bottom path, we have the rotation from Urshifu, and on the top, we have that Delphox coming in. Urshifu Yutao is going to go very deep on this one. Berries have to be picked up, but they're just going to let their enemies try to defend some more while they get the Swablus.
Oh, no.
Zoning out so much, Relic. Look at them go.
Oh, it's nasty to look at. I mean, goodness, Snorlax is one of the best early game defenders you could pick, and yet, in the face of Yutao already on level 6, helpless to defend the poor Sylveon that was meant to be the damage dealer. Now they're stealing away some wild Pokemon, picking up a lot more EXP, and they're starting to build up a much more substantial points lead than what we saw at any point over the first 2 minutes of game number 1.
Yes, I will say though, the Drio and Shifu might meet each other here for the 8-minute mark. Everyone is actually rotating for this one. Time to Shine is going to try to get as much XP as they can, because last time around that was a problem for them. Yutao is coming on. Oh, Blissey getting caught out there. Might be in too deep. Yutao not manages to get a nice dodge onto their belly ability, and just getting everything right for Talibobo Believers to keep on pressuring this bottom path.
It's not easy to fit a Snorlax through a kitchen window, and yet somehow, with the Heavy Slam, managed to do just that. Yutao skipping underneath one, not able to get the KO, and yet they might be KO'd themselves here. Almost a full rotation down onto this bottom path for Time to Shine. Strength in numbers, they say, but they are lacking a little bit on the health front, looking to try and secure some EXP, and yet the Solar Beam coming from the back line of Toonslim, a little too good. Oh, there you go, there you go. Saryu on Dodrio, the first pick on Yutao, a confidence boost here for Time to Shine.
Yes, it is. The Echo Voice is going in deep. They're trying to do some damage with the Delphox, but Klaus is coming. They are rejoining this party. Reggie still has appeared. So it says in our overlay, Gecko Kami's trying to get them back, but Tally Believers gets it from them.
and Klaus with a double KO. The sword's got a cape, he's got a hat, he doth thee. Oh my goodness, again, time to shine with some rays of hope in the early game, and yet that first Reggie is stolen away from them, trying to rip it, trying to force Talibobo believers out of their comfort zone. So do they even have something out of their comfort zone?
Oh, no!
Oh, I'm sorry, he's so far in enemy territory, I couldn't even see him.
Oh my god, that bear is just going to wreck your backline every single time, and it's going to be a lot like Cloud that are going to be able to do so much more as well. They're going into deep on this zone. Sorry, you're trying to get the berry to maintain healthy, but they don't get to be awake for that much longer. They end up fainting, and Talibobo's believer gets the pressure and the preference here for the first Reggie Alecki of this match.
Yo, low-key flex, by the way, folks. Running solo strike in game 1 onto surging strike in game 2.
There you go.
Utao switching it up on the fly. The utility of Utao, of course, coming through that evolution stage. Which move do you learn? He has caught time to shine completely unawares, and Klaus has been, well, he was locked up against the wall, but they couldn't really do much about it. The shielding too much, and of course time to shine at this point just looking to recover some of the level loss. We can see already 3 level 11s on Talibobo Believes. We don't even have a single level 10 on time to shine. The graph that we were seeing at the end of round 1, Soph, that might be a little worse off aware if things continue on this trajectory.
Yes, they really do need to prioritize this next Reggie. Coming up in 8 seconds, time to shine is gathering here for the bottom path. Megu gets caught out there.
Man.
There's a lot of damage coming from Toon Slim, and you don't want to be all lined up for a solar beam to hit you. That's not the call.
Welcome to the Time to Shine bowling alley, where it seems like it's free strikes every Saturday evening. That Reggie has spawned. It is a Reggie Rock defense and special defensive bonus. That would certainly help Time to Shine, but Time to Shine need to help themselves. There's a solar beam. Oh, but they have got it for the first time. That's their first Reggie in this series. It's a Reggie Rock, but unfortunately the team fight collapses completely. Utao and Megu chasing off Gekko Kami, but at least they've got some form of solace to enjoy here. So if they've got a Reggie on the board, they got themselves a Reggie Rock, global XP. It's a start.
I have to say, Relic, I really enjoy how Time to Shine is trying to pick this one up, because they had the Sylveon on the top of just getting that XP, getting the wild Pokemon, and while they had Sario just securing that objective, old Talibobo Believers.
Nice.
You're not letting me make a point. Come on. I was telling how Time to Shine was trying to regain this one. That's not how they're gonna do it. Oh, no.
Lovely work from the Delphox to put down the mystical fireworks. Unfortunately, once the mystical fireworks were put down, they're like, oh, Delphox is here. You completely singled them out, and now they've managed to get more score on the board. 351 to 26. We're starting to get into that territory, so where even with Rayquaza, Time to Shine is going to require a very successful team fight entering the final 2 minutes. They need a little bit of love. They need a little bit of luck on their side, maybe. Reggie Alecki still still in play on that top path, and I imagine we will see, albeit briefly, a Roulette Reggie to appear on the bottom path as well. How are Time to Shine going to respond?
Well, we'll see. They're trying to get the here, but at the same time, leaving the Delphox to try to get some XP at the bottom path. Klaus tries to go in, gets blocked by that wall, just hits him face first, but the rest of the team is doing a lot of damage on it, already falling into 30%. Sario's gonna go in, get a lot of damage. On the bottom path, though, we have a nice KO going for the side of Time to Shine. That's going to take a little bit of pressure from Talibobo on to Talibobo Believers, but well, the rest of the team on the top path was obliterated, and Tally guarantees the second Reggie of the game, Reggie Alecki, of course, and Time to Shine, well, nowhere to be seen with 15 seconds to go for Rayquaza.
If they were one step behind, then Time to Shine continued to slip up and maybe fall all the way down the stairs. I like the idea of split pushing and giving up the Reggie Alecki, but Talibobo Believers a little too cognizant to what they were doing. They pick up the Reggie Steel to boot at a crucial stage, so we're heading into Rayquaza territory. They've got that attack and special attack buff. Time to Shine, they've got all of their Unite moves ready and loaded, but at this stage, is any of them going to be enough?
Well, they have picked up the pace on EXP. They They are now just 2 Pokemon on level 11, 2 on 13. So that's going to be great for Time to Shine. They have already engaged in a fight here. Utel was getting blocked. Nice fireworks, zoning people away, but Delphox is going to go down really quickly by the Slowbro. Klaus is trying to go onto the Sylveon. Hayat's trying to get some healing onto this attacker. Dodrio goes in. It's a lot going on for Sarayu, but they're falling down very quickly as well. Only 2 players remain on the side of Time to Shine.
How about that for shielding? Great work from Megu with the just all-round defensive front line. Zervas with the cotton guard. Yutao and Klaus both with shielding of their own to enjoy. Rayquaza is theirs for the 2nd time in 2 games, and I feel like this one might be all she wrote for Time to Shine in the upper bracket, at least for now.
Yes, Boba Believers already on the lead is going to solidify that one even further. Most of their players with their 50. Those Hundo Burgers are gonna fall, and they're going to maybe get the last match over 600 points on the lead. Maybe this one is going to be even more. Are we getting there? Are we getting there? Yes, we are.
Oh my goodness. Hello, they wave through the window. We're just going to keep on scoring. Don't mind us. This match teed up as a bit of an apprentice unleashed derby of sorts. 2 players on each side representing at the World Championships. For one pair, they're going to be heartbroken. Their team has been obliterated across this series in the upper winners final. The other team, are you a believer? Well, you're not going to be a believer, Soph, if you don't try and tally Bobo believers. They are trying in spades. What a wipe of this series. Tally Bobo believers are in the grand finals.
Yes, they are going in spades and shields and capes with Klaus on that Aegis/Toon Slim on the Mew, Urshifu on the hands of Yutao. Really incredible how they managed to get this time around almost 800 points lead on to the Time to Shine roster, and they're going to fall for the lower bracket on this one while Taliboba Believers continues in a very lovely run onto the grand finals. Are we sure of this? Is that it? Is that it?
That is exactly what's happening. And let us make let's just be clear, folks. This was a great draft approach as well from Talibobo Believers. They had Clefable removed, perhaps a little bit of a left field choice considering everything that we were breaking down beforehand, but they replaced that healing with something slightly different. They went for the shielding. In comes Aegislash, in comes Slowbro, and in comes Eldegoss. It was a great response. They reacted to the ban beautifully, and Time to Shine is left to lick their wounds. They're heading down to the lower bracket, and who they're going to face, well, it's an unknown at the moment. That is going to be our next series on the docket, but these damage numbers, again, not totally spectacular, Soph, but it's the all-round team play. It's a unit that moves together, especially in those final 2 minutes. A scary prospect here, whoever ends up facing them for the maximum 300 CP on offer today.
Yes, indeed. And having secured their place into the grand finals, a lovely run in the winners bracket, the upper bracket, of course, for Taliboba Believers. Really, this one in a winner finals was just, they came here to prove a statement, and they showed it to all of us on stream, on the teams there, everyone that was playing, and oh my God, Taliboba Believers. I started off as a believer. I think I'm just +2 now.
You can sign me up in that camp as well. Bravo, bravo, bravo. But now we have to step through the trap door and into the lower bracket where it's a bit of a surprise to all of us, I think. Nouns Esports awaiting Zephyr Esport, who are going to go up against Time to Shine in the lower finals. Well, we are going to find out soon enough. Talibobo Believers, though, so I mean, look at the amount of damage that was being dealt. But honestly, Time to Shine, almost, they didn't do themselves any favors, I don't think. So many times where Toon Slim was able to unleash that solar beam into 2, 3, 4 players and doing 30% damage into those health pools apiece.
Yes, it's really difficult to try to pinpoint what Time to Shine did of wrong, because it was just so many things that Talibobo Believers did right in this round. It was incredible. Every single rotation, from down to Klaus, that was on the other side of the map and guaranteed that last blow onto the first Reggie, Lecky of the game, as we saw in the beginning of the highlight, down to the positioning from Mew, the mystical mirages from Toonslim, and we might see Toonslim again in the player of the game. And this is just so much that Talibobo Believers came to deliver, and they're just proving how much they're worth.
I'm really excited about this squad. I think a lot of people coming into this, I mean, me particularly, I'm looking at previous results, I'm looking at statistics, and I'm thinking, I don't want to sell myself on this team just yet. I want them to prove to me that they're worth the hype. So, friends, they're worth the hype. Toonslim is worth the hype. A substitute no longer. He is dominating from the rear guard. If you give him a long distance Pokemon like Mew, he's going to do exactly what you just saw there in game number 2. Even then, Glaceon, Delphox, Decidueye, doesn't really matter who he's picking. It's going to be a good one. And here we can see then our updated bracket. Talibobo Believers guaranteed that grand finals spot. They will await the winner of the losers final, and we're going to be heading into the losers bracket first, because that losers final can't go ahead just yet. Nouns Esports, the best in EU coming into today. Will that be the case after today? Zephyr Esports, they're a bit on the periphery. Can they spring a surprise? A reminder, folks, of course, if you want to sign up, the March finals are yours for the taking potentially. Feel to sign up on battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. All of the information that you require is there, and maybe we will see you on broadcast here if you can make it into the top 8 next month. Exciting times ahead for sure, but let us focus a little bit more near future. It's time to defrost our friendly fellows. They've been combing their mustaches. They're ready to get on the mic again. Spraygles and Doobsnacks. They'll be taking you through Zephyr Esports versus Nouns Esports. They'll be seeing you after this.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series for the 2023 season. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! And so much has changed in Pokemon Unite since the 2022 championships. Let's get into everything. Let's talk about the Pokemon. Clefable, Zoroark, Sableye, Tyranitar, Dodrio, Urshifu. So many new Pokemon are in the game right now, and more are on the way. And then, of course, one of the biggest changes, there's a brand new map in Pokemon Unite. Thea Sky Ruins. Zapdos is gone, Rayquaza is here, and boy have things changed. The end fight is very different, because even if you secure that final objective, it doesn't mean that you get free scores. You get a shield that helps you score faster, but your opponents can get rid of that shield. The end of the game is much more dynamic than it used to be. So what do all these changes mean for the competitive meta of Pokemon Unite? Well, we are actually missing the biggest change of all, and that is a draft mode inside of Pokemon Unite. Now, both teams get to ban a Pokemon that they don't want to deal with at all, and then they pick Pokemon back and forth. No longer will you see the same team composition on both sides. No longer is it a question as to whether this Greninja is better than that Greninja. No, there will only be one Greninja inside this map, or one Sableye, or one Urshifu. Teams deciding how they are going to pick their roster are going to make the difference between the runners-up and the world champions. And you're going to see that all across the board. We have different drafting strategies in every region that I've seen, where some regions heavily favor getting all-rounders early, while others really want to ban out Pokemon that they don't want to deal with. Without question, draft mode in Pokemon Unite changes the game completely. And while I'm sure I missed something, that's about everything that has happened since the World Championships. More exciting stuff coming soon, and I can't wait to get back into the action with the February Cup. You're not going to want to miss a minute of the action, so make sure you check out Pokemon Unite on YouTube and Unite Esports on Twitter for all the latest Pokemon Unite Championship news. Thanks for watching, thanks for listening. I love you, and I'll see you next time. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, Doob Snacks. What an exciting matchup we have for you all. Zephyr Esports versus Nouns Esports in our losers bracket.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at Zephyr Esports here. Of course, a mostly French team, a French squad, and there you can see them: Nevrix, Iclis, Classics, Harai, Raytao, all names that you're familiar with if you were following UCS Season 1. Zephyr Esports coming into this one, the number 6 seed, dropped from the winners bracket to the losers bracket by now in the grand finals, Talibobo Believers. But on the other side, they're squaring up against a very familiar crop of faces that I'm sure you all are used to at home. Good old Nouns Esports.
Oh, Nouns Esports, your former EU champions with some superstar players on there. Let's take a look at Adesu right here. You may remember Adesu from the World Championships on the Dragonite, pulling up the Pokemon card on stream. Just an unbelievable player, extremely versatile. Been rocking a little bit of a Glaceon and Delphox this tournament, picking up an average of 4 KOs a game and 35 score every game. Pretty impressive player, but everyone on Nouns is impressive, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, one of the most impressive things from Nouns Esports, to borrow your word, from UCS Season 1, is their ability to kind of set the pace or set what the strategies that other regions employ. Last year we saw them, start Sylveon in the middle, split the central area, have the Sylveon come down, be an impact. We literally saw a team the following full send, I believe it was, literally in the following bracket go, okay, we'll just do Sylveon the whole time, and it worked like a charm. So Nouns Esports looking to repeat that energy, but from the losers bracket, but for February, not an uncommon place from Nouns Esports to be in.
That's exactly right. They've done this before. They did this last year in February, fought their way through the losers, crawled all the way up to the grand finals, and won the whole thing in a bracket reset. Could it happen again today? We're going to find out very soon as we head into our draft right here. Zephyr Esports, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team. And we're going to see these first few bands. They're very, very important. I would expect Mew, Urshifu, Hoopa to all be up top with some bands here soon.
Absolutely, and of course you say those things. Dodrio and Delphox, baby. Dodrio and Delphox. Listen, there's an old adage here. If you're not concerned about a specific Pokemon, ban one that you are concerned about. So that way you just know you don't have to deal with it. And that's kind of what this feels like to me. If you look at this, there's great Dodrio players on both sides and great Delphox players on both sides. And by doing this, each team guarantees themselves an absolute powerhouse Pokemon. Zephyr grabbing Urshifu, Mew on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, these are both incredible picks here. Also, we're seeing Espeon get locked in. I feel like this Pokemon is really rising in the ranks of that sort of attacker that almost rivals Mew in some ways. It does incredible damage at range and has a massive stun. Not to mention that we've got Clefable sneaking in here, who had recently got this huge healing buff, and now all of a sudden it can keep its entire team alive with these massive AoE heals.
Yeah, the heals out of Clefable are the most explosive in the game, right? It's not uncommon to see 100, 120, 150k damage healed out of a Clefable. It can absolutely prop up the squad in ways that other Pokemon just can't, and that gravity is a heck of an ability to boot to go along with it.
This is going to be a really exciting match here. You know, Zephyr Esports got knocked down by essentially the, reigning #1 team in EU right now, Talibobo Believers. So the question is, I mean, how good really is Zephyr? Are they at the level where they're going to be able to take down Nouns right here? This is going to be an incredible matchup as we got the Sword and Buzzwole here. Some really exciting picks that I did not expect to see in game #1.
Yeah, and Gardevoir going to be looking to put in huge damage numbers for Zephyr. But you mentioned, for Zephyr Esports, this is a heck of a litmus test against one of the best teams going in their region, and definitely the monster that's hiding in the closet for any team out of EU. If you can't handle Nouns, you've got no shot at the World Championships, and that is definitely the hardest barrier of entry we've seen in quite some time.
Here we go. As a reminder, this is the losers bracket. These teams have to win or they are going home right now. These games are for everything. A best of 3 series right here as we see Nouns sending that cute little Eevee into the central area, trying to get its early evolution right now. Looks like it might be taking the whole thing and then running bottom.
Yeah, just like we mentioned, kind of right before the match started, the impact that a Sylveon at level 4 can have jumping into a path early can be absolutely devastating. And that's something that Kubfu does not have the ability to do because it really can't get its legs moving until it hits that Urshifu.
Poor Kubfu. So bad for, I don't know, 30 seconds and then the best Pokemon in the game at level 5. But that's why you need to give it this central area right here. It needs all of this wild Pokemon experience so they can actually fight. Nice little fight happening in the top path, trying to get a secure right there, but it looks like actually it was picked up by the Espeon on the side of Zephyr Esports.
Yeah, we see a Mystical Fire Sylveon. Sometimes we see the Hyper Voice out of that level 4 Sylveon as soon as they take over, jumping into path. But Bruv playing so far forward, buying tons of time for Gatlu to really just run around, make sure they're taking all the wild Pokemon on their side of the map. No questions, no problems.
And here we go. The Alterias, the Swablues spawning here in the central area. Do we have a big, no, I was going to say, do we have a big Solar Beam? It's a nice Electro Ball right there. That seems to get chopped up pretty evenly between these two teams, as we do have a fight breaking out in the top path, it looks like, as well. And it looks like, actually, yeah, Espeon picking up a nice KO on the Hoopa.
Yeah, Zephyr Esports doing a great job getting a good crop of the bees despite, or the birds, despite not having as well of a finishing maneuver to seal those up as Nouns Esports, so credit to them. Nouns trying to get it done up here as Redmaw's left a babysit in the face of a Buzzwole and an Espeon, and that is tough sledding for the kid as they are just a double A. They haven't hit their final form yet, but there was a good engage on Harai, and what a save by Neverix, the Buzzwole, getting a little choke slam onto the double A, making sure that their partner can get out of there.
Picking him up and putting him down a little ways away. Espeon able to just skate out of there with almost nothing. Really impressive here from Zephyr. And you know, we were just talking about Urshifu's level 5, which is amazing, but Buzzwole has one of the most incredible level 5s in the game. Being able to pick him up and slam, that superpower is really incredible.
Zephyr Esport really looking to leverage all of these great early level Pokemon so that Gardevoir can come online and completely take over the map. Nouns Esports, they just got to hold on. They got to hold on, get to their Aegislash, get a Desu rocking on the Sylveon, and of course Gatlu on the Mew to close the door on some smoke.
When I'm looking at these two teams, I gotta say I'm a little worried for Zephyr as the match moves on, because a lot of these Pokemon, as you were just mentioning, Dupes next, they do very well early, but we've got the Water Urshifu, you know, the Rapid Strike style. That falls off a little bit later. So does Buzzwole. So the question is, what are these teams going to be able to do once it comes down to the final few minutes here?
Yeah, based on the secure, I would have loved to see Reitao on the single strike form of Urshifu, but such is not the case. Gravity eats up the Aegislash on that boosted auto coming in. Everyone's gonna have to try and catch the reset. The whole squad is gone. Geese trying to hold it down in the face of 5, but the rest of the team coming through with full HP, and that's gonna be Agma work for Nouns Esports. They're pushing forward. Geese is low, 2 players down, despite catching that massive reset. As Zephyr Esport looking really good in the early stages of the game. This is what they need to do. Geese bubbled out. They're gonna try and make a miracle play. Neverix on the hunt. Power slam, choke slam. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Bro, gonna try and get it done, but it's the Espeon sealing up for Zephyr Esports. That's another KO for them, and they're all over this goal zone as Nouns Esports is there to babysit, and I don't want Zephyr to overstay their welcome. They're doing so good, Spraggles.
They're doing amazing right now, still putting points on the board, but you're right. At any moment, this could start to turn around, and they could start giving a lot of experience back to the side of Nouns. To be fair with Zephyr, I mean, that was an incredible fight, but this is also what's to be expected when you look at this team composition from Zephyr. They are an early game dominant team right here. We're going to have to see, though, if they can starve Nouns out of enough experience here and make sure that they can beat them up late game. They're playing so incredibly well so far, and look at that level 10 Buzzwole.
Yeah, that's one thing with Zephyr Esports composition. Yes, they're great early, but you cannot have any slips, trips, or falls in the face of Nouns Esports, because if you give up any of this early advantage, early part of the game, it's just curtains. Good Unite move by the Gardevoir, started pulling some folks in, but they're able to escape out of that. Nouns Esports catching a reset, and they're going to be okay. Only the Clefable down. Zephyr Esports trying to fight in the face of this Regieleki, because they'd like to send that into the goal zone. Espeon sealing up another objective. Hurrah, that's them for Zephyr. That's the squad here, as Nouns Esports has got to take care of this Regieleki, not let it hit, because that'll open up for a big time overdunk for Zephyr as the Buzzwole heating up.
Look at this right here. Zephyr just dominating. Hooray for Harai. I hope I'm the first person to say it, maybe the last, but my goodness. Zephyr just the big 3 KO from the Buzzwole. They're still fighting up here, and at any point they could be giving up some XP, but it's not happening. Is he going to pick up a 4th, trying to grab this Sylveon slam it down. Desu throws the big Unite move, and another one onto the side of this Buzzwole. Zephyr is just dominating here in the first 5 minutes.
Somebody told Neverix that this is the Royal Rumble, and that Buzzwole is eliminating a ton of participants. Desu almost going down, forced out the Unite move on the top goal zone, but Neverix is on the hunt. They want that. They saw it. They took it. Holy smokes. Neverix is completely unlocked here. 2 of those buffs there for them, going to allow them to engage very well as the whole squad's coming down. Look at the Clefable just scamper with them tiny little legs, trying to catch up to Neverix. Like, hey, let me heal you a little bit. We need you to keep doing that. Big time Hoopy Unite Unbound coming through, but it's the Espeon again. Hurrah, you legend. A big block on the Buzzwole. Not today, as the fists are flying. They're trying to stun him down, and now Geese is on the retreat because Neverix will suplex anything under the sun, and there is no exception to the mythical Pokemon Hoopa. Come on.
You could see Nouns Esports not even able to really take that portal from the Hoopa because that was just ripped off the map so incredibly fast. Registeel goes over to Zephyr. Another amazing secure. They just have this combination ready to go here from this Espeon. And Buzzwole, now that it's, level 12, but now that it hit its level 11 just a minute ago, it actually has access to one of its biggest power spikes inside the game, just being able to reset those superpowers at will. Zephyr just completely dominating this match.
This Buzzwole is tossing this Snorlax like they weigh absolutely nothing, like they're fist fighting a pillow in their bedroom, and it's too easy. Big block gonna try and make it happen, but all of Zephyr Esports keeps the Snorlax from hitting that reset from the Hoopa portal, and now it's a KO streak of 2 for the Urshifu. Rapid strikes, rapidly striking Nouns Esports down, and Zephyr Esports up 158 to 113. Nouns Esports putting their backs against the wall right now. They need to fight out of this corner.
This is so incredible from Zephyr Esports. They're keeping the level advantage. They're keeping the score advantage. They're taking all the objectives. We have the Hyperspace Highway bringing some folks up here to the top path. Only a minute left until Rayquaza. And right now, Zephyr feels very much in control of this match, Doob Snacks.
They're doing great. They took that early lead and they have not relinquished it. Like I said, one misstep and Nouns Esports can kick right through that door and make some magic happen. But they're doing great. Look at the Clefable going ahead, playing very far forward, using gravity to buy some time for Zephyr Esports as they take another Regieleki. And we've got 2 minutes, 37 seconds left in this one. And Zephyr Esports looking good as they're rotating across the map. Nouns Esports, though, not down by too much, only 22 points.
They're not down by a lot of points, but experience-wise, they are down across the board. And this is really bad for Nouns. Is what we talked about earlier. If they were starved out of experience and they're a lower level than their opponents, they could lose this big fight coming up here. This Regice just going to easily be secured here from Zephyr. I like the play from Nouns. They're heading top. They're trying to get some points on the board, and they are giving themselves the point lead. 210 to 158 heading here into Rayquaza. And this fight could break out any moment as they're chasing Nouns outside here, running into this Rayquaza pit. The question is, where does this fight break out? As it looks like they're just starting this thing right now, Doob Snacks.
They're ripping it in half. It's a big block coming in, and Desu's trying to make it happen. Espeon Unite catches 2. Hoopa is unbound, but it's Espeon again, of course. Hurrah, you absolute mutant on this island. The last hit god coming through in the Thea Sky Ruins. Urshifu throwing out more hands than Naruto. They're taking a KO streak of 2, and now it's duck it time, baby, as the Hundo Burgers, they're going in. Spraggles and Geese trying to scramble to get their own points in for their own squad.
They broke a lot of the shields on the side of Zephyr, removing it just for a big KO as Clefable scores 100 in the center. Raytao looking for another score. Buzzwole up here to help. Nice Solar Beam trying to stop him, but Nouns is behind right there. And once again, oops, sorry, Mew. Gotlu having to run out of there. Jeez, Zephyr playing a flawless game right now. Every single Espeon secure, 1,000,000% on point, putting more points on the board, 436 to 210. Zephyr making this look easy against the EU champs.
Yeah, but listen, 200 points a lead here. Zephyr Esports need to get back and reset. Nouns Esport has made pushes like this before in the late stages of the game, so you don't want to overstay your welcome. Get back to base, make sure you're topped off, you're healed up, get some farm, get your Unite moves back, and protect this lead. As look at the siege on the bottom goal zone happening. It's just Gardevoir trying to hold it down. Classic's in the mix with the gravity. Raytau's getting low. Redmaw's getting low. Classic's trying to take care of them. They're still sitting on the goal zone, but there's 4 players on top of them. It's up for the Urshifu to throw some hands and make it happen, but no, they're gonna have to relinquish this goal zone to Nouns Esports. It's not even a 50 burger going in. It's not even a Hundo burger going in. That's just 84 points hitting that map. And now Zephyr Esports has a pretty good stand with 20 seconds left. They just need to close it out.
They need to close it out here. Nouns needs more than 100 points. We got 15 seconds left. The damage is flying. The Buzzwole's trying to get something done. So we actually have multiple members going down from Zephyr, but there's not much time on the clock. Even if they score 100, it's not enough. They put some points in. Can they get this big score? 30 34. I don't think that's enough. 22. No, I don't think so. We're going to see on the score screen. I can't do the math in my head, Doomstacks. I'm here to talk. I'm not here to do numbers, buddy.
We are on the razor's edge because that lead had been withered down to 60. We're going to see. No way! Whoa! 438 to 436. And I'm going to highlight a very small play that completely caught Harai by surprise. Geese went up and threw a hyperspace hole, so that pops up on everyone's map. And that forced Harai to peel away from the bottom goal zone as Geese put that up and then peeled downstairs with the rest of the squad. So that gave them a player advantage. They were able to push on that. They leveraged all the KOs, and they just made it happen by 2 freaking points, Spriggles. How about that for your loser semifinals game 1? Nouns showing why the climb to the mountain rests with them. Holy smokes, they're sitting on top.
What an amazing fight. Never count out Nouns Esports. It was so incredibly close. The funny thing is, if they were to be able to score a clean 50 points in that bottom goal, they would not have won. They had to have multiple players score smaller amounts right there, and they were just barely able to do it. Zephyr Esport right now must be, I mean, I don't want to say furious, but can you imagine losing like that? You were dominating all match, and then just the miraculous plays there from Nouns Esports taking it right at the end. Amazing.
All the credit in the world to Nouns Esports for making that push happen. I am devastated on so many levels because Zephyr Esport played an amazing 9-minute game. And I was saying at the 1-minute mark, Spriggles, they need to get back, they need to top off, they need to get those Unite moves and insulate those goal zones. And a very common thing to do is to leave your exterior goal zone, just give it up for free because it's easier to fight on the inside. 2 players were KO'd defending that goal zone before the rest of the team showed up. It forced Buzzwole to try and jump in the mix too early away from a goal zone. They got taken out, and that ended up being the beginning of the end for this particular game for Zephyr Esports. A phenomenal 9-minute game, and it's one of those things, the wheels started rattling and they just kind of clomped off the wagon right at the end there. Great push by Nouns. Bad look for Zephyr, but this is where you got to bounce back because it's UCS, baby, and you're down but not out.
Yeah, down but not out, and also looking fantastic throughout that match. We're going to take a look at some of the big moments throughout here. We've got, Buzzwole getting that big level 5, getting the superpower right here. And as we were mentioning during this match, they just were dominating top to, well, almost bottom in this game.
No, I mean, come on. Nevrix was an absolute walking highlight reel, right? If I used the Royal Rumble analogy before, they eliminated everyone, but there was that one wrestler that went between the ropes, not over top of them, and they snuck in at the very end and just dipped Nevrix over the side and took that win unsuspectingly, and to the chagrin of everyone watching at home. Zephyr Esports looks good, and if I'm Nouns Esports, I am never giving them a Buzzwole ever again.
I mean, do you give him a Buzzwole? Do you give him an Espeon? What do you give him? Because these are some unexpected picks, and I have to say, that Espeon in the game, for me, that was the match hero MVP. Unbelievable. Securing every single objective for the side of Zephyr. But we've got some big MVPs, of course, coming on the side of Nouns Esports as well. This is why you're the world champs. You know, this is why you make it all the way to the grand finals. This is why you win in EU. It's because you don't stop fighting. You find ways to win these games.
Absolutely. You cannot let a team of Nouns Esports caliber in. You cannot give them any shades of any opportunities. Look at this. There's already the Gardevoir down, one of the heaviest damage dealers on Zephyr Esports when they're sieging this goal zone. The Unite moves are flying, but Zephyr Esports doesn't have any. They're trying to make the magic happen, but it is too late. Too late. Nouns Esports coming through. And look, it's Geeze's 50 points here that are going to go in. I believe that was what put them. No, they didn't score, of course. But of course, I couldn't be justified in saying that. But here we go. We're giving Bruv HD the MVP here with the heavy slam block, a combination that Snorlaxes have been using since the dawn of time.
Ooh, a score shield. That might have been actually the difference maker right there. I didn't even notice that there was a score shield on that Snorlax. EXP share obviously getting so much play since a recent buff, but Bruv is the unsung and now sung hero on Nouns. Just one of the most incredible support tank players out there in the game right now. What a match, Doomstack. I can't believe our first game here on broadcast that we get to cast is 2 points. It's that close. That is why this is one of the most exciting esports to watch, period.
I mean, it's 10 minutes of rip-roaring action, right? You're on the hook for 10 minutes, and almost every single time it delivers. And even in the matches that kind of go awry and are complete beatdowns, it's still kind of fun. It's still kind of fun to watch these Pokemon scrap and go at it. And of course, because we know in garbage time, doesn't matter if you're winning or losing, everybody's trying to buff that stat sheet. We both know what happens. You do it, I've done it, these teams certainly do it. But in games where it's the razor thin margins and you're looking at the top teams compete, holy smokes, looks good.
Yeah. That's where it really all comes together. Matches like this are just so incredibly exciting, and you get more and more matches like this when you get better and better players, and that's what you see in the UNITE Championship Series. The best players in EU going at it right there. I wonder, if you're Zephyr, what do you really want to change up here? You dominated all game. Nouns, I feel like, actually might have to change up their strategy after how poorly most of that game went for them.
Yeah, I'd expect it's a mental adjustment for Zephyr, right? That is a tough loss to take. So I would be looking less into the strategic selections portion of your game plan and just kind of going back and just looking back through the checklist and saying, okay, we're up by 200, defend the interior goal zones, leave it at that. It's a recipe for success. It's worked since the beginning. It would have worked there too. So just make sure you take a deep breath. You're on the level. You're a good team. You just proved it in front of everyone that you can get it done. Just close the door on it.
Yeah, and that's an important thing that you're bringing up, is fighting closer to those inside goals. So if you're unaware at home, the reason that is because the tier 1 goals that you see, the ones that are there early, give you smaller shields, smaller healing, and it gets bigger and bigger as you head towards the tier 2, and then all the way into the home base, giving you the most. Heading into our next draft, Nouns Esports, Zephyr Esports. Nouns now going to get the first pick right here, and I wonder what they're going to change up. Obviously that Mew was huge, but they're actually banning it out here. Why didn't you guys ban Mew and Urshifu last time? Would have made me look like a genius.
Well, it's because they heard you and they said, well, no, we can't get Spraggle's head too big too early. Like, let's get rid of that. They're giving Gatlu, that'll end up on Gi, but Hoopa, an incredibly powerful Pokemon, very well buffed up in this last patch, so looking to do some great work. Eichel's pivoting directly to the Delphox, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Harai gonna lock in Clefable for this squad, and that's two great Pokemon to have on their side. However, you are really giving Nouns their bread and butter with Snorlax and Hoopa.
Yeah, what a setup already for Nouns Esports. However, Zephyr, they looked fantastic with their last pick, so I think anything they're bringing into this, if you bring in this Crustle, oh, I want to kiss you, Doomsnacks. Look at this, one of my favorite Pokemon to watch. It doesn't get enough love. Defender Crustle coming into this game. Let's freaking go. Get me a Zephyr Esports shirt. I'm a fan.
I'm all about it. Nevrix, you gotta believe they're gonna be on the Buzzwole as well. But this opens up Zephyr Esports to pick up that Espeon again, which did great work. Redmaw locking in the sword. They're gonna be picking up that. And are we gonna get a Gotlu Greedent? I think we are. And why would you want it any other way here on the UCS? Come on.
I love me some mean Greedent. Interestingly enough, Dodrio is fully open. Anyone could grab it, but Gotlu says, I want the tanky squirrel. I want to pull Greedent into this thing. And when you see Hoopa and Greedent on the side here of Nouns Esports, they could really do some very mean stuff in the central area of Zephyr Esports. And of course, bringing out the Garchomp here as well, a Pokemon that we're seeing a ton of in EU. Garchomp is extremely popular in all of the top EU teams.
Oh, yeah, with that rapid fire scarf really helped kick Garchomp to a new gear without a doubt, and Raytao is going to be looking to prove that today here. With their backs against the wall, what they thought was a sure thing ended up being a fumbling of the bag on the 1 yard line. Super Bowls tomorrow, football references incoming. But here we go. On this EU squad, Zephyr Esports needs to just get their mental right, realize that they're down a game, but they're down again and not out, and they're going to leverage Raytao's Garchomp to try and get it done. Big time damage for the big time dragon.
I'm actually feeling pretty good if I'm Zephyr Esports right here. I think the big lesson from that game was a bit of a misstep at the end. However, they were outplaying Nouns Esports the whole time. I feel good about a lot of their decisions. I think they're working as a well-oiled machine right now. The only question is, did they expect what Nouns is going to be throwing at them right here? It's a very different team composition than match 1.
Oh, without a doubt. The pressure's on early for Zephyr Esports. They want to get those stacks up. Certainly Neverix does. Harai getting stunned with a little astonished there. Redmaw is going to go for the engage. Going to get an early KO. No. That's a good little escape there from that Clefairy, making sure they don't get KO'd too early and allowing Neverix to give them the support.
Looks like we're going to be getting an early level 5 here for this Blastoise, which is really nice. Greedent going to be heading on up and taking some of the experience in that central area right here. Clefairy in trouble once again. We saw its focus band go down a little bit earlier, so it is going to need to back out here. The Gabite looking to pick something up, but not making anything happen yet, as we're just about 5 seconds before those birds hit the map.
Yeah, look how Nouns leveraged early presence in the paths rather than taking all of their central area stuff. Redmaw trying to poach through and get as much of that, but that's a hoop of KO, and the Clefairy finally goes down, finally sussed out and KO'd, and now Adesu's going to make it happen with the War Turtle, as Classics is not about that action. Big Crustal Boy going to try and get it done. No Dwooble here. Raytao going to see, moving just past the hyperspace hole, and they're up for protecting this goal zone. How about a KO for their efforts as they're going deep on Gatlu, picking up a couple berries, and that is a slippery squirrel, my friend.
Yeah, this is where the squirrel gets really tough to deal with, Doob Snack. So it can just move around the map really unimpeded. As soon as you start to engage on it, it can get away from you, and it can try to take all of your wild Pokemon. Nice score here in the top path for our Buzzwole. Is just getting swole once again, picking him up, using the Hoopa to secure that wild Pokemon. It says, I don't care what you are, I'm picking you up and I'm slamming you down, I'm getting the points.
I'm going to use your friend to beat up your other friend, is essentially what we just saw Neverix say. They're going to get KO'd, overstayed their welcome, but did get a couple stacks in, which was really their priority there. A little Moonlight action to get this Clefable back to its goal zone. Going to try and protect. They're going to do its best. Not a good offensive kit on that Pokemon, but they are trying and scrapping it out. Classic's getting low. That's a big beefy Pokemon catching the broadside of a sword. They get KO'd. Eichel's trying to hang tough here as the Braixen just ticks over to the Delphox, perhaps just in time, but no, they're dusted by the Doublade. And that thing's going to be an Aegis Slash here in short order. Bang right there as Neverix goes in on Geese, gets another little choke slam action. That's a KO on the War Turtle. That's more points in for Neverix, and another stack. That's a stack.
You cannot hang out, by the way, I own that, you owe me money. You cannot hang out near that Buzzwole. It will pick you up and slam your friend onto its head. You will get a KO using your ally. So incredibly mean there from Neverix. What a play. I'm loving watching this Buzzwole here as both teams getting ready for this objective. Zephyr Esports has 4 members down here. Now still sort of trickling in as Regirock's getting incredibly low already, looking for the secure right here. And it's hello.
Let's go. Harai again making it happen. The last hit wonderkin on AO Silent, getting it done for Zephyr Esports, giving a chance in this one. There's a hyperspace highway kicked open, throw to the top path. Here comes the War Turtle coming through. I cannot believe they are not a Blastoise yet. We were talking about War Turtle 2 minutes ago. The action is underway. That's a huge rock tomb. That's going to prevent them to hit the goal zone, and then they have to catch the reset. But Zephyr Esports looking sharp out here, Spraggles. I like this team.
How is Harai able to secure with obviously an amazing Pokemon like Espeon, but a real sharpshooter getting every single objective? And now we see it on the Clefable. This must be a solo queue player. They know if no one's going to secure it, it's got to be them.
And Zephyr Esports treating them like that too. They're saying, look, we are Harai. Let's go do what we want. They'll get it. No problems. This goal zone's gonna get dusted in short order. Adesu just hitting another goal. That thing's down to 4, squared up for a good overcap later on. As Zephyr Esports, all about this Regieleki. Classics playing some good defense here. Rock tombing around, buying a lot of time. That Regieleki's gonna hit. And that's gonna open up the opportunity for a big overdunk if Geese doesn't keep this thing from going in. Oh, the big portal just in time. Here comes the rest of the squad. Aegis Slash engages. Classics is getting tough. Geese is getting low. They pick up a berry. Adesu engaged on by the big time Garchomp. Dragon Rush, baby. Unite move comes out. That is a rapid spin. That's a typhoon happening all over the top of this Regieleki. It still hasn't hit. 3 players down for Nouns Esports, just 1 for Zephyr. They're hanging tight, but it's Gatlu, the Greedent God, making it happen on top of the goal zone. It hits, but what is a squirrel to a dragon, Spraggles? Nothing. Goal zone gone.
Wow, Zephyr Esports once again just making it look easy in these fights that feel like, I mean, they're fighting on this goal zone. It seems like they're going to be behind, but I mean, they're not that far behind when you can pick one of them up and just smack them down on the head. That Buzzwole already hitting level 11 right there. And as we talked about last match, that's its power spike. Level 11 gives it the ability to just reset those slams. It's going to be incredible here for Zephyr as they are prepping to fight here over Registeel, just kind of zoning the enemy team out. Here comes the Hoopa Unite now. Nouns Esports coming through.
Yeah, they're throwing fists. The Delphox Unite comes out. That thing is dusted before you can even look at it. Delphox gets credit for that. The Registeel goes to them. Aegislash goes down. 2 players down for Nouns Esports again. And they're trying to pivot on Classics. They're trying to make it happen. It's Bruv pinning them down. Classics goes down. Eichels is just trying to hold on, but you need to get out, kid. There's too many players here. 3 players down for Zephyr Esports. And Nouns may not have taken the objective, but they took the body very well and adjusted and got something for their troubles in that bottom path.
Wow, I mean, what a fight there from Nouns. They actually came back and made that look pretty good for them, even though they weren't able to get that objective. Once again, everything going to the side of Zephyr Esport here. Objective-wise, though, and level-wise, they're looking extremely good. Green, though, just being a slippery little squirrel, getting out of that one, saying, too many members of Zephyr right here. I think I'm going to head home.
Yeah, decent look there by the Greedon, but you can see where they're peeling down. Nouns Esports in the bottom path, getting some points in down there, or at least they're going to try. That's a 40 banger going in for Greedon. Hydro Typhoon comes out of the Blast Lords. They're getting engaged on there like Dasu. That might have been your Unite move, but we do not care. There's 3 of us here pinned up by Classics, Raytown, Eichels getting it done, and this Reggie Lecky is going to be sent down the path because I don't see anybody from Nouns Esports being able to pivot. Geese might open up the highway, but it's still going to be a day late, dollar short. But the question here is that Reggie Lecky actually going to hit, Spraggles?
Yeah, that is the big question. What's Nouns going to do about this? It looks like Zephyr's actually just going to peel off, look for experience all over the map. And I got to say, this is the best I have ever seen Zephyr play. They are so incredibly coordinated in these fights. It feels like they're just setting them up, knocking them down. They know exactly how these Pokemon are going to combo into each other, setting up some huge mystical fires, letting the Delphox just kind of skate around and pick off these KOs as they're looking to push onto this bottom path right here. Delphox setting the Unite on the goal.
Delphox on the goal with a gravity tandem. Going to try and use that to leverage and engage with the rapid spin water spout. Desu buys a ton of time. Harai forced to retreat, and Bruv caught in the backside. Can never close them out as Eichels is looking for that KO. And Zephyr Esport, really, they just want to take this Snorlax and maybe peel back a little bit. Garchomp is engaging by themselves. Can the team pick them up? No, they go down in short order, and look at them blinking out of existence just in time. A legendary hyperspace hole there by the Hoopa Geese getting it done. Registeel's on the map. Zephyr Esport wants another.
Yeah, Zephyr Esports would love to have this, but actually Nouns is finally in a great position around an objective. 20 seconds left, and Zephyr says, if we lose this fight right now without a couple of our players, we might lose the entire game. Peeling off, hiding inside the tall grass right here, looking to see if they can get a pick. They're ready to try to make something happen. They see Gotlu running by. He's got no points, so he's not going to be able to go and back cap or do anything right there. Desu moving in. The question is, who's going to start this fight? Bruv throwing up the little block right there. We've got the Rock Tomb coming in, and actually this thing seems to be kicking off.
They tried to keep everybody from the hyperspace hole, or Gravity's right there. Crustal Unite comes out. Snorlax is down. Bruv is down there dusting them. Hydro Typhoon comes out. Desu bites the dust. 2 players down. They got to just find the sword. Where's the sword? Wide guard from Red Maw. They have to peel back. Where's the Greedon, though? They're on the backside. The Gravity comes through. They're ripping this thing in half. The Hoopa Unite comes out to try to pull the team through. They're throwing the fist. They're trying to stun them down. Big slam. If they're going to get the Aegislash to sort this out, the Unite with, that's a big swing. But it's a Hoopa. It's Geese. And 4 players down for Zephyr Esports. That's all 5, 10, Jack, Queen, King. That's another ace for Nouns Esports, and holy smokes, put a period, signed, sealed, delivered, duck it time.
What an incredible match from Nouns Esports. Way more competitive than last time. And then this fight, we thought the sword might come in. That Aegislash massive Unite move, slamming it down, trying to get the secure. But it was the lasers from the Hoopa with the big secure on Ray, wiping the entire team there for Zephyr. What a crushing defeat for Zephyr, who has been playing some lights out Pokemon Unite today, as Nouns Esports is continuing to rein in the points right here. They're taking this game right now 759-132.
I'm taking a look at Zephyr Esports' weakness here, and it looks to be the last 2 minutes of the game, Spraggles. They looked so good for 9 minutes in game 1, so good for 8 minutes here in game 2, and it just seemed a weird team engage. They're sieging this goal zone. All the Unites are hitting, but the Greedon just belching all over them with that halitosis that they've got. The Gravity comes out as well. That goal zone still stands. Hoopa Unite as well. We're in garbage time, Spraggles. Now it's all about padding the stats.
They looked incredible throughout this series. I think Zephyr Esports, without question, is a team to watch. Going up against the EU champions from last year, Nouns Esports. I'm so incredibly impressed with Zephyr here. I thought they played phenomenally. Just like me, they seem to struggle in those final 2 minutes. Oh, the final 2 minutes, Dupe Snacks. It's why I always lose. Or it's my allies. Yeah, it's never me. It's never me.
Well, we play often together, Spragle, so you can just blame it on me. Always my fault. Always old Snacks not getting it done. But Gatlu certainly sorts it out here for Nouns Esports. I'm, like you said, I am at a loss for words at how impressive Zephyr Esport was in this particular matchup. You know, I'm glad we got to watch them. Harai, you absolute legend. If they had won, they would have been definitely where I would have tipped my cap for MVP. But I think Gatlu is a good a choice of any for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, incredible. Gatlu on the green. You know, maybe his signature Pokemon, although I guess you can have 10 signature Pokemon when you're that good. Nouns Esports right here just looking phenomenal ahead in that game. And, you know, you'll notice that that last fight wasn't going extremely well for them, but they were ahead on points and they were ahead in this series. So they can actually make some riskier plays and try to take out Zephyr Esports. And they did just that. Ooh, look at those damage numbers. 120K coming up from the Garchomp. 106 from the Delphox, but not to be beat too bad. We got a Desu with 102,000 on the Blastoise.
Yeah, this is really where you got to give your time to shine here to your support players. Harai, 122K healed, was really a recipe or a key component to Zephyr Esports' success when they were finding it on this map. Of course, last hitting the first baseman Reggie like an absolute hero for the squad. But of course, Gatlu getting the tip of the cap on the other side. A great showdown, great teams, and a great way for you and I to kick off our UCS season.
Yeah, what fantastic games that we get to start with right here, watching the former EU champs show you all why they were the former champs. Let's take a look at some big moments throughout that game. And I mean, it was full of them. Zephyr playing phenomenally early on.
This is the epitome of a slobber knocker, my friend. They were going back and forth and it looked good. Raytao getting the KO here on Geese early, and that was a great way for them to get that early level lead that this type of Pokemon like Garchomp needs.
Look at that nice big double KO from Aegislash in that center right there as they're trying to chase down a Desu. The War Turtle picking him up, slamming him down. Well, use your friend. They'll KO you.
Yeah, just grab Hoopa by the rings and slam him through a turtle. That's how it's done, I think. I'm pretty sure. It's like when a bird picks up a rock and drops it on a turtle shell so that they can, you know, like eat the turtle. That's pretty much what happened, but, you know, with Pokemon.
That's exactly, you stole the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say, it's like when a bird drops a rock on a turtle to eat it. And here we are up in the top path, watching this Regieleki fight where Zephyr looked amazing, huge secure here in the bottom path as well. And this is when Nouns actually started to fight back. Let's take a look at this pit action here. Rayquaza getting very, very low. It looked like it was actually going to be secured by Aegislash. It's the Unite move and then the huge secure from Hoopa.
Yeah, and of course, that kicked open, that Aegislash not only clipped the objective Rayquaza, but it also hit a ton of players on Zephyr Esports. And then between the Greedent and those Hoopa Unbound fists flying, they were able to scrub the whole team, all five. And that was the beginning of the end for Zephyr Esports and their run here at the UCS February.
Take a look at Gatlu right here on the Greedent. I'm loving the item choice. Double stacking. You got that attack weight. You got that Ao's cookie or Ao's biscuit. We're over there in the EU, and an energy amplifier, making those Unite moves real big and tasty. I mean, you just love watching this player on a Pokemon like this because it doesn't get a lot of play. However, when you see it get play, Dupe Snacks, it's by one of the best in the game.
Without a doubt. And I like how Gatlu just decided to go with the Humble Potion as their item here. One of my personal favorite battle items to take into the Thea Sky Ruins. I'm glad to see that I line up with some of the best players on the planet in that decision. But Spraggles, hey, we gotta wrap this thing up because we got more action coming on the horizon. There we go. That's words. I can say them. Go for it. Break it down.
You got the words, my friend. We're going to be seeing Time to Shine go up against Nouns Esports, and then the winner of that's going to be heading up to the grand finals to see if anyone can beat Talibobo Believers. I don't know about you, but I'm a Talibobo believer, my friend, so we will see if anyone can take a game off of them.
Well, they're going to have to certainly try. In Nouns Esports, we've seen, we'll see if history can repeat itself and they can win here and then make it and do a grand finals reset like they did in February. But here we go. March Cup registration opens February 18th on Battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. And if your team needs members or if you're a solo player looking to get into the UCS action, don't worry. After registering, you can hop in that Discord and find some teams to play with over there in the official UCS Discord. So there you go. Spraggles, you and I, Tea and biscuit time. We had it before, we'll have it again. We're going on ice. Peace, love, and hugs. We'll be back after the break.
Bye. Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series here for the 2023 season. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! And today we are talking about the battleground where all of our competition is taking place this season, Thea Sky Ruins. Remote Stadium is no more. For 2023, all of our battles are here on Thea Sky Ruins. Zapdos is out, Rayquaza is in. So, what's different? What's the same? And what is the strategy on this brand new map? Let's talk about it. First off, what is the same? This is still Pokemon Unite. You're scoring in goal zones. There's a big fight at the end of the map, and we have objectives top and bottom, as well as buffs and berries and all the things you expect in a match of Pokemon Unite. Now on to what's new, and a short answer could be everything, and the long answer is okay, here we go. The final battle is very different. I mentioned that Zapdos is gone and Rayquaza is here. Not only does scoring change near the end of the game, but your ability to position around this final fight is very different than it was before. Not only that, we have different objectives that spawn in the map. Rotom and Dreadnought are gone and the Regis have taken their place. The bottom Regis, each one providing a different buff, and the top Reggie Alecki, is now this powerhouse of an extra team member that moves towards enemy goals. The strategy is very, very different on this map, and you're going to see some incredibly exciting matches on Thea Sky Ruins. So what is the strategy now, and how does this affect competitive play? One of my favorite things about this is that teams from different regions are finding different ways to play in this map. Some teams are prioritizing the bottom path, while other teams are prioritizing the top path, using that Regieleki to get them a huge point advantage. All the while, teams are figuring out that with so many more wild Pokemon on the map, there are many opportunities to mess with their opponents and invade their central areas. One of my favorite strategies that we're seeing is that Pokemon are now not really confined to either the top or bottom path. They are moving all over, putting pressure on the enemy at every single point they can, while we are still finding a way to fight in the center at the 2-minute mark. So now you can see how the new map is going to affect this championship season in some really exciting ways. But of course, we have new Pokemon and new updates as well. It's going to be amazing. Make sure you don't miss a minute of the action and that you are subscribed to Unite Esports on Twitter and Pokemon Unite on YouTube. And also, if you're watching the broadcast in Spanish or Portuguese, make sure that you are following Unite LatAm and Unite Brazil on Twitter for all the latest Pokemon Unite Championship Series news. This is Jake, your resident content cowboy, saying, I love you, and goodbye.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UNITE Championship Series EU February Finals. I'm Sophie-chan. Once again, we're back here. With me, I have Relic. How have we come back to this, where we have Nouns Esports fighting their way through a lower bracket run again?
It's madness, Soph. It's madness. And shout out to the lovely Doomstacks and Spraggles. I'm glad they get a break. They need to rest their voices after that one. Heartbreaking for Zephyr Esports, but they're sadly out of the picture. Nouns Esports remains in it. Who's going to paint the prettiest one after this series? Time to shine, of course, fresh off a 2-0 sweep from Tally Bobo Believers. Look, it's a great squad. I think they just got outplayed on a number of points.
Yes, we have the crew here for Time to Shine, and we can have a look as well at the Nouns Esports crew: Giz, Gadlu, Adesu, Redmore, and Brav. Of course, we had Gutlu as being the player to watch, player of the game in this previous match. And what a tough series was it, Relic? They had a very insanely close first game, and then all of a sudden they turned it back onto the second game.
Yeah, it's insane, isn't it? The sort of like the pièce de résistance, right? The clutch factor, we like to call it. Being able to be under the cosh for so long in a game, and yet when it matters most. Pulling a rabbit out the hat, or pulling a Lopunny out the hat, I guess, as it would be in Pokemon, and finding a win, not necessarily from nothing, but when you're on the back foot. And Nouns Esports has so much experience in doing this. Yes, of course, they'd rather be the team dominating, but they've shown not once, but twice that despite Zephyr Esports, I think Spraggle's hit the nail on the head, playing as well as we've ever seen them, they can still ride that wave and look good doing it as well. We're into our first draft then for this lower finals series, and Soph, I don't know if you're on the same wavelength as me on this one, but you're surely looking, if you're anyone on Time to Shine, thinking maybe Greedon, maybe Clefable, to get both of them go Clefable, so only one Pokemon going to be banned from this entire draft.
Yeah, Relic, we're not going to have any Moonlight, any Gravity, any Follow Me this time around. But I have to say, one person that was coming on so clutch last game had to be Giz on the Hooper. You said they were taking a rabbit out of the hat, they were taking a rabbit out of the hoop, and that's how they were winning that match, because the stun onto Rayquaza to be able to get the secure was insane.
Oh, it's incredible, wasn't it? And it does not surprise anyone, I don't think, to see Gecko Kami stealing that away from Geese. No, we are going to disable you from doing what you did in that previous series. And following it up with a Slowbro and a Mew, no surprises there. Of course, no surprises either in a Shifu being picked up by Nouns Esports. A Garchomp, of course, you've got Bruv on their favored Snorlax. Geese picking up the Blissey, of course. All of these players on Pokemon is set to change. Saryu, though, going back to Lucario did not serve him well. A bit of a surprise there against Tally Bobo Believers, and yet we know when he's at his best exactly what he could do. Chelvin running out that roster, by the way, with a Talonflame. We've seen a couple of those popping up in EU.
Yeah, it's true. We saw that Pokemon getting hovered a couple of times, but this is the first time that we're going to see this here against Nouns Esports, and Time to Shine really have to live up to their name right now. We saw Evelyn onto that Mew. It was when they were dropped down to the lower bracket, unfortunately, when they lost. So we hope to see, as you said, Saryu on the Lucario really getting things done in Thea Skyburns this time around. I have to say, I am scared of Gutlu with the Urshifu.
I think that anybody would be scared. Yeah, fun fact, I actually met Gutlu in ranked. I don't know whether he knew too much about it, but he was actually on the Shifu. Spoiler alert, things didn't end well for good old Relic. Hearts out in chat. I took one for the team, unfortunately, but I'm sure that they're going to be hoping to take a point for their team. Of course, once again, it's a best of three, folks, and so even if either of these teams are to lose that game number one, still time in the series to find a recovery, to find a reverse sweep. In the orange, well, that's going to be where we find Nouns Esports. In the purple, Time to Shine onto Thea Sky Ruins we go. So
yes, we do. We have both Pokemon here, the little Talonflame, the little Urshifu, going in their base forms in the central area. Getokami are going to help here with the as a Slowpoke, and there's something that Time to Shine had been doing previously in this EU February finals, and I think it's a nice composition, but I haven't seen them really perfect how they need to play that, and especially against Nouns Esports, you gotta be very precise on how you do things.
We're eyeing up the stackings for Saryu. I think we want to see him ideally getting up onto 3-4 by the opening minute and a half or so. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a little bit of danger, as will Bruv. Oh, the peck, but no pick. Unfortunately, the Fletchinder forced to retreat, but we are going to find a couple of scores. We're going to see that evolution onto the Slowbro for Gecko Kami.
Yes, Time to Shine really pressuring here in the bottom path. Very interesting, especially going for such a tanky option is Bruv on the Snorlax in the top path, though. Kelvin is already here once again. They have rotated all throughout the map, packing away, stealing your berries. Oh, there is none, and they're just going to try to score a little more while the pressure is still going in the top path, Relic.
Went into the shop, stole the fruit, acrobatics your way out, simple as. Time to Shine with some excellent early dominance in both paths in must be said. Nouns Esport, though, look, they've been on the back foot for 2 games in a row up against Zephyr Esport. They've got the, I think, the calm and the mental to be able to just, you know, keep things under wraps. There's no need to sell yourself short. Everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be okay. Certainly, if you're able to get a pick on Saryu, that might be the case, as Eveling forced out of hometown here. Time to shine, forced back on the bottom path, and that's mostly because Gatlu was strayed down there to add a little extra support, now heading to that central area to pick up the second set of clouds.
Yes, and that's something that Brav on the Snorlax is always going to do. Be zoning all throughout the day. Just going on those heavy slams and getting people out of the fight. Because you don't want that solar beam to be hitting anyone, just the poor old Snorlax. Because they have enough health, they have enough healing. Adessa has joined the party, 3v2. Godblue as well, dealing damage, but so is the boosted attack from Mew. Evelyn is trying to get the damage going with the Electro Ball. Adessu's going to be the one to take the Slowbro down. The Hoopa is coming around again, and that helps Mew take down the enemy Glaceon Relic.
Nouns Esports finding everyone but Ebeling at the moment, and therefore they are not able to push onto that zone as much as they would like. Looks like we do have a full rotation down for the Roulette Reggie here on bottom path. Time to shine, a little bit more of a split push, but they do of course have that Hoopa to relocate should they wish, and so leaving it a little bit late, sure, but they've got the time to spare. Moving down onto the Reggie Rock, just flying through that health bar, and Nouns Esports, a solo striker, Shifu once again, a wicked blow, a wicked steal away from Time to Shine.
Yes, and they managed to do that, as every Urshifu has been able to do all throughout the February finals here on EU. But we're still continuing this party. Mystical Mirage has been popped. Damage are going to go on to Redmore. Electro Ball finishes them off. They don't have a boosted attack. Oh, they go forward on that escape button, but they still end up falling from the Icicle Spears. Damage is still trying to go on to Hayat. Oh no, the knockup is gonna seal the deal, and an extra 34. Oh, or is it Gecko Kami coming for the rescue?
Oh, Gecko Kami, this is wonderful work. The zone does eventually go down. The 37 popped by Gatlu, and now they're all surrounding him. They want to get that pick. Lovely exit plan here from Geese, utilizing not just the soft boiled, but the Bliss assistance as well. They're gonna take this one on the forefront. Bang, 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 bang goes the Icicle Spear. Eventually gets the pick on Slowbro. Solar Beam gonna pick away a load of those clouds. Even the Altaria to be mopped up by the Nouns Esports. Reggie Alecki still hasn't been touched at this point, but we do have that slow rotation upwards now. Of course, Time to Shine forced into a little bit of a retreat, but all 5 of those players now looking towards that yellow Reggie.
Yes, they're gonna do that right now as they're joining here. So the beam is gonna miss everyone, but the cooldown on that is not that long. You can still have plenty of opportunity to engage once again. Redmore is now enough of a Garchomp to be able to go in on this one. The damage from Godlu still missing a little bit. Redmore also going down on health. Nice Lucario Unite move. Snipe them away, and Eveline just comes in with a Mystical Mirage to try to seal the deal, get everything done, push in a little bit more. 19 points over Dunk there. Quick maths for Soph, and a Reggie Alecki for Time to Shine.
Last gasp aura cannon from Saryu. Almost like they were literally just sent back to base in the nick of time for Time to Shine, I should say. Doing so much great work, but of course we have that second Roulette Reggie now, and Nouns Esports, they've got to immediately go to the bottom path. They almost had it stolen away, should we say, via the Hooper Unbound. Yet Nouns Esports were able to pick that up. So that's one Reggie Rock, that's one Reg Ice, but they've lost the Reggie Alecki, forced to place that Glaceon onto the top part just to try and defend away. Meanwhile, Time to Shine looking to break this first time. Down comes the Talonflame. Fly. How much do they have any health, Chelvin? I'm not entirely sure we're reading that correctly. Back to base, there you go. In the meantime, Nouns Esports continuing to try and fend off this base. It is effectively 2 versus 4 though. Finally, no, surely, yes, Time to Shine with the points advantage.
Yes, they have the points advantage, but now they're falling quickly, Relic. Oh, are they though? The Hooper clutch. The portal is gonna take everyone back massive ace, and that guarantees such a sweet escape for Time to Shine, as we're gonna try to get some XP going, get those wild Pokemon down, nom on those levels, so we can wait for the next Regis to spawn. And Time to Shine has been showing a lot of great potential against Nouns Esports. You gotta be worried for Godlu, we gotta be worried for Bruv, and we're gonna see how they're going to deal against this one, because we're all looking at a Nouns Esports lower bracket run, very long one, and we have arrived to the last moment that will guarantee who is going to be in the grand finals of the EU February finals.
Oh, Geese looking across the Thea Sky Ruins with puppy dog eyes. That Hooper was mine, he says. Well, the Hooper's running away. Hi, Yat says, and bye, ya, and moves back onto the zone to at least retreat away from that very threatening still Shifu. Gonna clean up these clouds, more EXP into the pool they go. And honestly, looking at the scores overall and indeed the level game, so it's really, there's nothing in it. I think in comparison to our Zephyr Esports series that we watched previously, Nouns Esports with a much better platform going into the final 2 minutes. That said, there is no platform to take that Regieleki. They have waylaid that option to prioritize the Reg Ice. More global XP, gonna have that improved health regen across the next minute and a half or so. They've allowed Redmore to remain on that top path with the Garchomp, got Bruv in support as well, so that Regieleki shouldn't be threatening, really gonna clean that up quite nicely actually, just in time for Rayquaza. Final 2 minutes, anybody's game here in round number 1.
Yeah, Relic, I appreciate the decision from Nouns Esports and going for the Rage Ice. They're going to have the extra healing, as you mentioned. The XP Global, which is incredible for them right now. Nobody is below level 11 on the orange side of the map, and they were able to clean that Regieleki so clearly. Right now, they're going for the central area. There's much that can happen here because the points is still a little close, trying to engage on Gecko Kami. A lot of damage going in. The Ice Ghost Spears is not enough just yet. Oh, the Hooper Portal gets them out of dodge, but there's still much fight to be going. Gadlu is in the middle of it. There's so much. Oh, the shielding from Gears, the blissful assistance is enough to keep them going for much longer. And now Esports actually popping a lot on Time to Shine. 2 players on the purple side are getting knocked out. Evelyn is very close to going as well. Faint another. Faint is the entire Time to Shine squad. Nouns Esports guarantees the Rayquaza, and they're gonna push for the goals.
There was a push for the goal earlier on from Time to Shine, hence why that goal lead has indeed increased. But, well, it's going to be overturned in pretty quick succession here. Hundo Burger after Hundo Burger, we are flipping, we are cooking here. If you're a Nouns Esports fan, 542 up to 288. It is not a safe position just yet, especially when you've got that tier 2 zone hanging on the bottom path. Now it's time for the escape route. Now it's time to see what you can do to just hold up Time to Shine, to burn some time off the clock. Tick-tock it goes, and down goes Bruv, the Talent Flame, diving in from the sky. Gatlu, honestly, just sticking around a little bit too long, and Redmore joining them. Interesting. They're sneaking around. They're looking for those extra scores. They don't mind. They've just left Geese on their own on this bottom path. I think they'll get away with it.
Oh my god! Oh my god, it's going to be... no, 200 extra. Now Esports with a 500 lead, and they're going to try to get some defense here. They're going to go for it. Something has been scored. No, it hasn't. The goal is still 100 of 100. And now Esports manages not only a sneak attack, but also a glorious defense relic.
You can almost hear the dusting off of the jackets on that one. What a job. Well done from Nouns Esports. Again, similar sort of echoes to that Zephyr Esports series, but they didn't feel as out of control in this particular series. I think there was always moments where, you know, they were picking up those roulette Regis, for example, picking up all 3 of the roulette Regis. Nice game management as well. Allocating, okay, who's going to go onto that top path? We're going to be giving up Regieleki here. How do we deal with that? Just great communication from all 5 of these players. Should we expect anything less from Nouns Esports? And for Time to Shine, so that's now more heart rate. 3 game losses on the bounce. Do they have the mental? Do they have the steel to reverse sweep the best team, at least coming into 2023 in EU?
Yes, and they were so close. Having a look here at the graph, we saw that they were very close in score right up until that Rayquaza moment where Nouns Esports just flipped it around. Time to Shine tried to go for something very interesting in their full push on the top and the bottom part, but it wasn't quite enough because Nouns Esports was one step ahead, maybe two steps ahead towards their central goal, and they were able to score so much on that. And the sneaky was paid off. They had time to come back and defend as well. So that is amazing from Nouns Esports. Right now, Time to Shine has to have Reggie Steel in their nerves to be able to maintain such a good performance that they had all throughout the match, that now they have to go one step further and make sure that this turns into a Game 3 best of 3.
Extra damage would be nice. Poor Gecko Kami almost tanking 100k damage on their own. It was that failure to find the KOs when it mattered, where we saw Time to Shine fall further and further away. So here's our highlights package, of course. The Roulette Reggies we've already covered, all three of them going the way of Nouns Esports, but every single team fight, it seems that Nouns Esports, again, correct Pokemon allocation, correct player allocation as well. Just a great draft into a great game. Despite lovely moments from this like Sayu where they're picking up a lot of damage with the Aura Cannon, Nouns Esports bounced back every time.
Yes, I think one thing that was very crucial for Nouns Esports composition was how they were able to go on Evelyn. Aside from the very, very beginning of the game, first 2 minutes or so, we had Garchomp, we had a Shifu, we had Snorlax, even the Glaceon just going into the backline and getting the damage onto the carries, onto that attacker, and not leaving any room for the Talonflame to try to do damage as well. So when the Talonflame was going up in the air, it was just to try to escape, and this fight on the Rayquaza really was what sealed everything into the deal. They got so much done, especially with the shielding, especially with the assistance from the Blissey, and from then on they just managed to not only score with the Rayquaza but also keep a nice strategy to get things done even when the rest of the team had spawned.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, Nouns Esports, this early trip through the trap door into the lower bracket, it might actually have done them the world of good. They've been building up momentum, going through Woof Woof, going through Zephyr Esports. Now, one game away from finding themselves in the grand finals. Gatlu, look, they're on a Shifu. They got themselves the bear buff, running that attack wave. But really, it's, you can have a great Pokemon, so you've got to use it great as well. And for Gatlu, he can main so many Pokemon. Great to see him dealing the damage and really making a difference for Nouns Esports.
Yes, and that's one thing that they have to be worried if they get to the grand finals, because they're going to be facing the Taliboba Believers, and against the Toon Slim, it will be just the same match of two insane players that can go a lot of Pokemon in their roster.
Yeah.
But we're still into this finals here, so there's a lot that could still happen. To me, Relic, I think Time to Shine just has to try to breathe a little, drink some water, maybe some warm tea. We're in EU after all. Drink some tea, get their nerves down, and just relax a bit. Think about how Nouns Esports has played and what you can do to change it.
Got to hydrate, got to think as well. We saw that first pick, of course, in the round 1 draft phase being the Hooper, which, to be fair, it's a great Pokemon nowadays anyway, as, it was back in the World Championships of 2022, but obviously there's been a bit of a period in Pokemon Unite where it's kind of fallen away from the meta. It's come back with a vengeance, and it just feels to me like they saw what Nouns Esports did in that previous series, and they're like, gotta take that away from them. And honestly, Hayat was good, but was it a difference-making Hooper performance? I'm not entirely sure. It just seems to me like Time to Shine have a lot of great players at their disposal, and maybe they should be looking to play more to their own strengths, and then trying to dismantle Nouns, because we've already seen Nouns has that flexibility to deal with whatever the teams are throwing at them.
Yeah, not only the flexibility, I feel like they just have this very unbreakable defense.
Yeah.
And I totally agree with you there, Relic. They gotta play to the things that they know work, and it's something that you mentioned earlier in the broadcast. Do what is right, not what might work. Just do what is right, which is do what you know how to play, and then you build up your strengths to try to take down their weaknesses and not try to go around, because in the sneaky manner, Nouns Esports was definitely the one to come out on top. So this time around, time to shine. I want from them, for example, something that is a little more solid, that can defend the attackers more rather than the Talonflame, for example. I think Hooper was incredible. I believe they were really good at what they had to do, the clutch portals, the Hooper unbounds, getting people into the fights. I think it was super well executed. I don't think the problem relied there. I think the problem was the rest of the composition in the draft mode that didn't really connect as much as I felt the Nouns Esports did.
Certainly didn't help that it was Clefable selected by both teams, of course, and so you're not limiting the overall pool as much as you would like. Well, now the players have got, they've already been thinking about what they're going to ban next. We've got 15 seconds until we find out exactly what they've gone for. Will we see double Clefable again, or will Time to Shine react? Again, we haven't really seen Urshifu banned away. Seems like for the majority of teams, it's like, okay, one of the teams is going to have him. If it's not us, let's deal with it. There is the Hooper from Time to Shine, taking it off the board, even taking it off the board for themselves. Clefable, that's what Nouns Esports are sticking with, and they're going to be sticking with Gatlu on the Urshifu. That's what I was worried about.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be worried about if you're Time to Shine, because for Nouns Esports, well, you gave us the opportunity, we're gonna do it again. Gatlu has gotten so many player of the day, and you just gotta stick with it.
Yeah.
And it looks like Nouns Esports is listening to our advices more than Time to Shine is, but we'll see how this is still going to go. Hayat's now on the Mew. Very interesting switch there. Gecko coming once again on the Snorlax. Bruv. Okay.
Well,
coming out from the Snorlax that has been picked and into a Garchomp. Would you look at that?
well, yeah, right now I think it's going to be Ebeling on that Mew once they've all sorted out who's actually going to play what. I think they're just locking in Garchomp there for Redmore as well. Delphox, that'd be nice. Oh, with the Machamp, okay, they're hovering, they're switching around, they're making us guess. Is it going to be random? No, it's going to be Eldegoss, a little bit more of a sane choice than perhaps we were hoping for. And what's his final couple of Pokemon going to be? Looks like we might have a Wigglytuff locked in. Redmore has been stuck on that Wigglytuff for a long time. Now they switch away from it. Maybe the Gardevoir, potentially Fairy Singularity, great for that suppression. We're going to have Mr. Mine thrown in there. Glaceon rounding out the roster once more.
Yes, and Zoroark is being hovered right now.
Ooh, okay.
Very nice. I think this completes Time to Shine's composition really well, Relic. They're going to have the melee damage, while on the side of Hayat and Ebeling, you're going to have the range. And I think it works really well for them, especially with the possibility of engage from Gecko Kami as well. So I'm very happy with draft for the orange team. On the side of Nouns Esports, I already like it. You had Gatler on the first pick, so I'm already in.
Me too. I'm in on Nouns Esports, certainly. I still have them to win personally. I know everyone's like, oh, but Talibobo believers and Talibobo believers are great, but there's just something special about this Nouns roster. When push comes to shove, they find a way to make it happen. I agree with you also. Time to Shine, I think, part of the problem is how do you activate Saryu? For me, a little bit underwhelming so far in the tournament that we've watched, at least, been really struggling to get into the fights against these really top echelon EU players. And to give them Zoroark, you're giving up a little bit of real estate in the final 2 minutes, perhaps, where Zoroark's influence starts to wane. However, early game, oh my goodness me, this Pokemon can be a disaster for the opposition. Watch out for them as they look to head into not just the pass, but into the enemy forest, Soph. They are going to be looking to seal away the buffs.
Yes, they are. Sneaky little first base evolution Zoroark.
Very nice.
It's going to take this one, Saryu, with the 6 Eos energy. Going for a nice flank, maybe just a stacking. Yes, there you go. But one thing that I wanted to mention, Relic, is how you said that Nouns Esports, they have a very good fan base, don't they? And it is one of the few teams that hasn't changed much or at all in their roster from the previous season, from the World Championships, where they were the runner-ups, the finalists, taking the 2nd place. So it's very exciting to see them going for, once again, the beginning of the season, EU February finals with a lower bracket run. But now we're into the 2nd game of these loser finals. Eberlin trying to get as much EXP as possible. 3 people already from Nouns Esports. They managed to get most of that. And Snorlax, where did you go?
Where did they go? They've gone back to base. That's where they've gone. Enabling smartly, staying away from the goal zone. Oh, Mr. Mime on the run. Pick up the fruit. I'll meet you back at base. And now here comes Saryu. Oh, the Night Slash. Is it a double KO? Gatlu stays up and around just for a little bit longer. Surrounded and eventually taken down. Time to shine, an important pick, but perhaps the damage has already been done. Stacks abound.
Yeah, stacks abound. Nouns Esports ran on 83 points. A very nice little breach there in regards to score. On the top half, they got a lot going on the bottom half as well, with that very nice flank coming in from Gadlu and the Ashifu. But when they came back with the Zoroark, it just worked out so well here in the central area. Most of it, I think it was kind of split on this one. So good for both teams there, as they're all just trying to get to their Unite moves. They're trying to get to their final evolutions and be able to fight these first Reggies of the game as best as they can.
Saryu is so eager to pick off more individuals. 1v1 specialists for sure. They're going to transition down onto the bottom path now, where we see that Mr. Mime combo with the Glaceon. Oh, it is brutal. It is devastating. The knocker from the heavy slam. You're not going to get that very good, sir. Wowzers. Huge damage goes through from Saryu, and in comes Gatlu on the Urshifu to try and protect that zone from any more scores. In comes a Night Slash again. 60% of the health bar gone in a flash. Chelvin, the Solar Beam, just out of range.
Oh, that was really close. So clutch there for the Gadlu Urshifu. But we are arriving. The first one is going to be Regice. The team on the purple side trying to join as well, while Time to Shine is gathering. Nice slam is going to get people away. But the first person to not shine is going to be Gadlu, falling so shortly, followed by the Mr. Mime. And Time to Shine is getting all the priority on this first one. They seal the deal, and they're most likely going to try to score, get the Regieleki, and right now, this is a very good start for them.
Sensational unleash of the Nightfall Days there from Saryu. A real heavy hitter of a Unite move, and it showed. Now to rotate up onto top path. That Regieleki is next, and they will be most eager to break that first tier zone. No zone's gone, actually. I think this is the longest that we've gone in this series, where there have been no zone breaks. But that said, they have spent a little bit of time looking to get these wild Pokemon down, and now they go in for it. Saryu, that front line, heads back to the Regieleki. Watch out for Gatlu on the Urshifu, and they're going to get there! I thought they weren't going to get there in time! Never mind me! The burst! The steal! The nick away! Are they going to pay for it with a KO? Yes, they are! They are really not happy with that Time to Shine. All of the hard work gone to waste. The Bliss assistance. Nouns Esports trying to protect the zone. The fanciful fireworks doing their job. Oh, the 30 not going to go down there from Hayat, and there's the limit outrage. The power nap in response doesn't matter. Your Aldagos is gonzo.
Yes, they are. Gonzo Redmore trying to do as much damage as they can. Oh, Giz is gonna fall. Damage from Saryu is quite enough. Just 2 players against Saryu. And the Mew, of course, being very far away, but still able to do so much. Unfortunately for Nouns Esports, they got the nick on it, but they didn't get to score anything on that goal. No extra dunks. The heavy slam hits, and Surrey gets the final blow. Redmore trying to escape. 3 members following them down to base. There's no berries this time around. Redmore has to retreat, and Time to Shine secures a lovely 39-29 over dunk, I believe that was, for Time to Shine on the top half goal.
Sold out, out of stock. Come back tomorrow. Maybe you'll find some berries then. Roulette Reggie awaits down on the bottom path, and Time to Shine. It's a bit of rhythm. There's no jazz here. It's just plenty of blues. It's nice and smooth. Nice use of that suppression once again to take down that first tier zone, and in tow take the points lead. Time to Shine. Their eyes now fully fixed on this Reggie steal. What a great boon this would be to pick up a special attack buff, and they are going to get it this time. Saryu takes it away. Down goes Chelvin. There's the Solar Beam. Redmore sticking around. They're looking for the pick on the Glaceon. They get it. Saryu popping off.
Yes, they are. And finally, after you said Relic, then maybe they seem to be underperforming a little bit on the games that we had on the broadcast. Sorry, showing what they came here to do, to not get knocked down of the February finals and proceed into the grand finals themselves. They're going to go for a nice rotation for Regieleki. I don't know if the rest of Nouns Esports is that much interested, as Shifa's still a little far away, but they're all just positioning to get the area dominated B in the tall grass. Right now, Gadlu has arrived. They're going to try to go in very swiftly. Adesu has all the Asco shots. They're going to get that passive down, but they're getting a lot of damage on those HP bars. Oh, the damage, the fanciful fireworks, and Delphox Kelvin is going to do so much here. Not only do they take everyone down, but also the buff.
Gatlu was waiting for the invitation on the Regieleki. Soryu didn't let them. It appears that Nouns Esports, they bought themselves a seasonal ticket to the struggle bus. Every time it looks like we're finally starting to see Nouns Esports build up some momentum, they are held back in some form or another. Now listen, it's not the end of the world, of course. We still have that crucial Rayquaza fight, Time to Shine, been an excellent response from them here in game number 2. However, we saw that Zephyr Esports were strong across 2 games, and yet those final 2 minutes saw their charge collapse.
That is a very interesting Mystical Mirage, considering that Ebeling on the Mew probably has the amplifier item that's going to be swiftly recharged, so I don't mind it that much because we're very close to Rayquaza, but interesting nonetheless. We'll see how that's going to go, if that's going to be a big difference. If now Spots even knows that happened, I believe there was someone in the air, I think it was the Mr. Mime, so that spot might be something really good for Nouns Esports in this one. Regieleki on the block, 10 seconds for them to deal as much damage as they can. 4 players from Nouns Esports, 5 now, zoning them away. The fanciful fireworks are there, the solar beam also hits, but it was a little bit early, and the Mew, actually the Glaceon, gets the final blow on that, and it's going to be great as a defense mechanism, a boost for Nouns Esports before this big old fight happens in the central area, Brady.
That's a solid yikes, folks. That is a Unite move wasted, potentially. Snorlax out of dodge, scoring 40 on the top path, perhaps unnecessarily, and they're going to lose the Rayquaza. Time to Shine have fumbled the basket. All the fruit has fallen out. It's time for a cleanup on Isle. Thea Sky Ruins. Nouns Esports, they spread away. They score those points. They flip the burgers. Nouns Esports continue to stride forward with purpose.
It's time for Nouns Esports, and what I mentioned with Mew not having that Unite move, that was so crucial. I think Nouns Esports played around that perfectly, because as soon as Mew got knocked down, that's when they got the Unite move back. So that was essential for Nouns Esports to be able to get that Rayquaza for them. They have scored quite a lot, but it's not that big of an advantage. There's still around 1 minute to go. Bruv is gonna go down as well. They're trying to defend here. Nouns Esports still have both their outer goals still open. Time to Shine going for a big push here on the bottom path. Mystical Mirage is up this time around. Glaceon is going to be securing the top side. Another 100 from Gatlu, and the sneaky pass from Nouns Esports maintains itself, but it's going to get a little scary now.
Salvageable, but they are fighting in the enemy base. There go the fanciful fireworks again. More points scored. 100 points still to find. Do Time to Shine even have the storage supplies? They're going to have to get plenty of KOs. They get one on Gatlu once again, but that's showtime, baby! Lovely work here. The power nap stall out, but it's not enough. Even if they were to score with all 4 of these players, it wouldn't be enough. There's a 10. There's another 20 on top of that. There's another 2 and 18. It's all for naught. Nouns Esports hold on. They're heading to the grand finals.
The only thing that Time to Shine would have to rely on was that 50 on the hands of the Delphox. Unfortunately, they were around 10% HP, so Kelvin wasn't able to do much there. And Nouns Esports secures their way on the choo-choo train to the grand finals of the first EU February finals of 2023 Season 2 of Unite Championship Series.
This hype train, it ain't got no brakes. And look, this was by far and away, at least for me, on broadcast, Time to Shine's best best performance. They activated Saryu just as we were hoping for. It was all a little too little, so all a little too late. He had a great game, but sadly it was entering that final 2-minute period where things started to fall apart. But let's give him credit where credit is due. Time to Shine looking excellent, and if they play more like that heading into March, then things should be looking a little rosier for them.
Yes, it should. And I have to say, I agree with you so much there, Relic. They had the game just on their hands, Time to Shine up until those last 2 minutes. And I think, unfortunately for them, it really came down to the Mew not having their Unite move. Such a good AoE damage, such a good possibility of hiding your teammates with the stealth, with the invisibility. And unfortunately, not having there was just the one key piece that now Esports needed to guarantee the sweep and their way to the grand finals.
Respect to all 10 of these players, respect to all 8 teams, should we say, because when you're playing at such a high velocity, when you got to make these snapshot decisions, sometimes you're going to get them wrong, and we will eventually approach that moment where it all went wrong for Time to Shine. But in the meantime, let's build up to that, shall we? Time to Shine actually on the back foot in the opening couple of minutes or so, but then Saryu entered the fray, and that expected Zoroark influence, oh my goodness me, did it make a difference?
It really did. In the beginning of the game, as you would expect from a Zoroark, he just popped off. Those claws were all around the enemy's faces. I don't know if that is a good image in our heads, but that's exactly what happened. Now Esports, though, guaranteeing so much in the last bit of the fight. Right now, here we see one of the moments that Zoroark once again got the final blow onto the objectives. I think we might see another one here. No, I think this was a nick from Godlu. Was that it?
No.
Was it so?
No, this was it though. This was it. The deployment of the fanciful fireworks in an effort to try and steal that Roulette Reggie away. It didn't work. The mystical Mirage was deployed as well. And really it was a team fight that was unnecessary for Time to Shine to engage in. They'd already put their cards on the table. Nouns Esports was simply responding, and boy, did they respond when it came to Rayquaza. Time to Shine, it felt like they were always just a couple of missteps behind, and despite a really valiant effort here near the end to score as many points as they could, the deficit was simply too great. Of course, Gatlu heading to the enemy home base, dropping that Hundo Burger, but Adesu here on the Glaceon, perhaps a little bit of an understated role, but dealing so much great damage within those team fights, able to shred down that Rayquaza super quick as well.
Yes, they did, and Adesso guaranteeing the player of the game, the MVP slot. We have the build here that they had going on, but let's jump onto the bracket. We're finally reaching the last moments of EU February finals. We had this amazing run. Nouns Esports coming from a drop onto the lower bracket in the semifinals, and then fighting against Zephyr Esports in the sweep. Nouns Esports beating Time to Shine on the sweep, and now Nouns Esports is against Talibobo Believers, and that is going to be the final decision to see who's going to be the champion of February.
2-0, 2-0, 2-0. It reads very nicely, doesn't it? But oh, knock knock, who's there? The grand final awaits on our doorstep. But Soph, if you want to be invited to the March party, then what would you have to do?
Well, February is finished in a little bit. We still have NA going on, but for March, registrations will be open until from the 18th of February on battlefight.com/Pokemon Unite. And of course, if you are a solo player, you're struggling to try to find some friends to play the game with you, you can always go to the Unite Discord, the UCS Discord, to try to find someone and register as a team. So don't forget the dates. You still have a lot of chance to participate in the UNITE Championship Series.
Well, over here in the UK, the sun is down, the moon is up, but Soph and I are going to be getting out the deck chairs. We're going to be relaxing back because we're going to be basking in the glory of this grand finals. Spragle and Doob Snacks, they're going to be taking you through that one, and we'll be enjoying it along with you after this.
Welcome back, trainers, to the second season of Pokemon Unite. Much has happened since competition kicked off last year, leading us to crowning our first ever Pokemon Unite champions in London. But that was just the beginning. 2023 has even more in store for players and fans alike. Let's take a look at this season and see how players will climb their way to the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, and compete for a piece of the $500,000 prize pool. The 2023 season is composed of monthly cups, the AOS Cup, and the regional finals. At the end is, of course, the World Championships. Teams can qualify for a World's invite by earning the most championship points in their region or by winning their regional finals. Championship points, or CP for short, can be earned throughout the season from February to June. During each monthly cup, eligible players can enter the double elimination open qualifiers for a chance to get some CP. The top 8 teams will make it to the monthly finals the following week. At the AOS Cup, the stakes will be raised in this mid-season event. Top teams will be organized into groups for a round-robin competition before squaring off in a double elimination bracket to the finals. Competition is in abundance here as the best teams are pitted against each other for even more CP than in the monthly cups. To make it even more exciting, top finishers will also be going home with a share of their region's $25,000 prize pool. Towards the end of the season, teams will have one last shot at qualifying for the World Championships. This opportunity opens up with the regional finals. The regional finals consist of grouped round-robin competition, with the top teams entering a double elimination bracket. The winning team from each regional finals will represent their region at Worlds with a guaranteed slot. There's also a $50,000 prize pool per region at stake. So expect some of the fiercest matches to happen here as it's all on the line. We can't wait to see how the season shapes up. Which teams will make it to the World Championships? Will we see some favorites from last year once again? Follow along to catch the results in this year's season of Pokémon UNITE.
Here we are, Doob Snacks, the grand finals here for the EU region. Ooh, you can just taste it. It's Goliath versus Goliath. Talibobo Believers against Nouns Esports. This is going to be a Donnybrook.
Donnybrook understatement. Nouns Esports in the same position they found themselves just 1 year ago, fighting through the losers bracket, back into the grand finals, going to be trying scrapping it out for a reset against Talibobo Believers. And that team is looking strong. Take a look at them, Spraggles.
They are amazing. Zervis, Klaus, Utao, Megu, and Toon Slim, each one an MVP in their own right. The question is, who's going to pop off most here in game number 1? I don't know if Talibobo Believers can be beat right now. They are that hot, but they've been on ice for a little bit right now. They're waiting as we see Nouns climbing their way through that losers bracket. They are the hot squad.
Yeah, we've been the GoPro on Nouns Esports run through the losers bracket here. Geese, Galu, Adesu, Redmond, Bruv. They don't really need any introductions. There's your world champion runner-ups last year, looking for just one spot better at Worlds this year, but they've got to fight through the February finals first. And in their way, of course, none other but Toon Slim, the Talibobo Believers. And listen, Talibobo Believers has taken the EU community by storm. They kick the door and they say, we live here now. And they sit here in the grand finals with the Nouns Esports squad that's not quite ready to give up the block.
That's right. I mean, you couldn't write a better situation for Nouns Esports and Talibobo. Talibobo is now looked at as the top dog, even though we're talking about the former world runner-ups here. So Talibobo, they're coming from the winner's bracket. Nouns Esports is going to have to beat him here in this best of 3, and then beat him again, Doob Snacks. We are at our draft.
We are at the draft. Bands are going to be rolling in here in just a moment, and there's so many good choices. You and I have talked about Hoopa, but that hasn't really been banned out in any of the games that we've talked about, and they're both saying Urshifu. No way. The double stamps of that was easy, signed, sealed, get him out of here. No Urshifu, Rapid Strike, or Single Strike.
Hoopa actually getting priority over Mew. I mean, these two Pokemon are obviously unbelievable. It really does feel like whatever you pick, you're giving your opponent something massive. Grabbing the Mew, grabbing the Snorlax, which we've seen Bruv on pretty much all day, and he's been amazing with it.
Yeah, that's allowing the comfort pick of Slowbro to go straight into the hands of the Talibobo believers. They are excited about that. And a Delphox going to be given some quite literal firepower to the squad.
All right, let's take a look at what else gets picked up here from Nouns. We've got the Blissey, an amazing support Pokemon as well. Hovering over the Chomp. Does Red Mob bring it out here in game number 1? It looks like it right now, Toon Slim. Oh, the Comfy. I wish you could be part of this tournament, buddy. I've got my flowery jacket on for you, but Comfy just got brought out, so we can't play it here in this game.
Toon Slim hovering as if they heard you out there, but they're going to lock in Sylveon for the team, and Klaus going to be looking for the Lucario, and Klaus will be on that Lucario as the top path player for the Talibobo believers.
Interestingly enough, when I see Toon Slim using the triple glasses build there on Sylveon, that leads me to believe that we're seeing a Hyper Voice style of play more often. When you see Mystical Fire, you know, they have the Muscle Band, they have the Rapid Fire Scarf. We're gonna have to see what they bring out to this game. While Adesu picking up the Gardevoir, a Pokemon that I've seen a lot more play on the North America region than EU, but Gardevoir is, you know, nothing to be messed with here.
It's a great Pokemon to build your team around. I know it was selected last, but it's because it never really gets banned out and it never really gets picked in the top part of the draft. So being able to texture your team around knowing that you're going to try and anchor it with the Gardevoir gives you a very good look, and that damage output from Adesu is going to be not only massive, but critical to this team's success.
Without question. You got Delphox on one side, you've got Gardevoir on the other. It's a regular Romeo and Juliet. If Romeo and Juliet were all about throwing magical damage at each other. Toon Slim, I noticed, switched off. They are going to be playing that Mystical Fire build. They've got the Scarf, they've got the Muscle Band right now, and that's definitely a player to watch. This Sylveon is so incredibly strong for an attacker, Doobstack. It's very, very tanky, so it's always up in the enemy's faces, throwing tons of sustained damage out.
Yeah, the players to watch on Talibobo Believers, of course, Toon Slim we mentioned, but Megu and Yutao in tandem are the ones that are really going to be setting these things off for that team. Nouns Esports, we know the players to watch. Come on, Gatlu working through the middle with Mew. Mew, a Pokemon that can literally find itself in the central area or either path as well.
Yeah, Mew is just so incredibly versatile that wherever you put it, it's going to be amazing. Yutao right now, kind of this rising star in the Pokemon Unite community, the rookie of the year, not able to play last year, and then coming in to these, February finals and just looking like an absolute superstar on the side of Talibobo. Wherever you look, you see one of the best players in the game. This is an amazing matchup.
Amazing matchup, and you mentioned it against two Colossus teams from the EU region. A little bit of scrapping it out here early. They're fighting over these wild contestable Pokemon. Gatlu switching to the Electro Ball, trying to seal up the Bunnelby, falling just a hair short in the face of the Delphox and Lucario there.
We've got about 5 seconds now until we've got the birds spawning up in the top and bottom path, as they're often called. We're going to see who can secure all this. Big hyperspace hole coming out there. I'm not sure who got it, but everyone just says, all right, calm down. Let's regroup. Let's go back to what we were doing, because that fight was pretty intense.
Gatlu favoring the Electro Ball when contesting those birds, which is an important note. Oftentimes with these Solar Beam to try and hit as many of those targets as possible and clean as many of the... That's a sick KO. Geese and Tana with Gatlu getting it done there. And that that was just a little bit of an overpressurization from the Hoopa, just hanging around just too long.
Well, it's really impressive. You know, this Hoopa, what we're seeing from this Pokemon a lot is as soon as it hits that level 4 power spike, it runs into the enemy central area and tries to take all of their resources, all of those wild Pokemon, all those buffs. Not able to do it here. Caught by Nouns. A real heads-up play from Gotlu right there. Able to chase it down. Really, really impressive as everyone seems to be getting ready for this fight here at 8 minutes. We got 4 members of each team in the center.
Yeah, Nouns Esports getting chunked. Delphox with a huge engage, making Redmaw scamper away. And Gotlu's coming back for a little more smoke, but Utah was about that action. They're getting all over that. Surf tries to escape, but not today. We're going to heat that water up and take that KO too easy.
Big KO right there. Surf's up, not quite today. You weren't able to steal that Delphox and take it over to your side there, Gotlu. This match so incredibly even so far. Almost no one scored. Level-wise, it's very, very close here. We're only 20 seconds away from this basement Reggie.
Yeah, the birds are first, and it looks like Talibobo believers are all over that Bruv trying to seal up the big one, but it's actually Toon that gets credit for it. That's a KO on Bruv by Toon. That's huge. That's great experience. Megu going to use the amnesia, but I don't think they're going to forget that beatdown as that Curly keeps putting the pressure on, and they're trying to peel back, but it's Klaus getting Redmaw down in the top path out of the 2 best top path players we've seen, and now the basement Reggie is surrounded by the believers.
Ooh, or Solar Beam a little too early right here. The Mew coming in with the Unite move, not able to take it away from Talibobo, who just had perfect positioning, ready to take that down. They're chasing this KO out, and they do pick up Gotlu right there. Toon, like I said, just relentless on this Sylveon.
KO streak of 2 on that Sylveon, and they are looking much more fierce than perhaps their fairy demeanor delivers right there with the wonderful pink, the nice ribbons, the beautiful hollow wear, and the KOs to boot.
Notice that play right there, Dupe Snacks. They decide not to break that bottom tier 1 goal. If they do, they give a lot of free farm, a lot of free Indeedis over to the side of Nouns Esports. They decide to keep it up. They're going to keep getting the central area farm there between those 2 goals. That way they can keep a level advantage and try to starve Nouns Esports, keep their levels much lower than them. And if you look across the board, we got a 2 level advantage on multiple Pokemon for Talibobo.
Yeah, great read on this situation. Don't give Nouns Esports any opportunities to get back into this one. Keep pressuring that advantage. Challenge the contestable wild Pokemon that you can and make Nouns Esports come to you. And that's as we're going. Toon Slim's on the backside, and Bruv always trying to engage on Toon, trying to keep them out of the mix, but it's not really working. Big block, and it's the Mew. Gotlu sealing it up for the squad. They're going to peel back a little bit. Is this the engage they want? They're trying to find it. They're trying to find it. Redmaw uses that big Unite move as soon as they take over, but it's Utah with a KO streak of 2. Everything is heating up on this island. We got a Duraflame duo, KO streak of 3, make it a trio. They're pushing down on Geese, make it 4. Wendy's 4 for 4, not sponsored. Here we go. Goal Zone is getting reined in. Is it going to stand? And that 50 banger is going to put it over the top and close that thing out, I believe.
Massive 4 KO there from the Delphox, looking incredible. They're still putting points on the board as they rein in this 50, 187 to 19. They didn't get the Regieleki, but they cleaned up the entire enemy team, and this level advantage is going to get very, very difficult for Nouns Esports to deal with right now as they are running towards this bottom fight here. They've got the Hoopa, so Toon can come down after scoring those 40 points. Beautiful play from Talibobo as they are just all over this Nouns Esports squad.
227 to 19. Nouns Esports needs this basement Reggie. The Regirock going to give that defensive boost if they can seal it up, but the KOs are flying. 1 player down for Nouns Esports, and it's really Talibobo believers all over around it. There's a hyperspace hole. Does anybody catch a reset? No. That's for spacing. As now Klaus takes it down with the Lucario. Another Garchomp gets bitten by Utah. The Delphox, KO streak of 2. Can you stop this person right now? They are wanting that smoke as Klaus is pushing forward. Now the goal zone is gone. Yes, though, indeed he's hit the map, but that experience lead is growing ever larger.
Yeah, this is huge for Talibobo believers. They're letting the world know right now who controls EU. This match is not close. 265 to 19. They are taking it to the former EU champions, the world champion runners up right now, really getting beat down by Talibobo. They're going to need to make some big plays to get back inside this game, possibly pick up a couple big KOs. It's a level 14 Delphox. If you get one of those, you're right back in this thing.
Delphox Unite coming out a little bit early. just buying space, maybe forcing the team into the direction they want, and there's Mega to try and cut them off. They're going to get chunked up huge, and that's a hyperspace hold just in time. The Slowbro actually dummies into it, peels back as a little bait and switch as Zervis comes back, and all of the Talibobo believers are still standing, but they're doing massive damage to the squad. Bruv trying to isolate somebody, but that block is only finding Slowbro. That's the perfect target if you're Talibobo, as they're coming back through. That's a Gardevoir Unite coming through, and they're putting the pressure on. Gatlu's getting low, and they're trying to find a Desu. Desu's low as well. Sylveon, Fairy on Fairy, making it happen. They're pushing forward. Is the blow going to catch the reset? Zervis does too. Toon Slim still standing up. Bliss Assistance on the Garchomp. They're going to push in deep on the Delphox, but the Delphox is schmoving. They're trying to get out of there. Toon Slim might hit this reset. Can they bait and switch? Heavy Slam tries to keep them out, and they hang in there, and they get another KO. Talibobo believers beating the absolute brakes off Nouns Esports.
Talibobo breaking ankles with that Delphox. I can't believe it got out of there. We had the eject button on the Garchomp Unite. It looked absolutely perfect, but somehow able to skate with almost no HP. Now getting the reset here, and they have not been able to shut down this player. Like I said, this absolute superstar, Yu-Tao on Talibobo believers. Going to be a level 15 Delphox, it looks like, for this final fight. And that is so unbelievably difficult for Nouns to deal with here.
Yeah, not only are they going to be 15, we've got Klaus and Toon that are both going to tick over to 13 and 14 respectively. Heck of a steal by Bruv. They're trying to make magic happen. Never count Nouns out too short. You've got to get this KO to make them pay for that. Is the Surf going to seal it up? Is the Delphox going to close it down? They do. But Bruv going to be right back in time for Rayquaza.
Yeah, the question is, how soon does Talibobo start this? They're up by so many points. They don't need Rayquaza at all. All they want to do is KO members of Nouns Esports. As it looks like Slowbro actually goes down, which means Nouns is going to have the player advantage going into this fight. We're chipping at Rayquaza, but the fight is not fully breaking out yet, and here it comes, the Hoopa Unite.
And the Mew Unite as well going to try and find its way, and Slowbro's going to populate back up, but it's Garchomp trying to make it happen. One player down, that's the Gardevoir. That's a huge ton of damage. The Delphox Unite is all over, and they're trying to smother each other in the center here, and that's 4 players down in a heartbeat. It's like they're blinked out of existence. The Delphox making it happen. Geese standing in the pockets, but they're catching the fists of everybody. And guess what? I'm hungry. It's the afternoon hundo burgers on the menu.
Look at this, Talibobo believers, maybe the new kings of EU, 665 to 19, dominating Nouns Esports. This is not what Nouns wanted heading into this series right here. They're going to need to change a lot because they were beat top to bottom by Talibobo believers, and I just know everyone out there is a Talibobo believer right now because you're watching possibly the best team in the world.
If we know one thing, there's no quitting Nouns Esports, and if they're not going to win, they want to pad the stats. They're throwing Unite moves. They're trying to get KOs. They're pushing forward Bliss Assistance, I believe, on the Garchomp as they're trying to find it out, and Megu just scrambling around for their life. A level 14 Slowbro looking to surf up hang 10. They make it happen. They chip it up, and look at the block coming through. We are in garbage time, but these stats are getting racked up. Nouns Esports get some points in.
They're trying. Still 833 to 19. It looks like this isn't about points. This is a fight right now. We're just having fun. We're throwing some moves. We want to see what we can do. Here comes Toon Slim, just trying to clean up a few more KOs before this whole thing is over. My goodness. Nouns Esports going to have to go back to the drawing board right here because Talibobo believers are looking like the champions here in game 1.
Spraggles right there. You saw a Desu just hanging out. They weren't moving their character anymore. Normally, we'll see both teams do a little dance off in the last final throws. Toon Slim goes, no. Thea, this is Thea. Spartan kick right in the chest. They're taking the KO. No mercy out here. And the Thea Sky ruins for Talibobo believers. They want to cement themselves on top.
Yeah, and with a match like that, man, Nouns is really going to have to change up everything. Incredible plays from Talibobo believers right now. And they're one game away from becoming your February finals champions here in EU. What a dominant win.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Nouns Esports kept under triple-digit points in a very long time, and they sat at 19 for the entire match from about the 4-minute mark on. Let's look at some of these impressive numbers here. One that stands out to me is how close in damage that both Yu-Tao and Toon Slim are. That means their engagements were succinct, they were splitting, they were just bursting down the opposing teams. They didn't care where the KO went, they were just making sure that they got it.
Yeah, incredible fights there from Toon Slim. And then Utah, one of the greatest escapes of all time. That Pokemon goes down in that fight, that level 14 Delphox, and all of a sudden we've got some daylight for Nouns Esports, but they didn't give them an inch inside this game. We've got our Shifu banned out from both sides. I wonder if we're going to see some similar bans heading into this next one. I don't know. If I'm Nouns Esports, I think I still need to get Urshifu out of the game somehow.
Yeah, and it seems like on the Talibobo Believers side, the only Pokemon they care about getting off the map is Urshifu. And if both teams ban that, you have to think they're feeling good about it, because we just watched that go down and looked pretty good for old Talibobo.
It did look pretty amazing for Talibobo. Let's take a look at some of these big moments right here. Gotlu trying to pick up this KO. I love the play, but Utah just able to shut it down, secure this Reggie. The Surf's not landing for Gotlu today, getting pushed out right here as Toon's picking up some big KOs after this fight.
Yeah, the whole team was moving as a unit, doing a great job calculating when they wanted to close out the goal zones, moving again to the goal zones with multiple players ready to go. And we saw that pay dividends time and time again as Nouns Esports couldn't really stem the bleeding on either end of the map.
Here's that amazing fight from Delphox early, picking up 4 KOs, chasing Blissey through that flux zone. They don't care. They're just going to slide right through there, trying to pick up this Reggie Rock right here. Nice Unite move and a big secure there from Talibobo.
Yeah, and look, Talibobo, when they got all together, 4 players at once, I mean, we didn't see Klaus on the screen too much because they were left unencumbered in the top path doing absolute damage up there. And there we saw the little prey play by Brub on the heavy slam. Yes, they got KO'd, but that tried to breathe some sign of life into Nouns Esports, but it was all for naught, as is all the Talibobo Believer show out here on Thea Sky Ruins.
Unbelievable first game from Talibobo right here. I mean, as a team, they look fantastic. The question was, could anyone take a game off them? And there's Utah, the Delphox, 12 KOs, scoring 200 points, 8 assists. The whole while, I don't know if they ever went down. You could not stop this player.
No, 12 KOs, 8 assists, 190 on the board there. Mystical Fire Flame Charge allowed them the maneuverability to just get all over the map, dodge key abilities from their opponents, and keep the KOs raining in. What a look, what a play. Utah, an absolute spark to this Talibobo squad.
I gotta say, I love seeing Delphox in these games. I just love seeing it competitively. It's so dominant. Its Unite move is unbelievable. It sets up some of these massive plays where the enemy team is either zoned out or they have to fight in this area where they cannot heal. And then once it hits that level 11 and you're able to get those resets on Mystical Fire, this Pokemon just feels like you're in practice mode and you've turned off cooldowns. You're just sliding around the map, throwing everything you can. Delphox is unbelievable, and Utah putting on a show with it.
Yeah, the glasses with the cooldown reduction items, of course, paying huge dividends there. As you see our bracket, we are at the Talibobo Believers versus Nouns Esports. Talibobo up a game in our grand finals. Nouns Esports, though, not uncommon to this exact scenario from February, and I actually believe they lost their first game in the February finals last time too, and they won them on the hop, 2-1 in the first one, bracket reset 1-2-0, and took the whole thing down. So Nouns Esports, again, down, not out, back against the wall, but in a spot they're familiar with. They've got some work to do, but if there's one team that has the tools in the shed to get this job done, it's Nouns Esports.
You know, I think you're almost 100% right there, Dupesnacks. I have to correct you a little bit. Nouns can definitely do this. I believe, and I could be wrong. I've been wrong, I think, once or twice before in my entire life.
I don't believe.
I think they actually lost their first games, had to win their entirety of the reset, and then went the full distance in the bracket reset. They were on the ropes almost the entire time. I could be wrong about that, but again, it's almost never happened.
They played a lot of Pokemon Unite in the February finals to win that thing. Definitely had to scrap it out without a doubt. So we'll leave it at that. We're both right. We're both wrong. We're both right. Cuts the same way.
Yeah, we're both wrong. We're both right. Even though, again, I don't believe I've ever actually officially been wrong, especially not on broadcast. I'm wondering what these teams are going to have to do to change this up. Talibobo looks insane. I feel like they could mess with their comp, change it around, throw something new at Nouns, but Nouns did not look good in game 1. If I'm on Nouns, I feel like we need a complete rework.
Yeah, in my heart of hearts, as someone that has watched Nouns Esports as long as you and I have, I want to see them kind of go to the old favorites, things that we've known them for. Maybe a Desu on the Sylveon that we saw in the losers bracket. Maybe Gatlu on the Greedent, and go to some of the trusty old like pocket picks, favorite picks that you know probably won't get banned out from under you, and see if you can do any work there. I mean, you're back against the wall. You got to win this one. Might as well do it your way.
I totally agree. Grab a couple of the power players and then grab some of those favorites. Grab yourself a Mime. Let's see some Dragonite for a Desu. I really want to see him throw everything at this here in game number 2. And I'm sure Talibobo Believers is ready to just close this thing out and go home as your champion.
So we have a very unique dichotomy here. Mew and Urshifu banned out. So now with the first pick, this is going to set the pace for both of these teams. And Hoopa being signed up for Nouns Esports, a huge, huge pick for them.
We've got actually Venusaur being hovered right here. It was interesting because it was hovered for a moment there by Nouns Esports, but no, they are locking in that Delphox, and how could you not? It was so unbelievable last game. Here comes that Mime possibly, though. Looks like they might be bringing back an old favorite.
I love to see it. Bruv on Mime is a thing of beauty. If I had to hire a contractor to build me a house, there's nobody throwing up better walls than old Bruv HD. So sign me up for that pick. I love to see it. Gee's picking up Blastoise. That's going to be on a Desu. They're going to be running Rough Shot in the middle.
I would really recommend you hire a licensed contractor, but it's also possible that Bruv, Pokemon Unite player, is the best for that job, as we're locking in that Sylveon, locking in that Garchomp right here. The question is, what are we going to bring out for these last 2 picks? What's Gatlu going to be on in this match?
Well, that's the big question. They do have the ability to get to the Greedent, and that's what we are talking about. We see Decidueye locked in. We see Greedent locked in. Listen, we're having fun out here, Spraggles. Nouns Esports never lets us down with how they switch up their comps, and now it's up to Talibobo Believers to put a stamp on this one and ship it into game 2, and they go Eldegoss with the rapid fire scarf. Pressing Gamers Unite today.
This team comp looks beautiful once again from the side of Talibobo Believers. They did very well with something similar in our first game. A Desu, they can do anything on the Decidueye right now. You know what? If someone's building me a house, it's a Desu. Who cares? Licensed contractor. I want someone who could do it all.
Fair enough. Hey, look, we both don't know how building houses work.
I think
everyone at home just learned.
Yes, without question. Don't ask us for tips on building homes, because we are going to pick our favorite Pokemon Unite players. That's what we're going to do.
And we'll leave it at that. What I like to point out right here, Gatlu, gold badge. Bruv, Mime, gold badge. You love to see it. You know they have experience on these Pokemon. These are 2 Pokemon that those players are synonymous with, and I love seeing them in this type of scenario, this kind of do or die bracket life moment for Nouns Esports. I'm all about it.
Here we go. Talibobo Believers ready to become your February finals champions. Nouns Esports is going to need to beat them twice and then beat them twice more in a bracket reset. If anyone can do it, it's them. That's the story of Nouns Esports, but Talibobo looked so incredibly dominant in game 1.
Yeah, I love this Decidueye pick. There's not a lot of players on Talibobo Believers that can get to that backline very easily. It's going to be up to Toon and Delphox Utout to get that damage out there. So that's what I'm going to be keeping an eye on here in this particular matchup, as Bruv is scampering away as the Mr. Mime.
Just trying to get out of there. And Toonslim now actually on that hyper voice, switching it up a little bit, showing a different side of Sylveon right here in game number 2.
Probably knowing that they're going to have to play very far forward here based on how the composition rolled out. And it's a great support to Garchomp when the Garchomp goes with the big time engage and the big dragon is going woo, 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 in your face. You know, you want to be able to hyper voice over its shoulder, get tons of damage down without worrying about getting KO'd yourself.
What sound does it make again, Doob Stacks? Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Nice little fight here in this bottom path. A lot of that secured there by Bruv. Moving forward, huge confusion into that wall. Toonslim in a lot of trouble, being knocked up by the Covet, and they get the secure on the Greedent. Here are these pocket picks at work, throwing Megu into the wall and scoring another one right in the face of that Snorlax.
Great look out of Gatlu, out of Bruv. They're doing tons of phenomenal work here. Dartrix's going to pull up behind the Mr. Mime, see what they can do. And now they're all over Gatlu, doing tons of damage to them. Half HP as they're cruising up, trying to eat their berries and take the top buff from Talibobo Believers. Utah not too concerned about it right now, though.
Yeah, Utah just doing their thing, getting all the experience that they can. They are the highest level in the match. Just got matched up there by the War Turtle, it looks like, from Nouns Esports. We've got a lot of Pokemon who need a lot of experience right now so they can become as powerful as they need to be. Klaus trying to rip this away from Redmaw right there, and I'm not sure, maybe Geese actually got that secure as Klaus is in trouble, trying to get out of here, using the Dragon Rush, trying to make it home. No, they do not.
A great look by Nouns Esports. You said they needed some time to get some experience, and they're finding it in short order. Big blast onto Megu, stuns them with the Confusion Barrier combo. Toonslim trying to hold down their partner. Snorlax gets the berry, eats it up. You know that's a hungry boy. As the Toonslim hyper voice and Mr. Mime down, so Megu can escape if they want. Nope, they're posturing for the birds.
Getting ready for the birds right here at 7:20. Another big barrier confusion by Mime, but actually getting pushed back there by Toon. Here comes a huge Spirit Shackle. The arrow from another continent taking him down right there. Actually, that was a little more point blank range, I gotta say.
Absolutely stitched to Toonslim's forehead was that arrow. There was no doubt where that was going. An absolutely massive KO, as now Nouns Esports has the positional advantage going into the basement Registeel. Megu has to actually heavy slam out and buy time for Utah to engage. Bruv catches the blink, they're coming back. Registeel is all over Nouns Esports side of the map. They get it, of course, no question. But is Talibobo's going to believe is going to be able to push? They get 2 KOs down. Nobody catches the reset. It's Utah's show as they're throwing fire everywhere. Smokey the Bear wouldn't be happy about that because they're burning it all down. They're all over this goal zone, and now it bites the dust.
Talibobo believers now evening this thing up right here. Great secure from Nouns Esports as they get that Registeel, but Talibobo coming in and winning a big fight afterwards, which is what they've been doing all day.
Yeah, now just a cheeky score here from the Greedon as it gets the goal zone closed out, and that's more of a tactical thing. Less worried about the experience, more worried about taking this objective and sending it to the tier 1 goal zone, as all of the Talibobo believers are going to have to catch the Regieleki.
Here we go. Utah and Toonslim just getting all that experience that they need. Nouns sending it up towards that tier 2. And it looks like actually Nouns is poised to fight over here. They want to push this in. There is no pad right now, meaning no one's going to jump on their heads. Here come the Unite moves. We got Greedon. We got Garchomp. It's all being thrown down right now. It looks like Sylveon's going down right here as Utah possibly getting pushed back towards their goal. Can they stop this from going in? Here comes the showtime for Mr. Mime. The Dragon Rush combo. Yeah, they're continuing to push. Can Reggie go down? Utah trying to stop this thing from moving right here as it's so incredibly close. It's almost going in. Nouns is continuing this push right here. No way. It actually blocks with no HP.
Absolutely no HP on that Regieleki, and all it was doing was catching the backside of all the other moves that were getting thrown into each other's faces here. And Nouns Esports, that Regieleki hits, and they closed that goal zone out in convincing fashion. And what an amazing team fight that ended up being. Tons of Unite moves expended there, and we have the basement Reggie going to populate here in 15 seconds. Talibobo believers have to believe that they need that one to keep pace in this game.
Without question, Doob Snacks. This looks like a different Nouns Esports. They are on their comfort picks and they are vibing as a squad like they did not at all in game number 1. This fight's getting ready. We have them zoned out a little bit here from Talibobo, just continuing to pick them up. Here comes Greedon jumping in for this one.
Yeah, and they're way into the back line. They're going to try and make it happen as Toonslim is peeling back towards the Regice. They want that. Garchomp going with the top level engage here. Going to find the Blastoise. And Blastoise has another Hydro Typhoon gripping and ripping. That's a cannon. No camera getting it done out here. They're going to KO on the Snorlax. Regice is now surrounded by Nouns Esports. Adesu lining up that big Spirit Shackle. They get it locked down, locked up. And now it's Talibobo believers that have to believe in themselves a little bit here if they're going to pick themselves up in the next 4 minutes. Oh, Delphox Unite come out. They're going in for the engage, Spraggles.
They're pushing right back. They're saying you're not going to get to score on us that easy. We're actually going to try to take a couple KOs off you right now as Nouns is just going to push back. They're going to say, all right, you won this one. We're not going to give you the advantage of taking all this experience from us. Right now, Talibobo's got to be a little worried. This is not the Nouns Esports that they fought in game number 1. This is the EU champ Nouns Esports.
And they have showed up to play. I love these members of this team being on comfort picks. We saw Geese play Hoopa a ton last year. Glad to see them back on there. It was their first pick. And then you find Greedon and the Bruv on the Mr. Mime. Great look here. Klaus is trying to convert. They're trying to get some KOs despite the Regieleki flying in the face of the believers. And that thing is going all all the way downtown Bruno Mars.
This is one of my favorite Reggie Aleckis. The Bruno Mars Reggie Alecki, as they call it, is it's walking towards that main base for Talibobo. And it's probably not going in. Let's face it, Talibobo could defend this here, but they don't have a tier 2 goal to fight it on. It's just going to be harder to take down, and it means Nouns has time to do whatever they want on this map.
Yeah, a huge lead has been announced, so both teams know exactly where they stand. The impetus right now is on Talibobo Believers. They need to make sure that they take all of the wild Pokemon on their side of the map and try and find themselves maybe a cheeky little sneak KO. But look at Geese popping through, stunning Megu, doing tons of damage and then dipping right back out, forcing Megu to retreat.
Hoopa is one of those Pokemon that I did not expect to see so much here in the Championship Series. And then we got some really nice Hoopa buffs just recently. And all of a sudden, this thing is back. It's Hoopa's world once again. Talibobo setting themselves up here for this basement Reggie. And it looks like Nouns, they don't want any part of it. They've got 2 sneaky scores set up. Blastoise and Mime. Look at this.
Yeah, the Believers are trying to hold it down. They want this Regice, and they don't really care where the points are coming in because they're going to have to win Rayquaza anyways. But if Nouns Esports take this out from under them on a 3-on-5, you can't believe that they feel good about that. And it's Geese hitting it down with the Hoopa Unbound and getting it done. Eldegoss Unite just to retreat, and Rayquaza has hit the map, and that is going to be 180 points going in immediately. Nouns Esports making it happen. Talibobo Believers on the ropes.
What an incredible play from Nouns. They faked that Hoopa Unite move. They acted like their whole team was coming down there, but it was a total bait. They kept their team at their goal, and now it's 500 to 125. Even if Talibobo takes Rayquaza right now, they would need every single one of their Pokemon to score full pockets to win this thing. Nouns Esports looking like champions today.
Yeah, who woke up the slumbering giant? That was Talibobo Believers. It's Nouns Esports looking to reclaim their crown as they're saying, we are down, we are not out. You still have to deal with us, and you still need to win some more games. Talibobo Believers, though, not willing to quit. They got a minute left and do have an opportunity to take this one if they can have a coalesced push and maybe take this Rayquaza in short order.
They're going to have to try to take it right now. Only a minute left. Redma is in trouble while Nouns is just continuing to score. Greedon throwing more points in there. I think they know that this is going to the side of Talibobo Believers, and they really don't care. Mr. Mime trying to get it secure, but no, Talibobo able to take this one. 45 seconds left, and they're now going to push onto these goals right here.
An absolutely amazing wall by Bruv, forcing the Dragon Rush out of Klaus just to get over it. There we go. Utah has a Unite, and they need to buy time. They want some points, and 50 goes in right before the 38, the 38 hits before Decidueye Unite comes through. Doesn't deal a whole ton of damage to melt down those shields, but Nouns Esports is trying to hold it down in the face of Talibobo Believers. They don't want to happen to what happened to Zephyr to happen to them right now. They want to hold it down, Spraggles. And look at that lead. 210.
So close. It's so close, Doob Snacks right here. 6:31, 4:21, 15 seconds left. They're pushing towards the center goal, but they're losing their shields right now. Klaus doesn't have a shield. They've got one on Snorlax, but it has no points. They're trying to put some points on the board. That's 6. It's just not enough. They need to get a huge score in this moment, but Nouns is here to defend. Trying to defend their crown right now as Nouns looks amazing here in game 2. Signs of life. Let's go, Nouns Esports.
That's a heck of a bounce back, my friend. They were like, oh man, that didn't look good at all. The game 1. We need to change this up. And they looked phenomenal. Look at Gatlu, 312 points, 9 KOs, 4 assists. Welcome back, my friend.
Yeah, incredible. They just made so many smart plays, Doob Snacks. I mean, that was a masterclass in what to do when you're already ahead. And they even let them have Rayquaza. It did not matter. They had stacked themselves so far up that they could let them make that play. Beautiful from Nouns Esports.
Yeah, you can't undersell the importance of not only taking the third basement Reggie, but also back capping at the 2-minute mark. Absolutely flawless. And look at the recovery between Gatlu and Geese. Those are 2 tough targets to take down when Geese is resetting everybody back through and Gatlu is healing themselves up and dealing quite a crop of damage.
I'm really interested to see what we get from the side of Talibobo Believers after this, because Nouns felt like not only were they playing their comfort picks, but they were also making some trick plays. I mean, let's be fair. Sneaking in those 2 goals right before Rayquaza is a wild move, especially with the Hoopa Unite move that's clearly fake. I mean, that's big brain stuff, okay? I can't do that up here, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, that's why we're in the booth and they're playing the game right now, Spraggles. Let's take a look at some highlights here from game 2.
Yeah, some beautiful moments here. Gotlu picking up that nice KO early from Toon Slim. And I got to say, what a better early game here from Nouns compared to last match.
You could feel that they were more comfortable. At least it seemed like that to me. Toon Slim on the Hyper Voice was really getting some good opportunities early, especially with Utah, specifically on that push. But Nouns Esports did not play rattled. They played confident, and they played into the Pokemon that they selected. And this was where I believe the tides completely turned and everything was in the hands of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, this was a beautiful Reggie Alecki push right here, and it gave them such a huge advantage early. It meant the next Reggies would be heading towards their base right there. A little bit of Bruno Mars action that Talibobo had to deal with, and it also set up that amazing end game play that we're seeing right now. The sneak. You've got Blastoise and Mime just hiding in the tall grass together, talking it out, saying, when are we going to do this thing? You think we're going to head in there sometime soon? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Hoopa Unbound Unite coming out there early, and so did the Greedent Unite, just to try and take that Regi so the team could re-engage. And of course, this was the final push from the Talibobo Believers. They made this thing pretty close, much closer than we thought it could get. However, Nouns Esports, with an admirable stand on their home goal zone, getting it done, closing the door on Talibobo Believers and their game 2.
And you can see this, we talked about this a little earlier, Doob Snacks, as they were able to not really fight near that tier 1 goal. In fact, most of the fighting was done near the base, which was huge for them. Gotlu, MVP on the Greedent once again. I'm telling you, if you're a pro with this Pokemon, you are unbelievable.
Yeah, and I'm so glad to see Gatlu defer back to it in this moment of essentially being just pure dire and desire to get this thing done. 9 knockouts, 4 assists, a bucket load of points there, and a humble potion, which I will bring up every single time Gatlu uses the potion and wins player of the game.
I think what Doob Snacks is doing right now is just defending the fact that he runs potion on way too many Pokemon. We're going to take a look at the championship points breakdown right here. So if you come in first today, you're getting 300, second 250, and then the numbers continue to head down all the way to 8th place, picking up 98 points. And championship points, they mean a lot more this year than they did last year, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, they're part of the qualification process. Of course, the top CP earners will also punch their ticket to qualifying for the World Championships. And of course, nothing better than not only to be the pace car for your region in CP, but also be the team to chase moving into March by winning the February finals and getting the 300 championship points for the squad.
That's right. You want to rack up as many of these as you can. That way, if you happen to have a bad month or something like that, you can still be making it to Worlds, which, I mean, we're looking at 2 teams right now that I would be shocked if they wouldn't be EU representatives at Worlds. These are unbelievable players, some of the best in the game, putting on a clinic, showing you how it is done. I'm so excited. Nouns tying this thing up. I mean, could they really do it? Could they really repeat last February? Take them down here, bracket reset, and win the whole thing again. If anyone can do it, it's Nouns.
Yeah, Nouns wants to write that storybook ending. Talibobo Believers wants to tear that book in half before it's finished. There's no doubt about it. But one thing, you mentioned that these 2 teams are incredibly strong. We saw some great showings out of some great squads as well. And if anything that this February finals has shown is these teams are very good, but certainly not invincible. And the door is still wide open for some more teams to qualify here in the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the most exciting things about this is we're just getting started. I mean, there are going to be new teams that continue to form as this thing goes on. It's not too late for players to hop in, get a great team, and make their way to Worlds, but we're absolutely seeing some dominant stuff. I've never seen Zephyr Esports play better. They played so amazing today. They're without question a team to watch here in the EU. Of course, we're watching Nouns and Talibobo right now. We all expected that, but they put on a real show earlier.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams, certainly specifically Zephyr Esports, put Nouns back against the wall like we haven't seen probably since the World Championships when they were squaring off against Blackhand. That was really just dominating that particular event and was riding a volcanic heater all the way through. But Zephyr Esports, I mean, they were both 1 minute, then 2 minutes away, respectively, from wins in games that they were dominant for the large majority of.
Absolutely. If they can start to sew up the last moments of their matches, watch out EU, because they will be a dominant team. And now we're going to be heading into a game between the two craziest teams in NA. It is tied up. Talibobo does not want this thing to go to a reset. Once they get that momentum, I don't know if they could beat Nouns after that. They need to shut down Nouns right now.
The very unique thing that we mentioned about Nouns before is you can ban whatever you want against them and they still have the super Greedon. They still have the super Mime. You know what I mean? So you can't even really like target ban Nouns out because they're also phenomenal on the like what are considered the best Pokemon in the game as well. So that puts their opposition in very unique scenarios. However, that's the same problem that Talibobo Believers presents as well. So here we go. Urshifu, Hoopa gonna be banned out in this one.
This looks like a Mew first pick to me, but I'm not sure. I've been wrong all day when I'm calling who's picking what. There it is, Toon Slim on the Mew. I mean, this Pokemon we talked about earlier is our Pokemon to watch here in EU. Toon Slim, one of the best in the game to do it, but Yutao also very, very dominant on this Pokemon. We're going to see which one of them picks it up here in game number 3. Oh, they're stealing the Delphox.
That is a targeted counter pick to Yutao. There's no question about it. Megu, I would be shocked if I don't see the Slowbro. For them, they looked phenomenal on it in game 1. It's really been kind of their comfort defender selection, and it looked great in game 1 when they were using that Surf to space out the opposing squad. So Blissey and Slowbro, great picks to support Toon Slim on that Mew.
Let's see here. It looks like we're bringing out the Clefable on the side of Nouns Esports. Let's go. Again, this Pokemon has got this area healing with Moonlight, and it is so incredibly difficult to deal with, just keeping everybody alive. But you know, looks like Talibobo says, yeah, we're not too worried about area healing. We're bringing in a Tyranitar. We're going to bury you in the sand.
That is a very unique pick going through. Oh, last minute flip to the Cinderace, keeping everybody on their toes. But now Adesu gets the anchor pick here. Redmaw actually played Blastoise last time, so Adesu's picking up the Greedon for Gatlu. Adesu's going to be on Delphox, and Redmaw's going to find themselves on the Blastoise again. Question mark? Yes.
Here we go. Yutao bringing out the Cinderace. You know, this is a Pokemon that we don't see a ton, but when you've got these tanky Pokemon on the side of Nouns, kicking those flame and soccer balls actually just rips them apart. Feels like Cinderace does really well into these big HP tanks.
Yeah, and another note is because Geese picked up Clefable and can gravity the short-range attacks of some of the best melee attackers, hit them from a distance, right? Step back, let Toon's Electro Balls, Solar Beam do work while you're kicking in, peppering in some good fiery soccer balls, and then just let the Surf Slowbro, you know, and the Blissey squat up front and just take everything on the chin for the rest of the squad.
You know, Doobsnacks, I feel like I just got to mention right now that this could be our last match. This is the grand finals. Talibobo wants to shut this thing down and become your February finals champions. Nouns Esports has a lot to prove. They want to remind you why they are #1 in EU, reset this bracket, and take home the crown once again.
Yeah, I almost didn't want to vocalize that into existence because I would love a reset, right? More Pokemon Unite from two amazing squads is something I'm always here for, and I would love to see.
Yeah, it would be incredible. For a moment, I thought you were about to say more Pokemon Unite from two amazing casters, but I recognize that would be, I mean, a pretty big statement here. I think you're pretty great. I didn't know if you wanted to say we both were.
Well, we definitely both are great, but if these teams keep playing, we keep casting, so it's kind of like a hand-in-hand type of scenario there.
That's right. As Gotlu's in chased out here, picking up a quick stack, but actually getting punished for it by Toon Slim. Again, one of the best players to pick up the Mew. Just unbelievable right here. Might be looking to grab a KO on this Snorlax.
Just want to point out, you actually saw Toon Slim with that boosted auto pull towards the KO that they wanted to get rather than back. Normally, the larger the distance, the bigger the damage. However, when you have more space between, somebody else on the team can intercept that and take the damage for you. And there was no shot Toon wanted that boosted auto to hit the Snorlax instead of the Squovit.
Here we go. Pushing up in this top path. Klaus coming in with a big power-up punch, knocking Red Maw away. I'd love to score these points right here, but it's really tough with two Pokemon guarding that goal. Probably just gonna have to settle for picking up some more of these wild Pokemon secures.
Yeah, and that's a fine spot to be in, particularly this early in the game as we're pushing towards that 8-minute mark. Zervis and Klaus moving in tandem very, very well in the face of a Clefable and a War Turtle here. And Geese, with that Moonlight ability, is going to be able to heal Redmaw a ton. There's Electro Ball for a KO. Too easy. I need that button, Spraggles, on my desk. That was easy.
Too easy. You need a too easy button right here as we're getting ready for a fight in the central area. It looks like Zervis just kind of watching this here, making sure maybe Redmaw cannot stack in this top path here. They're just continuing to slap it out, throw down a little water spout, a little slap here, while the teams secure that 8-minute farm in the center there, those wild Pokemon.
Yeah, it looks like Klaus got at least some of that as they're sitting at 30 AOS energy. A quick 9-point score for Zervis in the face of Redmaw as they're still trying to do what they can up top to hit their evolution in short order. Nouns Esports really wants to have a presence in this bottom path as they are already chipping into each other before these birds even hit the map. We got a nap getting taken by the Snorlax, but the believers are leashing the birds to their side. Here comes Delphox and Desu sealing up quite a crop of those for the squad, and Talibobo Believers up on the scoreboard, but we've got Basement Reggie right around the corner.
Basement Reggie is here in 5 seconds, but take a look at this Cinderace. Level 8 already, almost level 9, just trying to get its Unite move for this Regirock. It's an amazing secure and can also secure a big one in this fight. Just ticked over to level 9. Here we go.
They're dealing a ton of damage onto Gatlu. That's who they're eyeing down. Follow me, Geese coming through, gonna hit and try and get the attention onto them for the squad. And Gatlu does go down. That was great focus fire from the Talibobo Believers. Bruv HD, no heroics on this one. It's Toon Slim on the Mew, sealing it up. And it's a Cinderace biting into the Snorlax's hide and getting them KO'd. Follow Me comes through, stopping a couple scores. We're putting the Scald on him. No Surf this time as the pressure's coming on. Rapid Spin Water Spout going to try and chip these scores up from going in. But Mew is relentless, using their Unite move to shield and hide the squad as they peel back. Adesu's a little late to the party, and they're not going to be able to convert. Talibobo Believers intelligently backing off of that.
Yeah, Talibobo Believers up on levels across the board a little bit right here. They left their Blissey up in the top path as well, getting to score. A really amazing fight from them, and they didn't give anything up. You'll see how good these top pros are when they push towards a goal, recognize that they can't really do anything there, and don't give up a KO and give a lot of experience over to the other side.
Yeah, Klaus, because they have two secure machines on their squad with the Mew and the Cinderace, actually going close combat and going to be able to engage here, trying to find Redmaw. Are they going to unleash Delphox Unite? Greedent jumps right in the middle of it. They're trying to pivot. They're trying to find a KO. Blastoise goes down to Lucario. Excuse me, reverse that. Blastoise takes out the Lucario. Hydro Typhoon comes through, and the Delphox takes the Regieleki, and it's flying in the face of the Talibobo Believers. One player down, that's Klaus, and now Nouns Esports is putting the pressure on as Talibobo Believers just has to retreat and let this goal zone disappear.
Goal zone gone. Pretty even break right there. So even that it was exactly on the money, but they're up on points right now, and they have a little bit of a positional advantage against Talibobo as Greedent is continuing to score here, just getting a fully stacked up. It has 2 stacking items, Doomstack, so it's so incredibly important that it gets those goals. Otherwise, it might as well have nothing in those slots.
Yeah, absolutely. Great call out on that. And Nouns Esports has to have that understanding because they are not letting these goal zones disappear at all. Klaus is on the chase on this Greedent, but it is slippery and it is smoothing. It's trying to get out to the center. It's going to pick up that speed berry, going to keep on cruising right along and catch a free reset.
Here we go. Reggie Steele on this bottom path just being ripped away by Talibobo right here. Nouns possibly not in a position to take this. Here comes the Mystical Fire. No, it's Snorlax. I'm sorry, did it roll over on it? Is that what I'm seeing here? Come on, bruv.
That roll over on the Snorlax in the middle of its Unite move sealed that up, and now Nouns Esports got away with one, and they're going to put the pressure on. They're trying to find as Adesu's looking for the engage. Greedent goes down through the Cinderace, but Talibobo Believers are still looking pretty worse for wear. That's a huge shipping by Adesu, hitting multiple players. Geese peeling back. They're going to try and pick up the squad, and Talibobo Believers are just trying to hold on. They want this goal zone to stay intact as Bruv is coming through, doing great work shielding Adesu, allowing them to engage and peel back and then taking the damage for him.
Yeah, beautiful fight there. Honestly, from both squads, really putting on an impressive display. Talibobo there standing strong against this assault from Nouns Esports. We do have that level 11 on the Delphox right now on the side of Nouns, which is huge. It's now got the resets. It's now able to kind of just slide around the battlefield at, you know, infinite, it feels like. And that's going to be difficult for Talibobo to deal with here.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at that Blastoise as it needs to climb up a little bit. Does have level 10, does have a Unite move. That's where we want to see. They're going to be able to cut off that big time score as Redmaw into Desu, and they're trying to hunt down Klaus. Klaus is getting low on HP as they're just trying to get away, but now Esports is relentless. They're chasing that bone like a starving dog, and they're not going to let Lucario get away as they bite the dust. Now the Regieleki gets turned on, and somewhere else on the map, Mew's taking out the Clefable, but that's a fine exchange if you're now in Esports because you're going to get this Regieleki for free.
Beautiful Regieleki here for Nouns, picking up that bone like a starving dog. Very little nutritional value in a bone, but you'll take anything you can get when you're a starving dog. Nouns actually looking very, very good right now. 94 to 165. They're pushing with this Reggie a little bit, just making sure that Talibobo has something to deal with while we have Blastoise moving around the battlefield. Need to make sure that they get their levels right here. Redmaw heading down to this bottom path, and Nouns is making an assault on this bottom goal.
Yeah, Slowbro, no shot of keeping those scores from going in. As a Desu, we saw them hold on to that Regieleki path as long as they could, forcing Talibobo believers to babysit them there, and now Esports completely pivots across the map. Great rotational effort here. Nice wall blocks it up. Moonlight gonna pick up the squad. Look at that healing come through. Follow me, drawing the attention. A big block as Toon Slim's taken out by the Clefable. Are you kidding me? Megu, big Scald hits 4. They're gonna try and pivot onto that, but they don't have Toon, so what can they actually do? They say not much, champ, and we're peeling back as Nouns Esports is trying to get the advantage in the middle.
Something you'll notice here, Mew also used its Unite move right there. Not going to have it for this fight. We have Unite moves on 3 members of Nouns, 4 members of Talibobo. Bruv knocking him up, throwing the big block right here. Looks like this fight's just resetting, but actually no, Cinderace is kicking up, and it's happening in this bottom path.
Delphox Unite Hydro Typhoon comes out, tons of damage. We see the Klaus Unite come through and actually hit 3 tons of players, and nobody's down just yet. Excuse me, as soon as I say that, Talibobo believers, you better believe that they're falling to the wayside here. 4 players down, and it's just on Klaus. They're still standing. They're gonna have to make a hero play here just to have a chance as Nouns Esports is smothering this thing. Snorlax gets the KO on Klaus. The Slowbro's back in, but day late, dollar short. Nouns Esports, Hundo Burgers, it's time.
You couldn't do this better if you wrote it, Doob Snacks. Nouns Esports securing Rayquaza. Looks like they might be taking game 2 right here. Scoring in the face of Talibobo. 421 to 94. Here comes Greedon with the big score. Now 521-94. Can you believe it? It looks like we're heading to a bracket reset from the EU champs. Nouns Esports doing this big time.
Doing it big time is an understatement. Look at the Desu just leashing around. You know, same play we saw them make multiple times in the losers bracket. They're playing around. Talibobo believers are going to try and push the other side of the map, and then a Desu, if they see an opportunity, they're just going to go score Hundo banger. You know, just duck at time. I don't know if you heard about it, but I'm going to go do it as the Mew is nowhere on the reservation here. They peel back to keep the score. Nope, can't happen. 621-94, Nouns Esports.
It's almost like a Desu knew that they were on broadcast right there, giving us a little dance in the tall grass, saying that's how Nouns Esports does it. We're celebrating right now. There's no way we lose this thing. Resetting the bracket. Talibobo, like I said, could be in trouble right now, Doob Snacks. If you let Nouns get momentum, oh boy. Get ready.
I don't know what necessarily is going on in Toon Slims right now. Of course, they weren't moving the character, but what I hope is happening is they're using the extra time afforded to them at the end of the game. They know they're going to lose. Let's start talking about our game plan. Let's maximize the opportunity of chatter we can have to set up between this game and now the bracket reset, as Nouns Esports is clearly picking up the momentum. Take a look here, and Gatlu, it's hard pressed to find somebody better. 185, 3 KOs, 5 assists, and all over the map.
I'm telling you, when Gatlu is on Greedon, it is a thing of beauty. Another big play, and this is something that we, keep hitting on throughout this broadcast, is how important this draft phase is. Stealing away that Delphox might have been the biggest play of the entire match, because we did not see the same out of Utah when it was not on the Fox.
That's very true. That's very true. And like I said, I mean, yeah, 56K. I think in their last loss, they had 112K damage with the Delphox.
One of those numbers is bigger, Dupe Snacks. I'm going to crunch the numbers real quick while you keep going.
You let me know. I do want to shout out Zervis. Typically, Blissey lags behind a Clefable in its recovery, but Zervis able to keep up with Geese on the Clefable and that Moonlight. So got to tip the cap to them. That's great support work and really afforded Talibobo believers the opportunity to stay in the game as long as they did.
Yeah, just an incredible match right here. Nouns looking amazing. And I mean, you honestly, you don't want to see this go any other way. You want to see the reset. You want to see these teams keep going at it. I can't wait to see who takes this right here. Nouns is on fire, but we saw that first Talibobo game. It didn't look close at all. We need to see that Talibobo come back after this bracket reset.
Yeah, we're watching some highlights here from game 3, and that was a good early KO by Toonslim on Gatlu, and there's another one on Gatlu by Toonslim. They certainly knew which character they had to try and limit here as Redmaw's scampering around, but a decent start by the Talibobo believers.
Yeah, Talibobo believers looking really good here early in this game. It felt like they were shutting down Nouns pretty well, but Nouns started to get their footing as this thing went on. Nice secure up here in this top path as well. Saw the Unite moves being used for it right here. They're saying, we're taking this no matter what. We need to put some points on the board.
Yeah, and this is when Nouns was able to clutch out this little Registeel here on the Snorlax rollover. I'm sleepy big time. Big time plays by Bruv, sealing another basement Reggie for the squad. And after that, it was all Nouns Esports.
It was incredible fight right here. They were able to get that Unite move away from you, and they were just sat them here in this small choke where they were in so much trouble. They just couldn't get through it. The damage raining in. Rayquaza going down. No one from Talibobo is even around for this. Nouns putting the points in. Look at that score shield actually doing some work here.
Yeah, we saw a couple score shields on Nouns Esports, which was definitely part of their keys to success here, not only in their late game push when they were down, but of course making it easier to get those points in when they are up. And Nouns Esports resets this bracket. Who would have thought? February finals getting reset. Gatlu on Greedent yet again. 3 KOs, 5 assists, 185 points. The Aos Biscuit, the attack weight, and the energy amplifier, and 1 humble potion.
Ah, the humble potion, of course. Gatlu looking amazing on this Pokemon. I talk about it all the time. When you're a pro on this, you're an absolute force. You're tanky, you deal damage, you're just slippery. You're so incredible to deal with. We're looking at our bracket right here. Nouns Esports coming from that losers bracket up to the grand finals, taking a big series off of Talibobo. We've now got the reset coming up for you all very soon. Nouns versus Talibobo. Whoever wins best 2 of 3, they're going to be your February finals champions. And honestly, Dupe Snacks, it could go either way right now.
It really could. It really could. But for March, which is on the horizon, it is the month after February, which is the month we're in now. The registration for the March Cup opens February 18th, battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. So jump in there if you have your squad. If you don't have a squad, still sign up. If you're a solo queue player, just have a couple players. In the UCS official Discord, there's some looking for team servers there for your region that you can try and partner up and put a team together to join into all the UCS action. But, Spraggles, grand finals, bracket reset, who would have thunk, February finals. We're taking a pause for the cause. We'll be right back.
Goodness gracious, here we are, the Pokemon Unite Championship Series February finals for the EU region, and you couldn't have written it better. I'll get through it, my friend Doob Snacks. What an incredible series we have so far. Nouns Esports here in the grand finals.
Well, what we were seeing was a Talibobo Believers cruising to the grand finals, winning, of course, all of those sets from the winner's side. Nouns Esports sent down by none other than Time to Shine. Nouns Esports, though, winning everything 2-0 on the hop to bring it back to the grand finals. They just took the grand finals 2-1, bracket reset, and that's where we are at now. Let's take a look at these teams.
Unbelievable squads here. Nouns Esports, Talibobo Believers, the two teams we expected to see in the grand finals. You couldn't have wanted a reset more than what was happening with these two squads. Talibobo absolutely stomping Nouns in game one of their first series, but Nouns somehow coming back with some of the most impressive Pokemon Unite that I have ever seen a team play. I mean, look at Nouns right here. Beautiful squad.
We know that Nouns has been pushed to the limit, and they've been doing it together for a long time. Talibobo Believers, though, let's throw them up on the screen. They're the rough upstarts trying to make it happen here in the February finals. Zervis, Klaus, Utah, Megu, Toonslim. They're trying to find their synergy here. They've looked great. They have the opportunities. They have the skill set, and now they just need to get their mental right because they need to win 2 of these games.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know which team feels like they have more on the line right now. I mean, Talibobo secures their name as one of the best in the world and maybe the best team in EU right now. But Nouns has to prove that they are still on top after the World Championships. Ooh, this is going to be so exciting. I would be worried. Whoever takes game one, I think that they could be in a commanding lead to 2-0 this thing.
So, okay, that's a solid read on the situation. We do have to point out that Nouns Esports is on what the kids call an absolute heater. They are cruising since they got dropped to the losers bracket and have not dropped a match since. Of course, if they had, they would have been eliminated. Spraggles, that's just how that works.
That's right. Here we are in what the kids call the ban phase here in Pokemon Unite. Mew and Glaceon actually getting bound out by Talibobo Believers. The question is, do we grab Urshifu right here? One of the Pokemon that keeps getting banned, a power pick inside the game. It would be tough not to take it. Gotlu hovering it right now, securing that mean Pokemon.
Yeah, so I think the play here, or what I believe Talibobo Believers was actually trying to set up, was give them Urshifu because we desperately want Hoopa and Snorlax on the hop, and that's where they're going to go. So they're really setting up their support and defender first, and they say, we'll take any of the other attackers that are left. We can get it done.
Ooh, we're moving around here. Maybe seeing a Dodrio pop into this game. We're going to have to see what they want to bring in here to game number one. Dodrio and Tyranitar. This is a mean-looking squad from Nouns.
Yeah, so what that Dodrio does is immediately makes the Delphox pick very difficult because Dodrio has the ability to hunt down Delphoxes with no real concern. So that's a great way to counter Delphox without actually picking it, and now they can pick it up themselves, Spraggles.
Yeah, Toonslim here on the Sylveon once again. Such an incredible Sylveon player. I mean, can play pretty much anything well, but their Sylveon's been absolutely dominant in this tournament. We're bringing the Mime back and the Clefable. You've got 2 Pokemon right now. You put the Leash, that power swap, onto Tyranitar. You heal it up with the Clefable. I don't know if it could ever go down. We're going to have to see if Talibobo can do something about it as Utah is bringing back this Delphox.
Love Utah and the Delphox. Go with some comfort, get some damage in. They do need to mitigate this Dodrio, but I'm looking at Nouns Esports team and I've got 3 words for it: in your face. They are going to be chasing down the players on this squad.
I've got 2 words for you: Talibobo Believers. At least I think it's 2 words. It might be 8 words. I'm not really sure, but man, they are just such an unbelievable team. And I actually think they might have a little bit of a counter to that Dodrio in Sylveon. If Sylveon could just stay on it, slow it down with a Draining Kiss, we'll have to see what Toonslim wants to bring to this fight here.
Yeah, ideally, you keep the Dodrio away from Utah and let Utah go to work, right? As long as there's nothing directly in their face, we know that Utah has the maneuverability to get away from mid to long range attacks. So let them leverage that. Buy them the time. And Megu, that's your responsibility up front. And as you mentioned, As you just mentioned, holy smokes, my brain just fell apart on me, Spraggles.
Yeah, I know why it did, by the way, Noob Snacks.
The Sylveon can sort it out. Thank you.
I know why your brain just fell away right there. I'm getting word from our producers. This is huge news. Dodrio has 3 hats inside of this match. 3 separate hats. We do have the Dodrio Hollowware where it has 3 different hats. I don't want to get into how many bow ties it has. I don't think we have the time on broadcast, but this is huge. We actually got a Snorlax running in here the central area, taking that from Redmaw.
Yeah, that's a great read because Kubfu can be bullied so easily so early. We mentioned how important it is for it to get to level 5 unimpeded. That's a good little way to distract, disrupt, and get some more time onto your side for the Talibobo believers.
Here we go, sending everyone into this central area from now and saying we got to look out for the Snorlax. We just need to clean this thing up right now. Really amazing play right there. They're going to be Kubfu for a little too long, and that's exactly what Talibobo wants.
Yep, Megu peels up to the top path, looking good up here. Level 4, level 3 for Geese and Adesu, respectively. Adesu going to want to take a trip somewhere in the central and get some experience because they truly want Tyranitar to hit the map.
Here we go. Redmaw has evolved up here in the top path. There's that wicked blow, just deleting everything. The big delete key from Downs Esports, as that is gone.
Yeah, control, shift, select all, backspace, bang. That's wicked blow. Redmaw going to be looking to be an absolute menace up here. They went through the central area. We actually rarely see them do that, and that was just to get level 5, as of course the Larvitar is in the middle trying, excuse me, the Pupitar in there, now Larvitar, trying to get in there and get their levels up.
Yeah, here we go. Gotlu actually being, having a tough time scoring here because of this hyper voice. Toon Slim really putting the damage hose onto Gotlu. There's the special attack from that Sylveon, just roasting him.
Yeah, you mentioned Sylveon's strength in the face of Dodrio. If you can really knock them up and keep them stunned, and Megu working with Toon Slim in tandem to make that happen. And they're getting some good points in downstairs, as now 29-23. It's early, but Talibobo believers hanging in tough in the face of a good squad.
Utah looking to pick up a big KO. Klaus actually gets it done right here. Here comes Gotlu on the bird, getting stunned right there. Its sprint gauge is gone, but it's still able to pick up the Gabite before it's able to go home. Level-wise, it's not looking too great for Nouns Esports. We got a couple level 7s on the side of Talibobo already.
Yeah, and that was just a fraction of a second too late on the portal. That Gabite almost got away for free. Highway robbery. Nouns Esports going to rotate down, trying to get some of these birds and posture up for the basement Reggie, which is a great one to try and win when you're fighting back for some experience.
Absolutely. 15 seconds until this bottom Reggie. We've got a level 8 Delphox. It would love to be 9 for this fight so it could have its Unite move right here. It looks like Dodrio is well aware of that. It's trying to chase it down. Not able to take the buff away from it, though, in that central area. As we have both teams just getting ready right here. Mime in a lot of trouble getting picked off right away.
Huge engage there. It was a targeted pick, and that worked out just as they drew it up. Megu looking for another one. They pop up, and you can see it's a heavy slam into Hyper Voice combo that those two are working on. Geese is playing very far deep. We've seen Clefable seal objectives before. Let's see if they can do it again. Megu trying to eye down Geese as Talibobo Believers is kind of smothering the follow me Clefable here. And can they get this Registeel off the map? It looks like it might start leashing Spraggles.
Yeah, it looks like it's heading back there, so it's going to get all of its HP as it walks back to where it spawned. That means Talibobo is going to have to start this whole thing over again, but enough time has passed. They've got that Unite move on the Delphox. They're ready to just rip this off the map. Here comes the Dodrio Unite. Not able to secure. Sorry, Roadrunner. No meep meeps today.
That would have been legendary in a true Wile E. Coyote moment. Anvil falling from the sky for the Talibobo Believers if they just clutched that out. Talibobo, however, seal it up with what looked like a Hoopa auto attack and then go ahead and close out a goal zone for their efforts. So Talibobo Believers avoiding disaster there, Spraggles.
One thing you'll notice here is we never saw the Tyranitar from Nouns Esports. They did not make their way down to this fight, instead deciding to just clean up the wild Pokemon, get as much EXP as they could so they could evolve here. And now that this Pokemon is on the battlefield, things change a lot. This goes from being useless to useful. Yeah.
Well, you'd like to think so if you selected that Pokemon for this map. Regieleki flying in the face of Nouns Esports here, but Utah, a great way to keep that Tyranitar at bay. As long as they get the spacing, they can deal a ton of damage to that thing because it doesn't move too quick. With Garchomp's going in with the Unite move, they're trying to taunt him down. Adesu's just trying to hold on for dear life. They use their Unite move back, but they're KO'd before they get any, and that Regieleki hits, and then we've got a big overdunk, 36 points, 231 to 113, Talibobo.
Incredible fight there from Talibobo. So we almost saw that Tyranitar pick up a couple big KOs, but not able to make it happen here. Interestingly enough, you've got two big options when it comes to Dodrio. You've got the Tri-Attack, you've got Drill Peck. Both of them extremely strong. I think we're seeing the Tri-Attack here from Gotlu because he wants to be able to target those squishier Pokemon. Just get in there with that big Tri-Attack and boost it onto that Delphox, as you were mentioning earlier, Doob Snacks. If he's able to target down that Pokemon, the fights are going to be hard for Talibobo.
Yeah, absolutely. That cuts both ways because we've seen that Utah is very sufficient at dodging those types of mid-range attacks. Right when you think you've got a KO on them, whoop, they slip out of your clutches, and that's exactly what Utah needs to do if Talibobo wants to have a chance. And we got a Basement Reggie coming in 2 seconds there, Spraggles.
That's right. We also have a Hoopa with a Unite move ready to go, so they can bring the entire team down whenever they are ready. We have Toon scoring in the top path. It looks like it's being stopped by the Tyranitar here. They're starting this Reggie Steel. At any moment, they could bring the squad in, and here comes the Hyperspace Hole. They're just going to rip this thing apart.
We got to watch Redmaw. They've got the Wicked Blow dialed up. Do they take it? They do. Wicked Blow goes wicked hard and seals another objective. Holy smokes, no Dunkin' Donuts out here. Spraggles, his Geese is fine with that little bit of thievery as they peel back. Urshifu feels great too. Great play by Redmaw. They saw exactly what that opportunity was, and they took it.
Absolutely. That Wicked Blow is incredible. By the way, incredible British accent on that Wicked Blow. Really impressive stuff, Doob Snacks.
Come on. It was better than that, Spraggles. Come on. It was better than that.
It was good. It wasn't as good as the Secure there by Nouns Esports, though. That was a thing of beauty, and that's why Urshifu is banned out so often. Just such an incredible Pokemon can just walk into the enemy team and throw that Wicked Blow.
The air has been let out of my tires, Spraggles. Come on. Showtime. Spirit Fingers by the Mr. Mime. They're going to get in there, and it's another objective sealed up by the Wicked Blow. There you go. How's that sound? How's that for an accent?
I actually think you did a perfect impression. I think it was incredible. The Wicked Blow was wicked hot. I can't do it. I don't have that kind of range. Nouns Esports right now getting a nice little Secure right there. Utah trying to take all the experience that they can. They're already a level 13. We got about a minute left before Rayquaza. Level-wise, things are looking pretty good on the side of Talibobo, but it's close for Nouns Esports, and score-wise, we're right there for both teams.
Yeah, that's one thing that Nouns Esports has always done incredibly well. Even if they're behind on experience, they are somehow either very close or ahead on the scoreboard, which allows them to put pressure in different ways on the opposing team despite being under level. Good KO by Megu on the Urshifu there. A great way to keep them in the game. Huge block into the Roadrunner combo. KO with Klaus. Let's go. That was nasty.
Yeah, that was nasty and really bad for Nouns. I mean, they blew a Unite move and it couldn't get anywhere. It's just running into the big block of that Snorlax right there. I mean, they painted the tunnel on the side of the mountain, but you can't go through it. Here we go. The fight's happening in the center area. We're actually starting to take this Rayquaza as Nouns is being pushed around.
Oh, 2 players down for Nouns, and that's a horrible start for them as that poor Clefable used its Unite move and pulled out the block card, and it's not able to do much with that as it's moving through, but look at the Dodrio. It's hovering. It's looking for its opportunity. Urshifu is off the map, so their best Secure is gone. The Hoopa is unbound. Delphox Unite comes out right on the portal, so they're going to be tough sledding through on that. Talibobo Believers pivoting on the Rayquaza. Here comes Geese with a little bit of follow me action in tandem, and it's Bro on the Mr. Mime. What is going on? Talibobo had it all, and those points are raining in. The Dodrio didn't even show up for the fight, but we got some back cap action back the other way. Down, certainly not out. Nouns Esports still needs to get more points on the map.
This is so incredibly close. I mean, what an unbelievable match right here. 317 to 311 in game 1 of our bracket reset for these grand finals. It's anyone's match right now. 6 points separate these two teams. Talibobo continuing to siege this bottom goal, picking up a big KO on the Urshifu and just trying to make something happen here, but we still have some shielding on the side of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, they're pushing. That Mega used a big push. I thought they were going to try and score there, but all these pockets are very, very full for the Talibobo Believers, which means they're going to need a lot of time to get these points in. Nothing like a Dodrio on their side that can chip these points in very quickly. Megu's going to try and find, there's a good block. That's a heck of a Unite move. And he's like, I pulled out my block card this time. That's when I wanted it. Driving Talibobo Believers off the goal zone. Delphox Unite comes out. They're trying to pivot. Can they engage? We're looking for some points. Zervis is trying to score there on the outside. Can they get to them? Can they get their points? And nobody's trying to score. You got 20 seconds, Sprinkles. This is when you got to make it happen. Bruv trying to hold it down. Moonlight picking up the squad. Big Heavy's lane comes through. Garchomp engages, but still no points going in, but except on the side of Nouns Esports.
Look at the top path. Delphox is here. No!
he got stopped by a Pokemon!
Are you out of your mind? Oh, no way. That wild Pokemon just scoring right there.
No way! It got stopped by the clay doll. Are you kidding me? What is this?
Oh my! Oh man! Look, it's very possible Mime lands in time right there, but what a devastating stop! Oh, that is so heartbreaking. Talibobo Believers not able to take this one. Bruv coming in there just dancing in front of the whole squad, securing Rayquaza 359 to 311. Come on.
What? Like, come on. This is shades of the legendary Combee from last year. We've got a clay doll not to be outdone. It's like, Combee, at least I'm clay doll. At least I'm the evolved form of Baltoy. Let me get into the action. Holy smokes. Nouns Esports happy to have that 6th man off the bench.
Absolutely. I would say, you know, the end of this match really seemed to just fall into place for Nouns. They got very, very fortunate with securing that Rayquaza. Mime is a great Unite move forward. It stops everyone around it from being able to attack for a moment with a big stun. But, you know, after they caught Gotlu right before the big fight, that's the Dodrio, Nouns was in so much trouble. A heroic secure by Bruv, and what a finish.
I mean, there is no reasonable points of information that we're looking at here that stand out to me, because nothing will outshine that clay doll with its 4 HP shot onto the Delphox Utah to keep them from scoring. Are you kidding me? This is what we live for out here in the UCS. Season 2 starting off with a bang.
These are the games. This is how you want to see it. This is the craziest Pokemon Unite you can see by the best players out there. Unbelievable moments that you couldn't see anywhere else. I do also have to point out Adesu holding down that goal with the Sand Tomb right there. Made it so no one could really set up a good score. The siege on that bottom goal was impressive, but Nouns held it off in a really amazing fashion right there.
Let's take a look at what happened here in this just absolutely wild game 1. Personally, I'm waiting for the clay doll highlight. Hope it makes the cut here, as all of the players are around that Registeel, and that one early one went to Talibobo Believers.
Oh man, what an incredible fight up here in the top path as they're just pushing them back. Registeel being taken down, and here comes Redmaw. This is the reason this Pokemon's banned out. Wicked Blow goes wicked hard.
I was trying to do it like a northeastern resident, like Bostonian accent, and you said British, which like really hurt my feelings. But anyways, that was a sick block and a Dodrio Unite for a KO, and one of my favorite moments in the game until Claydol reared its ugly head, or I guess spun its ugly top and made it happen there. Nouns Esports clutching it up. Bruv, you legend, getting it done out here. And of course, closing the door on this defense is this Nouns Esports squad.
Yeah, look at this defense. You see the Sand Tomb right there, making sure that they can't score. Incredible fight from Talibobo. Utah running to this top path. We have scores coming in from the Dodrio, but it wouldn't matter if Utah could make this work. Slides up the top, and there we have it. The MVP from Nouns, the clay doll, stopping this thing. Bruv gets there just in time to throw him into his walls. Woo, unbelievable. Gotlu on the MVP right there. Maybe a few more knockouts next time. You know what you need, Gotlu? A battle item, my guy.
Yeah, no potion, no humble potion, definitely not in this recipe for success. And we just didn't have the player card for the clay doll ready to go here, but under its build, its attack was the best one on the planet, and its items were a backpack as they carried the entire Nouns Esports squad into the finish line there.
Unbelievable match. I mean, that's how you want all these games to finish, in just such dramatic fashion. You don't know who's going to take the match right there at the end. We're going to take a look here at what happened in the OCE region earlier, because they had their championship series. XO Clan taking the #1 spot. A lot of you, if you're watching the championship series last year, you might remember Iclin. Dupesnacks, I believe you're a huge fan.
I am a huge fan of iClan. Their story is phenomenal. They have a little bit of a retooled roster, finding themselves in second place here. But that XO Clan, an amalgamation of a few other strong squads, including Ground Zero, the 1620 Kings out there, they came together to kind of form an OCE super squad, and tell you what, paid off in February.
Yeah, beautiful. They're picking up the championship points in OC. We got Legends Reaper 1. Who? Question mark? Underground ESC, Juicy Bulbs, Washed Up Gamers, and D-Gen Overtime. Congrats to our OC champions EXO clan.
Great work by them. Great work by them. And something I want to keep an eye on, or at least make our folks at home aware of. OCE region getting 2 representative at Worlds this year, so there's a lot of spot to fight for. Here we go.
Yeah, a lot of spots to fight for, but let's take a look at this. This is what's coming up here. We're at the February finals right now. We've got the March finals coming up just a month from now, and then April, the AOS Cup live at EUIC. Let's freaking go. Another live event coming up in June at NAIC. Pokemon Unite is doing it big this year, Dupe Snacks.
Oh yeah, playing those out live is absolutely massive, and that'll be 2 of 3 LAN events that we will have this year. The third, of course, being the Pokemon Unite World Championships in Yokohama, Japan.
Look, I don't know if I need to take this moment to beg everyone to let me go to Japan, but I'll just take a moment to say I want to be there at Yokohama. I want to see how this thing ends. Worlds last year was unbelievable. North America taking the big spot, but a team you're about to watch once again, Nouns Esports, the runner-up right there. You're seeing one of the best regions in the world on broadcast right now.
Absolutely. Nouns Esports always seem to be doing it from the loser side of the bracket.
Yes.
At least to bookend their season, right? In February and at Worlds. That's exactly what they did last year. And I think they'll be more than happy if that's the type of run they have at Worlds, if they make it that far this year as well. But yes, February finals dropped to the losers bracket, stormed all the way back for the big W. World Championships dropped down to the losers bracket early, stormed back, made it to the Pokemon Unite World Championship Finals, falling just shy of Ascended, aka Blackhand in that one. But Tally Bobo looking good. Definitely some signs of life out of them and the ability to take a big W here, and there is nobody that wants to stop that storybook ending more than the Believers.
Yeah, without question, they want to secure their spot. They want to say they are the kings of EU right now, and they are playing like it. They are playing some amazing games of Pokemon Unite. I do have to say, I don't know if I've ever seen such impressive games than the games I've seen from Nouns. They're just unbelievable. Some of the strategies that they're implementing, the sneaky scoring, the fake Hoopa Unite move. I think that little series that we saw from Nouns just earlier was one of the most impressive big brain plays I've seen from a team. And you know what? For some teams, Dupe Snacks, it takes them fighting from behind. They got to feel the pressure. They got to know that they could go home at any moment. And that is when they turn it on. That is what a champion does. And the question is, can they shut this down right now and actually climb back through the losers again to become the February finals champion? It would be unbelievable. Tally Bobo, unbelievable.
Well, now they're on the doorstep. They are not too far away from claiming themselves another February finals title. Tally Bobo Believers, they are getting just kind of outpaced in micro decisions that are happening on player bases. They're not playing poorly by any means, but they're just getting eked out a little bit here, eked out a little bit there on an individual basis, and they really need to get together as a collective and saying, hey, if we're not going to beat them in the microtransactions, let's beat the absolute brakes off of them in the macro transactions into those big fights and making sure we're taking all these objectives.
Here we are. Tally Bobo, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team. Both teams banning Urshifu. They're saying, yeah, we don't want to deal with this Pokemon at all. Without question, that Pokemon gets banned out. Hoopa looking like our first pick right here. And to remind you, if Nouns takes this thing, they will have won a bracket reset, climb through the losers bracket, and they will win the entire February finals right now. Tally Bobo trying to stop that with a big pick on Mew.
Yeah, they're really leaning into Toon, saying, hey, you're our top tier player here. We'll give you what you want. Toon said, give me Mew. That's what I want, which hemorrhages Hoopa onto the other side of the map. But now, look, Megu can pick up Slowbro can pick up a Clefable if they want it. So they've got some options here. They can actually go Slowbro into Delphox if they want to give themselves really kind of like some high octane picks for their players.
Ooh, oh, taking the Blissey right here. We've got two big pink blobs on the side of Tally Bobo, and that's going to be a very, very tanky team. Blissey also has such incredible single target healing, so they can really make sure that whoever is their strong power Pokemon never goes down.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get Geese and Redmaw locking in Lucario and Delphox for their team, respectively. Geese most likely going to end up on the Hoopa. Redmaw going to hold on to that Lucario here. But the Dodrio is unlocked if they want to go in that direction, Spraggles. And I wouldn't mind to see a Dodrio with not one, not two, but three hats.
Yeah, if we don't have three hats, I riot for sure. We see the last pick here, Adesu. I wonder what they're going to lock in looking at this enemy squad right here. I'd be shocked if it was Cinderace. Oh, and it looks like we might be grabbing the Greedent here for Gotlu possibly. And we're going to send Delphox on over to Adesu. Let's see what yes, they are locking the mean squirrel.
Yeah, that's one thing that Tally Bobo believers haven't really figured out is how to contain Gatlu on this Greedent. It's just kind of been able to run wherever it wants on the map, do whatever it wants on the map, and of course have an impact wherever it wants on the map. So how do you close that door? How do you shut that down? And some guaranteed hits from the Icicle Spear Glaceon, if they go into that moveset direction, can certainly help.
This is going to be a really wild match here. I don't know how much Utah I've seen on Glaceon. Also, Klaus on that Dodrio. I'm really excited to see what they are able to do with this Pokemon. We saw that they have two stacking items. They've got the Cookie and they've got the attack weight. Sorry, we're in EU. They've got the Biscuit and the attack weight. And if they do have those two items, I have to assume that we're probably seeing a tri-attack Dodrio. Once again, maybe to just really zone in on that Delphox.
I like that idea personally. Again, we mentioned Dodrio does have a very good ability to get to the backline players, specifically Delphox in this situation here. Adesu going to take a ride in the central area as Snorlax and that Squovit are going downstairs.
Here we go. This could be our final game. Tally Bobo needs to come back right now. I know there are a lot of Tally Bobo believers at home. We're going to see if they're able to make it happen right here. I'm sorry, was Hoopa heading into that central area to try to steal something right there? Pretty early invade from Hoopa on the side of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, I like that play. Throw a completely different look. Force Tally Bobo believers to adjust, which doesn't look like they have. They're really letting Utah fend for themselves. Geese actually picks up that buff in the face of Utah. They're doing a ton of damage, and you better believe if Geese ticks over to level 4, they've got that hyperspace hole so they can have a free retreat whenever they want it. Good Astonish, are they going to close it out? Nope. The big hamburger helper mitt from the Blissey seals that one up.
Here we go, just trying to take this red buff right now as we got two members here of Tally Bobo trying to stop him. No, not able to pick it up right there. Red Mop in this top path just putting some points on the board, getting their attack weight stacked up. We saw Red Mop do some amazing Lucario work, some of the best secures from any Pokemon Unite player I've ever seen on objectives.
Yeah, and we saw shades of that when they're on the Urshifu, and they definitely have more practice with that Lucario, looking to have a repeat performance when it comes to smiting those things down. If the power-up punch is the moveset they're electing to go with, didn't quite see it yet.
And here we go. We've got Bruv pushing towards this Slowbro right here. Looks like, yep, we get the nice secure there from Nouns, and now they're going to be able to score in the face of Tally Bobo. Continue to stack up a little bit right here, put points on the board, make their stacking items a little bit stronger as Toon Slim's coming down here trying to punish them a little.
Yeah, Blissey's holding it down in the face of 2, but that poor Slowbro was trying to surf through 3 players, and it wasn't really getting it done. Tons of points going in here. Nouns Esports, a great look in the bottom path, and their top path actually isn't going that sideways either, so they have to feel good about exactly what's happening here as the Greedent gets the score in the face of 2. Now Toon Slim and Megu really want to convert on this and get a big time KO. The sure hits are coming through. Can they close the door? Toon Slim's on the chase, hopefully have an Electro Ball queued up and they can lock in that KO. Megu taking the poor Bunnelby to task.
And somehow Greedent makes it out. Toon Slim looking for it, can't seem to shut down the slippery scroll. You know, for something so big, it really is so incredibly mobile. It's got hustle, it's got heart, it's got everything, that Greedent.
Without a doubt. And look at this, Megu pushing with Utah. Going to be able to get some good damage in, but the Squirrel showing up to just throw a wrench in the plans of the believers here as Klaus and Zervis are left to their own devices. Redmaw getting it done with, I believe that was a close combat, and they got a ton of those birds, and now they're going to get this last one here. Redmaw looking good, well fed.
And I have an update. We do not have 3 hats on our Dodrio. Bow ties are irrelevant as well, but we do have a drill peck, which is pretty incredible. Nouns Esports says we don't even want to deal with this. We're ripping it off the board right now. Can we get it with the power up punch? No! Mew coming in with the secure.
Big time secure by a big time player right when their team needed it. Rest of the Nouns squad blinked out coming back, but they're all about that action as Talibobo believers. They have 4 players there to smother, and they're just chunking up tons of damage. Geese tries to catch the reset, but that's KO streak at 2 for Klaus. No hats on this one. You don't have time to put on your hat, Spraggles, when you're doing so much work.
It's true. Trying to not break this thing, and that's actually the power of Dodrio right there. We saw it be able to stop its scoring. It had 14 points, the exact amount that would break the goal, but it could stop after scoring 2, and you will see the best Dodrio players out there understand how to use this advantage and score perfectly on these goals. Gatlu in a little bit of trouble. I mean, come on, you're going to get punished at some point.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the Glaceon and the Mew there. Both of them have that sure hit with between the Electro Ball and the Icicle Spear, and that's great for a Greedent that's so slippery and so difficult to hit with moves that don't do that. They're melting this thing down. Delphox Unite comes out, the Dodrio seals it up, and now they're pushing in the face of Nouns Esports. 2 players down for Nouns, 3 players down for Nouns. Now the Glaceon's heating up. Utah, you wanted to know about Utah's Glaceon? Well, it's here and it's doing work. It's February. It's feeling comfortable in this cold weather, getting it done. And now 8 points left on that goal zone. Make it 3, and that Dodrio is not the one that you want to close that thing out.
Yeah, and you know, here's the thing that's happening with Talibobo right now is they're just holding that goal for as long as they possibly can. Looks like Dodrio got to put in the 40 right there. Dodrio scores in stages unless the goal is, you know, broken using Regieleki. Considering it was broken using Regieleki, it actually was able to get all the points in that top path. 194 to 120, perfect scoring on the side of Talibobo.
I thought it was left at 3 before the Regieleki hit. Look at me go. I don't even understand the game. Let's go. Zervis peeling downstairs. 7 seconds to the basement. Reggie, Klaus, and of course a fully charged up Utah on the Glaceon, ready to go, ready to engage. Delphox trying to find their way, and Klaus, that is their target. That's who they're going to try and get. They're double buffed up. They're looking to do some work. Hoopa Unite is unbound, and they are out. Gatlu pours through the hole. They're going to try and do work. Chipping a berry up. They're going to find a big berry flop in the back line. They're going to see if they can convert. Fist fly out, trying to stun him down. Megu pivots back on Regice. They try and get that done. Mew Unite shields the whole squad. 1 player down. Bliss is on Utah. This is time for them to do work. And that Snorlax has absolutely squeezed all the juice out of that berry. Are you kidding me? Utah trying to find Geese. Geese peeling around, wants to set a reset somewhere, but they don't get it because they are KO'd. And that Regice goes straight to the Talibobo believers. And this looks like a brand new time. A Desu hiding in the brush, coming through with a fire starting action. Nobody's scoring on this, they say. They're pushing forward just enough time for Nouns Esports. And what a clever play, Spraggles.
Yeah, beautiful play there from Adesu. He knew he couldn't fight them, but he could stop them from scoring in that moment. Talibobo taking every single objective on this map. It's really impressive. Their fights are looking beautiful, and if they're planning on taking down Nouns Esports, this is the start you want right here. Nice big KO from Klaus on the Dodrio as that's secured once again. Somehow Talibobo gets every objective.
Drum kick trying to chase down Redmaw. Redmaw's going to be able to blink out of existence. Surf comes in just a bit shy. Adesu getting a KO on Utah as that Regieleki is going unescorted down the path. Talibobo not interested in pushing it just yet. They want some farm. They want some wild Pokemon on the map.
Yeah, Talibobo is just looking for some experience right here, possibly trying to take all of it that they can from the side of Nouns Esports while Nouns has to deal with that Regieleki. And they actually want this goal broken, it looks like, just so they have better positioning around the next bottom Regi fight. But at the same time, they're up already. Point-wise, they're looking great. Level-wise, they're looking great. Fight-wise, objective-wise, they're looking great. This is Talibobo's game to lose right now.
Yeah, just a good chip shot onto the Greedent as they're just trying to cause static in front of Bruv. And that's all about positioning here. Nouns Esports wants the impetus on that basement Reggie, but here comes that sure hit by Utah. Glaceon Unite comes out. They want Gatlu. They're going forward again. Another sure hit. Icicle Spears. It's like the Christmas story. Those things are falling off the roof, chunking your eye, breaking your glasses. Definitely won't shoot your eye out, kid. Or maybe it will. Adesu goes down. KO streak of 2.
Beautiful KOs there from Tally Bobo. They are in control of this match right here. 5 seconds until this Reggie spawns. They're actually beating them up on their goal. We've got Gotlu coming down here just trying to push them off, belching at them and running around saying, please go away, please. Reggie Steele just being taken right now by Tally Bobo. Will we get a secure? This could actually be huge. Big Unite move, but it leads to nothing for Nouns Esports. Tally Bobo picks up that objective again.
Yeah, and that was almost before Rayquaza hit. Delphox Unite comes out. This is the fight that Nouns Esports wants to take. They're trying to push around this goal zone and leverage that. But yes, Tally Bobo is in the lead, but they're pivoting away. They're doing a good job standing up. Big time surf into the Glaceon Unite. They're trying to pivot. They're trying to find a KO, but nobody's down yet for Nouns Esports. They're actually back in the action. Blinked out just in time. Great portal by Geese. There's a Mew. There's a Solar Beam. The power of the sun. Vitamin D coming through. And that is a Snorlax that is gone. And now Tally Bobo Believers is pivoting onto this Rayquaza. Here comes Delphox. They're sussing up top. They're going to try and make a miracle play. They go for the engage, but it's the Snorlax with a heck of a surf sealing that up for Megu. Great play. The Believers, though, still need to get points in Spraggles. It's ducket time, but you got to score them.
That's right, you gotta score these points. Zervis gonna put some points on the board. Dodrio scoring a little bit and backing off. This is beautiful for Tally Bobo. They've been ahead this entire match. They secure the final objective, the first objective, the middle objective, another objective. They secured every single objective throughout this fight. They are looking incredible here. They do not want to go home right now. They're trying to take Nouns Esports out of this thing.
I love this Glaceon. That was a pick directly into the face of Gatlu. They knew between both of those Pokemon, they could seal that Pokemon up, and every time Gatlu got into the mix, it was Glaceon and Mew targeting them down, getting them done with those sure hit abilities, and it worked like a charm. Spraggles, a great adjustment by the Believers here, and they are just 30 seconds away from squaring this thing up 1-1 in the grand finals reset. Gotta play that defense though.
Here we go, 638 to 298. They just scored another 100 right here. This is going to be almost impossible for Nouns, but they are going to keep fighting. But they're just going to eat one of the biggest solar beams of all time from Toon Slim. These points are not going in. Nouns Esports cannot win this thing right now. 10 seconds left on the clock, and it's just 10 seconds that Nouns Esports has to deal with the fact that Tally Bobo is tying this series up. And I mean, unbelievable. A bracket reset. We are playing every single game in both brackets.
Tally Bobo Believers closing that game out in very stylish fashion, getting themselves an ace, all players down on Nouns Esports to put an exclamation point on this one. Great look, great balance across their players for the Tally Bobo Believers here. When I'm looking at these KOs, everybody was getting to the action, everybody's picking up assists, and this was truly a strong team win.
Yeah, huge team win for Tally Bobo. They feel like they won every fight. They won every objective. They crushed them in the final moments. I like the plays from Nouns. They were trying to maybe catch them off guard, throw some Unite moves before when they were expecting it to happen at the final fight. They just could not get it done against Tally Bobo. Tally Bobo takes game 2, and somehow we are heading into a game 3 of a bracket reset right now in the February finals. Let's freaking go.
We are deep in the well, Spraggles, digging for that fresh water, and that fresh water comes in the form of a game 3 to settle who is going to be our UCS Season 2 February Finals champions. Nouns Esports looking for a repeat performance. Tally Bobo Believers want people to believe in them because they say we can take that crown, we can win this game, we can be those champions.
Both of these teams are playing at such a high level right now. Honestly, you could flip a coin at this point. I don't know who is going to win this thing. Either one could do it right here. I got to say, it felt like maybe Nouns thought they had a great counter pick, stealing away that Delphox, but clearly Utah said, no, I'll do it with Glaceon then. I could still dominate you right here. So Mew is obviously a Pokemon you need to watch out for, or Shifu a Pokemon you need to watch out for. I don't know what you ban because both of these teams can play everything on the roster.
Yeah, let's take a look at how the Tally Bobo Believers got it done here in game 2 with some highlights. Gatlu putting the pressure on early at poor Megu, just getting scored on. Why is Megu crying? Because he just got dunked on. That's what just happened right there.
And once again, I mean, this is what we saw all game. Every single objective over to Tally Bobo. This first one secured by the Mew. We got Klaus coming in, picking up some KOs, doing some very intelligent scoring on the side of Tally Bobo. It felt like everything they did was perfect. It really did.
Yeah, Nouns Esports, though, always keeping it close despite being behind on objectives or levels or whatever. And this is a Regice that is a perfect example of that. Talibobo Believers took that one, but Adesu was waiting in the bush to keep them from scoring and really stretching out a level lead and a goal lead that would have been a little bit too much to overcome later on.
Yeah, 194 to 150 getting late into this match right here. And soon, oof, there goes a Desu. Huge IC win. And soon we just see Nouns Esports get absolutely shredded right here. One of the biggest solar beams of all time taking down the Snorlax. And then they just put the points on the board. There's not enough time. There are not enough points in the world right now. Talibobo sewed this thing up. 638 to 98.
Yeah, they did a great job scoring, of course, stretching that lead out to one that couldn't be easily overcome by just sieging 1 or 2 goal zones, and then defended meticulously, got it done, and of course finished this thing off with a clean ace across the board.
And there we go. Our big MVP, Klaus on the Dodrio. You love to see it. Dodrio it has my heart, it has my soul, it has 3 hats, it has everything, Dupe Snacks.
Well, Klaus saying, I don't have time for 3 hats because I wear construction helmets out here because we going to work. 8 knockouts, 2 KOs, 242 points. And of course, the Aos Biscuit, the attack weight really boosting up that Dodrio's capabilities out here in Thea Sky Ruins. And of course, Klaus getting the tip, getting it done.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I love seeing it. We actually are going to be doing a little bit of an update on our championship points here from OCE, I believe is what we're going to take a look at first. Let's take a look here. Oh, from LatAm, we have Clash as your Latin America South February champions. No way. That's just coming in right now. Congratulations to Clash, Q-Lash.
Just a wonderful, wonderful team that's been putting the work into the offseason and getting it done here in February, being rewarded for that effort. 1,500 CP to Clash. That breaks down, quick math, 300 points per player. And of course, all the way down, more numbers, 1,200 for second place. Parappa Gang, kind of like that name. That's a lot of fun. 960 to them. OG, 770. Infamous Young, Crimson Gaming, Punto CL, and Turan Army all the way down there for LatAm.
That's right. So if these champion points look a little different, it's not that they get more in Latin America South. It's just that each player gets those 300 points we were looking at earlier, giving them the 1,500, 1,200. And some of those numbers are also multiplied by 3. It's hard to say. I don't know if computers can multiply all numbers by 3 yet, but I'm sure the wizards at Pokemon Unite will figure it out.
There is someone out there with a calculator. 2 of those people are not me and Spraggles. So
no,
we read what's on the screen. We got it done. We figured it out. 1,500 divided by 5 is 300. That's too easy. Here we go. Nouns Esports 1. Talibobo Believers 1. Grand Finals reset. Done. We are here.
Yes.
Next game decides it all. Your February Finals champions for the European region. Spraggles, what's your heart telling you?
I mean, honestly, no matter what happens, I feel like this is going to be the most exciting moment in one of the most exciting moments in Pokemon Unite history, and also one of the most heartbreaking. I want both of these teams to win so hard for different reasons. The players on them are amazing. I want the story from Talibobo. I want them to secure their spot as the best in EU. And of course, I want our champs to come back and win this thing. Either way it goes, it's a little bittersweet because you want both to win.
How wild is it that in this particular storyline we're touting Nouns Esports as kind of like the scrappy underdogs when they're really one of the best teams in the world, proven by their track record and last year. But their story is just so fun. Their players are just so energetic and so exciting to watch that it's really, really hard to root against them. And on the other side of the coin, you have Talibobo Believers that couldn't be any more of a different squad, but are amazing to watch, tons of fun. And if they give Mew over to Toon Slim again, you better believe they're ready to go to work.
Yeah, this puts Nouns in a really tough spot right here. What do you ban out? If they ban out the Mew, hopefully Talibobo will not ban their Urshifu so that they can pick it up right here. We're just going to have to see how this draft goes because it could mean everything as they ban out the Greedent and the Mew. This gives Nouns Esports a free Urshifu, but will they take it?
It's hard not to, right? I mean, Redmaw was doing such great work, great secures with that Wicked Blow. Of course, that means a Hoopa is being deferred over to Talibobo Believers. You can really see which Pokemon these teams favor as some of the best going, right? If you're not going to get Urshifu, you better get yourself a Hoopa. And now Utah really feeling that Glaceon last game, felt like they could do a lot of work. They picked it right back up.
And here we go. We've got the Blastoise and the Snorlax on the side of Nouns Esports. Snorlax feels like a real comfort pick for Bruv right now. Not a Pokemon I have seen them on a ton, although it is one of the best defenders inside the game.
Yeah, and on the other side of the coin, Megu getting Slowbro. And I'll be honest, the only games we've really seen them take to task on Nouns Esports when they've been on Slowbro was when they've been using Surf Slowbro. So we'll see if that remains the order of the day for Megu here as they lock in what I can only assume is going to be Toon Slim on, or excuse me, Utah on that Delphox.
And here we go. Is it happening? We talked about this at the start of the broadcast. We haven't seen it all day. We've got a Desu on the Dragonite. I mean, this was the heroic Dragonite from Worlds. We've got Klaus bringing in the sword. This is going to be such an amazing match, and no matter which way it goes, this is it, folks. The EU champion will be crowned in 10 short minutes.
Really look at the composition that Nouns Esports has put together. It is shades of last year when you really want to be last hitting those objectives. Dragonite with that Hyper Beam, Gatlu on the Urshifu with that Wicked Blow, if assuming they go to the single strike variant. And really all Talibobo Believers has on their side to truly contend that is the Aegislash Coup de Grace Unite move.
Yeah, it's an amazing secure move, one of the best inside of Pokemon Unite. We're going to have to see what they can do. Nouns just looks like the kind of team that could take every objective right in front of your face, though. So it's going to be anybody's game. Here we go. It all comes down to this. How do we make it all the way through a bracket reset and we come down to this final game? It can't go any further. A champ is about to be crowned.
Poor Gatlu on that Kubfu in the middle. We're going to see if Talibobo wants to head across the map and cause some static there for them. I wouldn't be surprised if the Hoopa does take that responsibility for them, as we are early in the shades of this one.
And here we go. Bruv just trying to get this secure right here, picking that up in the face of Talibobo Believers. Snorlax, I mean, such a tough Pokemon to take as secure away from that big tackle, then boosted attack, is really able to pick up anything that's in front of it.
Yeah, the fact that it almost always makes it out from those kind of over-committing secures is, of course, what makes it one of the strongest early game Pokemon as well. Glaceon ticked over early for the Talibobo Believers. Toon Slim on that Pokemon, and they're going to be looking to have a repeat performance of what Utah just put up, because Glaceon looked great in Game 2.
Things looking pretty good here in the bottom path for Nouns Esports. Not as good in the top path, as it looks like their Squirtle was a little bit behind that sword up there. We're going to look for a level 5 here. The Dragonair comes out very, very early for Nouns Esports, and this is not a player that you want a lot of experience to go to if you're Talibobo Believers. You have to watch out for this Dragonite.
Bruv doing a great job helping Adesu seal all those up. Gatlo screening for the team very, very well, as Megu's just going to keep these points and got some support in Toon Slim this time. Are you kidding me? They were just dusted off the face of the earth. That was like a rocky uppercut, just deleting Toon all the way back to home base here. And now the Talibobo Believers putting quite of a stand together to keep that goal zone intact, and the Urshifu goes down, but you cannot understate the strength of that bear.
Yeah, incredible Wicked Blow right there, really chasing down Utah, but a wonderful counter there from Talibobo. They said, all right, fine, we're going to use our Hoopa, we're sending them down this hyperspace highway, and they're going to pick up the KO as well. So big plays from both sides, but Nouns right now up by almost 50 points.
Great start for them. Always find a way to score, get some points in, keep at least to parity on that level, and when they're ahead, they're feeling good, even if they might be behind in experience, as we mentioned before. Megu really screening around, trying to keep an eye on the Nouns Esports players for the Believers, making sure that they understand exactly where everyone is on the map.
Yeah, and right now we can see everyone just picking up as much experience as you can. The board is completely wiped clean. There's not a single yellow dot. They're all playing Pac-Man, picking up those wild Pokemon, getting their levels right now. Adesu's so incredibly close to this Dragonite. If they can pick up enough secures at this fight right now, they're going to evolve right in the face of Talibobo and bring that big Hyper Beam to this fight as we head up into our top path here.
Yeah, good stun there by Zervis and Toon. Going to do tons of work, get all the birds in the face of Redmon Geese. They've decided that these are the players they want to limit from that experience, as there's an overcommitment downstairs by Nouns Esports. The Hyperspace Highway is open, as you say, Spraggles, and now Talibobo Believers are peeling down to this Registeel. They've got 4 of their 5 players willing to do work. The one missing, though, Glaceon, Toon Slim.
Yeah, Toon Slim staying in the top path, continuing to get experience right here. And it looks like this is a really good situation for Nouns Esports. They've got the Wicked Blow and the Hyper Beam at the same time. Let's go. I mean, unbelievable damage. What is Talibobo going to do about this?
That is huge secure, and I said it before, I'll say it again. I have not seen a Hyper Beam from Adesu not seal the objective and multiple KOs at the same time. They just got it like that. Spraggles, Adesu showing why Nouns Esports is sitting on top of the rankings out here, and why they're not a team to be trifled with.
This is going to be tough for Talibobo Believers. As we talked about before, Doob Snacks, the secure that they have, the last hitting potential on the side of Nouns is so incredible. Not to mention the fact that they can do all that damage to the enemy team as well with their Hyper Beams and Wicked Blows. I mean, boy, Talibobo Believers has a tough road ahead of them as that Hyper Beam takes almost their whole health bar.
Yeah, they're just a little short on Megu, getting some cheeky points in down there, but the action's up top as we see 3 Unite moves. Delphox, Aegislash right back into the face, and of course the Blastoise as well. And now the Delphox is trying to chase it down as Zervis is trying to get the team over to them so they can converge into some KOs. But those Unite moves were all expended for no real value, Spraggles. No KOs there.
Yeah, not a lot of KOs there, but I do appreciate the patience of Nouns Esports right there. They realized if they dove any further into that Delphox, they were in a lot of trouble. They don't want to give up their lead right now, which they very clearly have. They have a lead on some of their experience-heavy, experience-hungry Pokemon, excuse me, and they've got a points lead.
You don't want to hemorrhage that away by giving up dumb KOs. You are exactly right, because that is a great comeback mechanism in this game. If you get a KO on a Pokemon that is a higher level than you, you get great experience. Gee's using Follow Me to actually retreat as Klaus is looking for an engage, but Bruv was actually sitting behind them looking for an opportunity to jump, decides not to. Now they're coming in to close and do a little pincer maneuver as they keep Toon Slim from scoring here from a player that they didn't even know was still on the map. Tons of Icicle Spears roaring into the stomach of that big old Pokemon as that's a heavy slam that tries to catch Aegislash, but they are through that Hoopa unbound portal as they're all over Registeel. Talibobo Believers are trying to find their targets. Blastoise is down. Adesu landing from space, but it's too late. They get dusted as soon as they land, no problems. And Talibobo Believers, that's a Registeel for you.
Talibobo Believer says this is how we're gonna win this thing. We don't need to secure an objective in your face if you're already gone. Huge KOs from Talibobo. Beautiful Hoopa Unite bringing the whole team down right there. Trying to pick up this sword right now. Yes, they are able to get it here on the side of Nouns, but what a comeback for Talibobo. They're gonna need to win a couple more big fights like that, and they're gonna be your February champs.
Yeah, great fight by them, but Nouns adjusting phenomenally, not giving up any points in that goal zone despite the absolute scrubbing of them in that Regieleki fight. No problems. They played some good defense, and a timely fly from the Unite move of the Clefable crash lands on a couple players from the Believers and buys them just enough time to get back in. But that's a Snorlax Unite. Bruv spacing very well. Delphox Unite comes out, and so does the Coup de Grace, but it's the Dragonite that seals it up with the wonderful Hyper Beam. Can you believe it? Utah getting real low. They're going to get chipped out, and they're going to get KO'd. No problem. Toon Slim playing very far forward. So is Klaus. They want more. They want more. They're pushing. Bruv goes down too easy. Klaus looking for the engage. The Urshifu wants a Wicked Blow, and that goes in on the Glaceon and gets a clean KO, and now that's another one. Holy smoke, that just broke that sword in half. Holy Wicked Blow doing wicked work. Gatlu looking good.
Come on, say it the way you want to say it. I want to hear what this Wicked Blow did.
It went wicked hard.
There we go. And it did go wicked hard. 239 to 57. Nouns Esports right now. 1 minute until Rayquaza, and they are way up on score. As you were mentioning before, Doopsnacks, this is what they like to do. They like to pad their score, whether they're up on experience or objectives or not. They want to make sure that even if they don't get Rayquaza, they have a chance to win this thing. But it looks like they could easily get Rayquaza with the squad that they've got right now. The secure is unbelievable on the side of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, forcing out an Adesu Unite there. Dragonite does have a pretty quick Unite timer, depending on the distance that they use, so they might get it back in time. I think that was the feel there, and Gee's picking them up. But as Talibobo Believers all over the Regirock, they're checking everything in the kitchen sink at it. Delphox Unite comes out, and that's late stage in the game. Regirox is all over it. 2 players down for Nouns Esports, and the Aegis Slash gets a KO Shrika 2. They're pushing so far forward. They lock it up. Talibobo Believers takes the Regirock, and now they're pivoting into the center here. 2 players down for Nouns Esports, and that Urshifu notably will be down for about the first 8 seconds of this Rayquaza. Glaceon Unite comes out early. They're burning it. They want this now. They're taking this now. They have a huge lead to Nouns Esports. They're converting on it. Aegis Slash takes it. Now they need to go score their points. They're down by about 160. They need to worsen. They need to get their points in. Megu gets their points in. Delphox there gets their points in. This lead is shrinking quickly. Talibobo Believers just on the doorstep here. Utah unable to score. Are you kidding me? Come on.
Utah's shield is broken. They're trying to score, but it looks like shields are being broken all over the map. But Slowbro still has one. Toon Slim has 50 points, but no shield to be able to score right now. 239, 157. If Megu can get enough points and sneak a goal right now, they could win this thing. It's so unbelievably difficult to stop a Slowbro with a shield, but it looks like they caught it. They caught that Slowbro, and I don't know if it's going to have a shield. Zervis, however, still has a sneaky shield. No, it does score. Nouns Esports now 239 to 205. 1 minute left in this game, and it is a nail biter, Doopstacks. And we still, I believe, have a shield on the Hoopa.
34 points separate these 2 teams, and now the work needs to go in. They want Megu gets like 16 in. That's going to be huge. That shrinks the gap. You only need a couple points to close that. We saw how important it is to keep your pockets light when you're trying to make small deposits. Utah's holding 50, so they're going to be responsible for opening the gates so these scores can happen. They're moving around. Utah needs to make a push. We've got a lot of action here as Klaus is going to go for the cheeky 50. If this goes in, it's game over. If this goes in, it's game over. Here comes their... It stopped just in the nick of time. Utah getting their points and Megu getting their points, and what a goal. Talibobo Believers, 375 to 337. They need to get back into...
Snorlax scores! Snorlax scores!
Oh no!
Oh my gosh!
381 to 375. Big Unite move comes out there all over this goal zone. Can they convert? Somebody needs to score here. 403 to 389. Nouns Esports is on the verge of winning the February final. 435 to Talibobo Believers. It's up to the Snorlax. Plus 14. I don't think that's enough. There's more points going in. Spraggles, what is happening out here? Plus 20. Megu, you legend. I think that's it.
I think that's it. I think they secured it right there at the end on the goal. Unbelievable. We're about to see the scoreboard tick up right now. This could be anybody's game. It's so incredibly close. How your February Finals champions, Talibobo Believers takes it. What a push. What a finale. Wow. Wow.
I am at a loss for words. What an absolute rabid finish by these 2 teams, making it happen, keeping this thing and both of their teams in it. Nouns Esports sending everybody across the map, getting some cheeky scores. You called it out, the big Snorlax score in the top, but Talibobo Believers not to be denied in this one. Keep the push on. Hoopa Unite in the home goal zone. Call it DoorDash. They're delivering on the doorstep, and they eating hundo burgers there, and they get it done, Spraggles.
You don't have a better series than that. You don't have a better final game than that. You don't have better final moments than that. That was absolutely unbelievable. And you just saw your new EU champion here. Talibobo Believers takes it off of Nouns in the bracket reset. Final game, final moments, final seconds. It all came down to that final push. Unbelievable.
We're gonna, you know what? Normally we do highlights here. Let's watch the last 90 seconds, Spraggles, so we can see if we can catch a little bit more of the cheeky action that happened down here in the late stages of the game.
Yeah, look at some of this incredible stuff. We've got that score shield still on the Hoopa right there as Megu was able to put in those points from Slowbro, bringing it up to 205. They're still behind at this point right here as they need to continue pushing and making some goals, but they pick up a massive KO right there and push a Desu off goal. He has to run as they start scoring more points in this top half.
Yeah, Megu getting some points and them scoring and staying alive with great support by Utah, just dealing tons of damage, forcing the retreat at Announce Esports was huge. Allowed them to go pick up more coins. They get another 40 banger in there. And then you have Klaus scoring downstairs. Zervis is peeling, but we see the Dragonite and the Snorlax making their way across the map.
Beautiful score right here. We got the 27 going in before the 50 there of Utah. And even with these counter scores right here, Talibobo Believers is still very much in this thing. We've got the Hoopa Unite bringing the whole squad through, and they are just sitting on this goal zone, doing anything they can to put the points in. Once Blastoise goes down and that rapid spin is no longer dealing out the damage right there, they're actually able to rein in the points. And Talibobo in the last few seconds of this match become your February finals champions for EU. Wow.
Megu getting the nod here. Only one knockout. That's not what we're looking at out of your defender players. 9 assists, tons of points, and a huge mountain of them coming in the last minute of that game to seal the win for the Talibobo Believers, including that cheeky 20 right at the end.
Beautiful, beautiful plays. Yeah, and Megu, I mean, you saw them score so many points. They snuck in when they had the Rayquaza shield. They also pushed in with Utah. Their Delphi, like, they made so many plays happen. I'm just so happy for the Talibobo Believers. They are an unbelievable, no, they're a believable team. That's actually exactly what they are. Talibobo Believers. Wow, incredible. Your February finals champions, and they did it in such an impressive way.
I'll tell you what is unbelievable, how much the UCS Season 2 kickoff party for the EU exceeded any possible expectations I could have ever written for it. You can write bracket resets, you can write game threes, but you cannot write down to the wire like this one was and how unpredictably close it was going to be. Truly, I say this a lot, but this was truly a barn burner.
It really was a barn burner. I say it less often than you do, but I still believe it more than ever. That was incredible. It's one of the best series of Pokemon Unite that I have ever seen. One of the best final moments of a Pokemon Unite series that I've ever seen between two of, without question, the best teams in the world. Incredible. Nouns obviously is going nowhere, and Talibobo is just shooting straight up a lot of people's picks for maybe the best team in the world. You couldn't have asked for a better series of games. Truly, what a kickoff to UCS.
Yeah, I want to tip the cap to the other 6 teams that made it to the top 8 for the EU region. A lot of great games were shown today, a lot of exceeding expectations from a lot of teams, proving to us that right now EU is still pretty wide open. Yes, you have a couple teams that sit at the top, but they are not infallible. We saw Nouns Esports get sent to the losers bracket by Time to Shine. We saw them get dispatched in a grand finals reset by Talibobo Believers. So there's a lot of opportunities for a lot of these EU teams to make their mark throughout the rest of the season. Spraggles, thoughts?
Yeah, without question, you're absolutely right. I saw some of the most impressive play from EU here. These teams just keep getting better. You're seeing a lot of the players who are around for the first season of UCS. You're seeing a lot of new faces too, which is amazing, like someone like Utah. But a lot of these players just keep getting better. Their synergy of these teams, as we talked about earlier from Zephyr, they just keep getting tighter and tighter. I can't wait to see how this progresses throughout the season, how this progresses when we add new Pokemon to Pokemon Unite. It's just an unbelievable start. Also, draft is the greatest thing for Pokemon Unite ever. It has created some of the most exciting matches ever.
Well, guess what? We've got an interview with Zervis from Talibobo Believers. So let's kick it over to them. Spraggles, take it away.
Zervis, first off, congratulations. That was one of the most exciting series of Pokemon Unite that I've ever had the privilege to cast. So your team played amazing. Did you know in those final moments that you were up? Like, how close did you think it was right there at the end?
You can hear me, right?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. we're actually not 100% sure. Like, I asked my team, are we up? Are we up? Are we up? And they were like, I think so. And then you have the mobile game players who usually load in quicker after the score, like after the game ended, right? And they see the score quicker. And then Klaus is like, we won. We're all just like shouting, celebrating. It's really cool.
Amazing.
I was going to ask you, Zervis, in the last minute of that game, it was clearly a scramble to go score some points, since it didn't sound like too many people knew where the score stood, especially up as we had it on the screen and we were having trouble keeping up with it. What was it like in those final moments on those comms? Were you calm? Was the communication a little crazy? Bring us into that moment.
It actually got a little bit hectic. I think we did some mistakes. For instance, me, I like lost my shield, and like Toon was mostly shouting, don't lose your shield, don't lose your shield, and I lost your shield. So then we got actually a little bit nervous, especially because I think it was Gatlu, the Urshifu cancelled my score. So then we got a little bit nervous, but we did the right play in the end to actually get some small scores in still, and I'm really happy that some people kept their composure. So team is really good.
Amazing plays, Zervis. I'm sure you made a lot of fans today. Do you have any message for all the new Talibobo believers out there?
Well, one of the shoutouts goes to Talibobo himself, who is actually watching apparently. So this win is for you, buddy. And yeah, I really hope that we will continue to do well in the European scene and also at Worlds. The goal is Japan, and we hope to see you there. So thanks for cheering for us, guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Zervis. Talibobo believers, your February finals champions here for EU. Incredible. Again, huge shout out to them. And we're bringing back Relic and Sofchan so we can talk about everything that we have seen today. Relic, why don't you take us through this bracket?
Marvelous, outstanding, extraordinary, out of this world. How many superlatives do you want me to use? Let's take a look at this journey that we all went on together. Talibobo believers, we are all believers now. To see them drop to Nouns Esports in that grand final was one thing, but it's all about the journey, isn't it? It all started back in the quarterfinals. 2-1 against Woof Woof, going into the 2-0 Zephyr, beating Time to Shine. The full bracket reset. It's been an extraordinary day at Pokemon Unite. What a privilege it was to be here.
And Soph, why don't you tell us a little bit about the points that these teams got now that we know how to multiply things by 3?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually, multiplying by 5.
There you go, Chief.
There you go. We're learning. That's fine. So we have our first place here, Talibobo believers, of course, after this jaw-dropping performance. I don't know, you guys, but I was just dying, screaming, shouting, because it was incredible we've seen. But we are on 1,500 points CP.
Such an incredible
for
day.
The first place.
So amazing. And I just, soon we're going to get some thoughts from everybody right here, but these were some of the most exciting games to cast. I'm wondering from you, Sofchan, what was your favorite game to cast today?
Oh, I think it might have been Time to Shine and Nouns Esports. I think that was my favorite. It was just so good to see a match that we were casting after Nouns Esports had been taken down to the lower bracket because of Time to Shine. So it was incredible to see what they were going to bring to the table. And I was rooting for that lower bracket run. They did it up until that bracket reset. So I'm just delighted to see, because exactly as you said, Spriggles and Tube Snacks, Talibobo believers or Nouns Esports, both of them deserved the prize, and Talibobo believers got it. So incredible.
Amazing. Relic, what was some of your favorite moments from today?
Oh, do we have all day? Do we have all day?
I think we don't. Let me check.
I mean,
but I do want to hear.
To TLDR it for all of you. Look, it's a fantastic time to be an EU Pokemon Unite fan. Zephyr Esports coming out with some of the best plays that we've seen. Talibobo believers, new kings of EU maybe. Nouns Esport, that 15 series winning streak within their own region, broken. It's not a case of, well, now Nouns have been beaten, now we've got a new king. It's everyone here has raised their game to new heights. Don't expect Talibobo believers to be the dominant force throughout the rest of the year. Trust me, it is a wide open field.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at what we've got from our team here. We've got a look here at our broadcast schedule. Dupe Snacks, tell us about it.
Well, February finals for the EU region, you just saw that conclude. Tally Bobo Believers, congratulations. March finals in March, makes sense. AOS Cup in April, we'll see you there, and the AOS Cup finals for the EU region specifically will be done at EUIC. And of course then we have the April finals leading into the May finals, and of course regional finals in June, with for NA, the regional finals happening in Columbus, Ohio at NAIC.
And then, of course, Japan, Yokohama for the World Championships. Let's take a look at our big players of the day. Gotlu from Nouns Esports, Toon Slim on Tally Bobo Believers, Adesu on Nouns Esports. Gotlu putting in the points, Toon dealing the damage, and Adesu not really taking too much, staying in the back there, making sure they can make all the big plays without getting KO'd. Huge players, obviously. These are the two teams that clashed in our big grand finals as well. I want to hear a final thought from everybody. We're going to go around the horn here. Doob Snacks, boy, this was a real pleasure. What do you think of the games you saw here in EU?
I mean, they're phenomenal. S tier, you couldn't ask for more if you tried, and if you do, being a little greedy, because that was pretty darn phenomenal from top to bottom, bell to bell. I'm just happy to be back out here. Eyes in the sky on AOS Island. Peace, love, and hugs. My pleasure in NA, right around the corner. Our home turf, Spraggles, got to represent.
That's right. Soph-chan, I mean, what an unbelievable set of games. I want to hear your final thoughts.
No, I have to say, Spraggles, that this was incredible from start to finish, wasn't it? And to have the series for you finishing off in such great fashion with our grand finals reset, I think that couldn't have been a better way to start 2023 Championship Series. So I'm just delighted to have been a part of it.
Absolutely. And Relic, take it away.
I mean, we learned what a dragon sounded like thanks to Doob Snacks. We saw some of the most intelligent plays in Unite Championship Series history, one of the longest series in Unite Championship Series history. And bless you guys, you're only halfway done for today. We're going to sit back and relax, Soph and I, and enjoy you guys casting over NA. If it can hold any sort of a light to what we saw over this first half, then we are in for an incredible opening day here in the western side of the Unite Championship Series globe.
Absolutely. I want to give another big shout out to Relic and Soph-chan. You guys absolutely crushed it today. It was a pleasure being on broadcast with you. And these teams are amazing. That was one of the best series of Pokemon Unite I've ever seen, from the first game that was 2 points to the last game. I want to thank you all for watching the Pokemon Unite Championship February finals for the EU region. But it doesn't stop here. Don't go anywhere, because NA is up next. And don't forget, registration for the March Cup opens February 18th on Battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. If your team needs members, or if you're a solo player, don't worry. After registering, you can find a group on the official UCS Unite Discord. I've got 5 seconds left, which means I get 3 yeehaws. Yeehaw, yeehaw, yeehaw. See you soon.
Absolute brawl breaking out here.
1 KO. They're looking for more. They finally go down. They got it. They got it. Now this getting worked on by T2, and they clutch it out. They have the ability to score. Big push.
For now, here comes the heroic move. No! Couldn't stop it. They couldn't stop it.
They eke it out in the final moment.
The best of the best.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are in Year 2, Season 2, 2023, not 2. I am Jake, aka Spraggles, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! And today we are watching the best teams in NA duke it out to see who will be your North American champion. I am so excited and so blessed to be joined by the incredible Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob Snacks.
Hello, Spraggles. Glad to be back alongside you, of course, for North America, our home region, our home turf. And I'll tell you what, EU set the bar cartoonishly high. Disney movie plot armor high. So NA has a lot to work towards here. But the last time people saw us was the February finals for EU moments ago. But the time before that was at the Pokemon UNITE World Championships in London, England, where we watched Blackhand, aka Ascended, win the World Championship. And I'll tell you what, that team looked pretty good, and they're looking to repeat here in February.
Absolutely. Your North America champions Ascended became the world champions in London last year, taking down Nouns Esports, the EU champions, and they didn't drop a single series of games. Extremely impressive, a dominant performance, setting up North America to be the best region in the world with the best team in the world. But can they keep that momentum? Are they still going to be the best out there? Well, we're going to see them today, actually. Doob Snacks.
Yeah, they got to keep that train rolling. We just saw Nouns Esports fall to the new kid on the block, Talibobo Believers. Blackhand, aka Ascended, looking to not be like their European counterparts. They want to win this one, and they want to keep that train rolling right on forward.
That's right. Last season, that was Blackhand. Now Ascended. Can they do it again? We're going to find out. Things have changed, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, let's take a quick look. February finals, that's where we are right now. That's how time works. In March finals makes sense. But let's highlight a couple things that are changing big time this year. The AOS Cup in April. The finals for the European portion of that will be in London at EUIC. And for the regional finals for NA, your regional finals are happening at NAIC live in Columbus, Ohio. So that's 2 more LAN events. The third, of course, the Pokemon UNITE World Championships in Yokohama, Japan.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what you're going to be seeing here today. The top 8 teams from the qualifiers are competing in a double elimination format. Best of 3 to see which team is going to be your February finals champions, Doob Snacks.
Listen, all 8 teams that have qualified for NA cracked on the sticks, as the kids say. But let's focus on one specific player. Current world champion, currently sitting on Ascended. Overlord. I was gonna say old Overlord, but it turns out he's the exact opposite of that. Overlord. Incredibly unaffected by bans, such a deep Pokemon pool that they have, and of course, as the top path player, sometimes outscales and outlevels their central area player, which is a very rare occurrence, but allows them to really take over the map.
That's right. Overlord's so incredibly good at Pokemon UNITE, they can actually miss a finals to go to prom and still somehow win worlds. That is extremely impressive. We actually got to chat a little bit with Overlord. Let's take a look at a snippet of that interview. The rest of it will be up on youtube.com/Pokemon UNITE.
Hey, thanks for joining. My name is Overlord. So UNITE was the first game I kind of really took seriously. I never really thought about going competitive in any other game. I just mainly play them for fun. It feels kind of weird to consider myself the best player. I try to stay modest, try to stay humble. Getting to the top is, hard enough, but it's really about staying at the top, So we were the champs last year, it's going to be even harder next year because, there's going to be double the amount of teams that are going to be trying to win the same thing as us. Just wanted to thank everybody for supporting us and whatnot. And yeah, watch out for us next year.
Spraggles. Overlord, our player to watch, but our Pokemon to watch newly added to the game, Urshifu. So Spriggles, hop in the workshop and tell me how to build a bear.
I mean, this is just such an incredible Pokemon. If you don't see it banned out inside of these games, you're going to see teams pick it. We saw that through EU. This Pokemon is just so devastating. Whether you're using Wicked Blow or you're going with the Rapid Strike build, either way, it's just such a dominant force. Can secure, can barely get KO'd. This is a Pokemon to watch. Again, if a team even lets someone have it, Doopsnacks.
Yeah, it's an incredibly strong Pokemon. We saw it get banned out quite a bit. We're going to take a look real quick how the NA bracket is texturing itself out. Some highlights that stand out to me. TTV got sent to the losers bracket.
That's right. They got sent to the losers bracket, but they're fighting their way back up. We're going to see their match against Ignorance coming up here very soon. And then, of course, Amaterasu looking fantastic going up against your world champs Ascended here. That'll be the first game we see in the winners finals. Kaizen being taken out in the losers bracket by Ignorance. Unknown being taken down by TTV. And we will not be seeing Wish or Radiance on stream today, as they have also been knocked out in that losers bracket. But man, the matches we have coming up are incredible. We also have two incredible casters joining us here for North America. Let's bring them on out. Steph of Anime and Wonder Chef, aka Steph and Chef, the greatest combo of names in Pokemon Unite casting without question. Steph, tell me what you're excited to see today.
Oh my gosh, my heart is just so full because it feels like all day there has just been so much exciting Unite gameplay. So I'm really excited for this Losers Decider because we're seeing a mirror match from the first game that wasn't on stream. So I'm really excited for that. I'm so excited to be here with Chef, and I'm just looking forward to some really cool stuff.
Now, Chef, I know you are no stranger to esports right here. What do you think sets Pokemon Unite apart, and what are you most excited about today?
Well, right now, I think just Pokemon Unite's got to be in the best place that it's ever been as far as just spectating it. I'm loving these matches. I mean, everything we saw in EU obviously was amazing, but just it feels like these 10-minute games last both like 5 minutes because they go so fast, but it also feel like they last an hour because there's so much that happens in each game. That's easily got to be my favorite thing about Pokemon Unite.
Well, listen, Spraggles, you and me, we gotta beat the brakes out here. We got to get out of here. We got to hit the bricks because Steph and Chef, the dynamic duo, are going to be taking over and taking us through the winners finals right now.
Thanks so much. I am so excited, Chef. We're here with the winners finals. Someone's going down to the losers bracket, and
yeah, I honestly cannot wait. This is, I mean, okay, so we've been watching this entire tournament. I feel already like tired, like we're already done, but it's just starting for North America, and we are going to be starting off with Amaterasu versus Ascended, two powerhouse teams. Of course, Amaterasu, I think a few people may be a little bit more surprised that they are here, of course, knocking the very first seed TTV down in a third game into the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is going to be a tough battle because on the other side, we see Ascended. We've got Slash, Oblivion, Overlord, who we've already heard so much about, Kyrios, and Elo.
This is, I mean, what can we really say about this team, right? They already had the interview with Overlord. They've already talked so much about how Ascended, previously known as Black Hand, was, of course, our previous champions. There's really almost nothing more that we can even say except for the fact that they are continuing their dominance throughout this season. So far, I mean, we're just barely getting to see a taste of what all of these teams are bringing in season number 2. I know there's, of course, been a ton of roster changes. There's been the biggest meta change of all time. It really feels like the different game, and one of the big reasons is the draft phase.
And here it is. That's so correct. The big ban phase. We're going to see Dotrio and Urshifu coming out as bans on these two teams right here. And it looks like that Mew's going to get locked in. Not very surprising at all to see. We're going to see the Slowbro getting locked in on Ascended side. What are you feeling, Chef?
I mean, I'm feeling glad that we're seeing the Urshifu ban. We saw so few Urshifu bans in Europe. In the end, we ended up seeing it a little bit more, but I mean, it's just such a powerhouse right now. Also, the Dodrio, a terrifying Pokemon right now, so understand the ban completely. So far, we're seeing, though, potentially, if we see this Delphox picked up or the guard, oh, actually, it's going to be the Serena adding to the damage on the side of Amaterasu.
I love seeing this Serena. Serena got a ton of play back at the last World Championships, but it feels like we haven't seen too much of Serena. You know, Serena, isn't as bulky as it once was, but it does a ton of melee damage, so that's really exciting to see. I love seeing Ascended pick up that Hoopa. Hoopa's gonna provide so much mobility onto the field. Overlord grabbing that Sylveon, and it looks like we might see Yeetfan take the Decidueye. Yeetfan known for having quite the powerful Decidueye, and I do love to see Glaceon. That's my personal favorite Pokemon. I'm so excited to see it.
Oh, I know you love the Glaceon, and Trainer as well was playing so well on the Glaceon. I got to watch a few of the matches, especially in that TTV match. Just an absolute monster, but that's a ton of damage on the side of Amaterasu. Ascended going to be taking the Aegislash as the final pick here. There's a good amount of tankiness, I feel like, on that team. Of course, they're going to be switching around who's going to be playing which Pokemon, but overall, I mean, the range damage, I just got to keep looking at it on the side of Amaterasu is huge, and they don't seem to have that much tankiness. Like you mentioned, the Serena, not really as tanky as it was in Season 1. If anybody was watching Worlds and had a taste for how it can almost be a tank in its own right. Blissey, somewhat tanky, but not really like the frontliner type of tanky. And on the other side, the fact they have Slowbro and Blastoise, it feels like it's a pretty heavy difference as far as damage versus tankiness on these teams.
For sure. I think the key for Amaterasu is really going to be to keep that distance and not get caught too close, especially with that Aegislash on the field from Kyrios. It's going to be a tough one. And with 10 minutes on the clock, here we go. Game 1 of the winners finals. On the purple side, we're seeing Amaterasu, and on the orange side, the previous champs, Ascended, are coming to play.
Oh, what a first match for us here, including some world champions. So excited with that. It looks like the center is going to be the Eevee for now. We'll see if they do manage to switch out a little bit later, get somebody else the EXP, but we're going to see actually the Sylveon on the bottom side just going, or I'm sorry, on Ascended side going onto the bottom area. Just not going to be taking any of that center farm. Of course, you do really want to try to get that Aegislash up as quick as possible, take advantage of its power spikes.
Definitely. We were seeing a lot of early aggression come out from Ascended side of the field, seeing a nice early Sylveon Mystical Fire set coming out, and oh, that Chansey is in trouble. Roland having to roll away right here, but it looks like Sylveon hiding in the grass, but still wanting to play pretty aggressive right here. Manages to get away, and it looks like the last hit is going to go over to, I believe that's Slowpoke.
This for sure seems like it could be a bully lane, although we're going to be going up to the top side where there is going to be the third, of course, with that Glaceon already up there to try and help that Steenie get up to the Serena level. Both of the mid area players are helping here. The Aegislash is going to get a lot of the farm, but is going to get taken down in return. That is huge. The Alteria's on the bottom side look like they're going maybe even a little bit more in the favor of the side of Amaterasu.
Oh my gosh, definitely punished there, and we are going to see Mew just taking their time, waiting for the right moment to get nice and close. We can see Amaterasu really respecting Ascended, not wanting to dive in too quickly as they go and try to take that wild experience. You know, it's so important early on in these games to have that level advantage to win these early team fights.
Yeah, the Swablu's Altaria, they really start the change for like who is in the lead within a lane, who's going to get those power spikes first. Oh, Mew getting caught out here. Not quite going to be enough, but that harass alone is going to be really, really nice. They do have the hyperspace hole as well on top, so that even if they overcommitted a little bit, they have a little bit more of a nice way to get out. Mew getting back up pretty quick, and this is going to be a fight here in the center area.
We are going to see a bit of a skirmish, and it looks like the hyperspace hole is there to provide some zoning out there, and it looks like, oh, we're going to see the knockout. No, Serena manages to hang on Aegislash, looking so low, and then is still able to hang on right there. Kyrios is able to go safely back to base, get back some HP, and as we look over to the top path right here, Overlord looking to be putting on a ton of pressure on here. Mew trying to just keep everybody off the base, but with 3 here, it looks like we're going to see some huge scores coming in. That's 30, and that's going to be, that's another almost 30 going in, but it's not able to go through. There we go. There is another 5 going in. There is so much happening right now.
I know. Overlord trying to score on top of the hyperspace hole, just trying to say like, let me in. Oh, just barely getting out. Now that's going to be, honestly, it's like 200% of the HP regained from 2 hyperspace holes. Super high value. I love the fact that we're seeing Hoopa again. One of my favorite Pokemon, just in Pokemon in general, but also one that I really enjoy in this game. Love to see those buffs, and we're going to have the fight for the first Regice.
That Regice is already looking pretty low on health, as we do see Ascended doing a great job zoning out Amaterasu. They are nowhere near this Regice right now, but there is still that range from Mew, and it looks like they know that and know that Mew needs to get knocked out of the field in order for Ascended to take this Regice. There, it looks like there was an attempt from that Blissey to come in and help, but not able to grab it.
Hey, we know we've seen some Blissey steals before. I appreciate the attempt, but yeah, it was just the spacing right there, right? The zoning. Oh, we're actually going to see maybe a big punish here. Slash Can's going to be taking a ton of the damage. Going to go down just to kind of protect the rest of the team as they back up. I'm not sure exactly how much they actually managed to score there, but you got to make the attempt when you take that advantage, especially of the Regice.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see Amaterasu looking to try and add some more pressure onto this goal zone right here, but Curios coming in, grabbing that knockout onto the Blissey, and there's that hyperspace hole allowing for some nice maneuvering over as the Regieleki objective appears, and it looks like Curios and Elo are going to start on it, seemingly uncontested, but Mew is coming up to help out right here.
Oh, but gets caught out just a little bit. And once again, it's the zoning. There's going to be nobody to challenge it this time around. We mentioned that the side of Amaterasu has just an unbelievable amount of ranged damage, but the forward positioning that we've been seeing Ascended take, especially at these objectives, the top and bottom Regis, has been so good. They have not been able to engage in the team fights they won. Here we go. We're going to see the Unite from the Hoopa.
Huge rings unbound, and Ascended making a gigantic push, scoring plus 32. Here we go. Ascended now at a huge lead, 271 points. That's the goal broken. Now it's at 311, and now just to boot into the enemy jungle, the central area, going through and just putting so much pressure onto the field.
Oh my gosh, that was a huge overscore too. I think it was about a 38 or something overscore. And look at this. They're just actually pushing back here. This is a huge Unite. I don't know if this can be able to, oh yeah, that'll definitely take down the Serena with the help of the Aegislash. Not the Aegislash maybe had to back up to avoid the Glaceon, but we're just going to back up on the side of the Glaceon. It definitely feels like a little bit of bullying on the side of Ascended at this point. The Regirock is going to spawn most of both teams. Actually, full both teams will be basically in position for this fight. This 4-minute 30-second one will be very important.
This Regirock's definitely going to be pivotal, especially as we take a look at the levels right here. And as we see this huge team fight breaking out, we do see Amaterasu trying to hold the fort right here, but getting zoned out by Ascended. And it looks like the Unite moves are starting to fly. We do see Serena coming in onto this Regirock right here, and it's going to get secured up by the Aegislash. Kirio's going to continue to push through, push ahead, get some goals in right here. And it looks like Hoopa's going to get that down to a nice 3, and the huge mathematics done by Kirio's able to overcap with a nice 47 points with that 50 right there.
Oh my gosh, they are ahead just by so much, so much. And I gotta shout out too that, I mean, that secure from the Aegislash, like you mentioned, there's not a lot of secure, I would say, on the side of Ascended, right? Not a huge amount. I mean, obviously everybody kind of can, but it's a lot of like multi-hits, for example. And so Aegislash is one of the only ones that's got that real quick burst. And there's a lot of big bursts, with the Spirit Shackle, for example, on the side of Amaterasu. So a great last hit. And this fight is pretty big, especially with, of course, the help of that Hoopa. It is just so hard to 1v1 anybody.
We are now seeing the rotation up to the top path. Beautiful Typhoon coming in from Blastoise right here, and the push, the pressure. Oh my goodness, Amaterasu is feeling right now. Glaceon trying to hold on right here. Overlord with just a sliver of health, but is able to go back to base, regaining that health. Curios continuing to fight, push on, but is now going back to surround that Regieleki.
And once again, Ascended just with the perfect positioning to take this Regieleki. They might be delaying a little bit here. I mean, they can for sure get it for free, right? But I think they want to delay it a little bit more so that it becomes that sort of split threat as Ray spawns in about 40 seconds. They don't want to use it too early, let them answer it, but that does mean that there's going to give a chance for Amaterasu to come back into this and fight for it as an objective, and they've got a lot of long range secure.
And that is secured by the Aegislash, there it goes. That is just going to be one more objective that Amaterasu is going to need to fight. And with 2 knockouts, this is going to be a tough one. There's 20 seconds to go until the Rayquaza, so it's definitely not over. 8 seconds to go until the bottom objective, but I don't think there's going to be enough time for either team to secure it.
But look at this. They're taking so much of the free XP from the center area, and Ascended has that forward positioning once again, so that they cannot effectively engage with all of that ranged damage. Everything is looking so good for Ascended. They have an exactly 300-point lead, so even if this raid does manage to get taken by Amaterasu, it will not be the easiest thing in the world to make this comeback victory. Looks like Slashcan is going to be holding that first forward position and taking a ton of this damage, but here's the start of this center fight.
The pressure is on. Amaterasu is the one that needs to make this push. Ascended sitting at that nice 374. We're going to see the Rings Unbound come out. Ascended pushing, grabbing knockouts. 2 KOs on Amaterasu's side, and the pushing. The Amaterasu can't even get close to the Rayquaza.
Oh my gosh, just run over a full team wipe and then taking the Ray. This is undoubtedly going the way of Ascended, our current world champions, showing exactly why they are and that they are back to play. This is going to be very reminiscent, honestly, of the first match that we saw in EU. A very, very dominant lead here. I think at this point, no matter what happens, there's going to be no chance to make a comeback. So honestly, we can just start even talking about how well they played. I mean, they are just everything. Every single bit of their play was great. I mentioned it before. I think that they especially were so good on the, I guess you could say, like, controlling the secure for those objectives. That felt like it was everything to me. They got basically every single Reggie, I think, that they fought for.
And we are going to see this Oblivion go in for this extra cap. A Trainer coming in as well, scoring a nice 100 over here. It's not going to be enough, but we do see a final push coming in from Amaterasu. Despite how it seems, not giving up. They're now up 338, but they're not going to be able to beat that 738-point lead right there. We do see Blissey going up to the top path, fighting till the very end. There's 7 seconds. We do see the Unite move pop from Overlord. Serena coming in, trying to knock out Oblivion. The final KO coming in from Yeet Ban, and that's the game. Ascended taking game number 1.
I do appreciate the final push for sure. You got to keep going at it. You got to just say like, okay, well, let's see what they can do. Let's see how they handle this situation. Let's try our best. Let's not just go down, even if it doesn't seem like we're going to stand all that much of a chance. But overall, I mean, what a dominant showing from Ascended. They could have just sat in their base and there just would have not been enough points just on the side of Amaterasu to even make that comeback. But there are honestly so many different things to talk about that game. I think one of the first things I want to talk about is just the comps, right? The team comps themselves. Right. I mentioned it. There's not a lot of tankiness on the side of Amaterasu.
I totally agree. We saw all the range there, but when that Aegislash, when Kyrios was able to come in at that close range, there wasn't really much that could be done. A bit squishier these Pokemon were. And taking a look at this graph, Ascended had a strong lead throughout this game, able to take both objectives, both Regieleki, and it was just a tough match.
Hey, the Ascended stocks continue to go up exactly like that graph. You can see just how much damage everybody on Ascended did. Oh my gosh, everybody with a ton. Pretty even, honestly, from the 3, I would say, highest DPS Pokemon that we have with the Aegislash, the Blastoise, and the Sylveon. And it just goes to show that they were so coordinated in their team fights that there was just no way to stop them just joining together as a group. And of course, the damage that can come out of Hoopa, especially with that Unbound, can be pretty ridiculous as well.
For sure, and we do see the support coming in with those nice heals as well. And wow, going into game 2, Chef, wow, how do you think that Amaterasu is going to need to adjust their team comp to handle what Ascended just threw at them?
Well, I mean, I mentioned it before. I mentioned it for like the entirety of the match, but the tankiness, right? That's basically all that I can think of, especially with the ability to play such a strong Aegislash on the side of Ascended. It is just so hard to play, I think, 3 high damage squishy Pokemon. But we can take a look at how some of these plays that were basically an entire team being melted by this Aegislash played out. That was honestly, I think that was the biggest pick, and I love to see the Aegislash still, even though it's a little bit less common.
Kyrios definitely shined in this match. So many close calls, but managing to stay healthy with just a sliver of health. We do see this moment with the Red Ice right here. Ascended being able to secure this without it a problem. And we do see Yeet Fan with those beautiful Spirit Shackles coming in to prevent those scores and forcing the retreat right here.
Yeah, the Spirit Shackles were great, but in the end, it was just the Aegis Slash everything, right? The Aegis Slash was the one that dove, that managed to get all of the low HP Pokemon on the other side. The Aegis Slash was the one that secured every single Reggie. Kyrios just absolutely making the plays this entire game, and I think they took every single Reggie throughout the entire game. So that's, just a huge thing to be able to do. They're just rolling as this giant ball of fear, and you do not want to fight them up close. But look at this. This feels like an Aegis Slash highlight reel mostly.
Definitely for sure. And in these final moments, it was just so tough to be able to make that final push. But we see Serena going for it, getting those final knockouts, because even if you don't get the wins, you get the style points for it.
Oh, and the MVP will be Oblivion on the Sylveon, I believe, overall. We had so many players. We mentioned it before, right? There were so many players that were kind of even as far as damage on the side of Ascended, and they just coordinated so well in their pushes that I feel like it would almost be hard to choose a player of the game, to choose an MVP of that particular one, because there was just zero hesitation as far as like, okay, we're starting this fight, we immediately need to move to a forward hold position so they can't get their ranged off, and you can tell, I would love to hear their comms, but you can just tell that it's clear that nobody's questioning anything, nobody's waiting for instruction, they just know where they need to be preemptively. And like I said, world champion status. What more can you really say?
You could really see the team synergy that Ascended had throughout that whole match. So I so agree. And I think Amaterasu's still playing to their very best. And I'm looking forward to seeing in this game too how they're going to adjust, especially with the ban phase. And since the last World Championships, we've had 18 new Pokemon come in. And so it's going to be really interesting to see what Pokemon come out into this next game. Maybe someone we've never seen before, or we'll see some familiar Pokemon come out in this game too.
I can't believe it's 18. I actually didn't know the exact number.
Yeah.
I know it's been just crazy, rapid fire, but that was like, whoa, oh my gosh. But let's remember, too, that these players are fighting for points to be able to qualify for Worlds here. These championship points will be distributed, of course, based on their placement today. And let me say, Ascended is looking for that 1,500, of course, split amongst all of their players. We saw Talibobo Believers take those points in EU just recently, but going down, we are just going to be splitting those points to each of the teams as they place. But we can move forward, I think, to the second game pretty soon, because honestly, it's so funny, right? Unite feels to me always like, it's 10 minutes. Every game of Unite's 10 minutes, but some of them feel slow and some of them feel fast. That one felt like a 2-minute game of 10 minutes.
That's my favorite part of Unite. It's never over until it's over. Though we did see in that last match that sometimes the math isn't on your side, but you can make some crazy plays. If Pokemon Unite has taught me anything, is that you can't count anyone out until the final 10 seconds of the fight, and we see who wins. So we're coming into game number 2. We're about to see who gets banned on both sides. Let's see if we see the similar bans or an adjustment. This time we are seeing Ascended ban out Hoopa, Amaterasu going for that Urshifu.
After that Hoopa play in the last game, I kind of see, although wait a minute, Hoopa was on the side of Ascended, right? So honestly, regardless, right? Hoopa is just such a strong Pokemon right now, Urshifu as well. And I think this current meta is so much about the supports, right? Especially in this February Cup. We're probably going to see the Mew first pick locked, yeah. But on the other side, look, Slowbro as a first pick. There are so many strong supports right now. Even if they were all to get banned, you can just keep going down. We've seen Clefable, we see Blissey, we see, honestly, the list just goes on and on here. There's another one, Eldegoss, which I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like we are going to see an Eldegoss and Sylveon come in. We saw the Mystical Fire Sylveon last time. I'm looking forward to getting to see if it's the same thing again. We do see now Yeetfan and Rolling deciding Gardevoir could be very fun to see. I personally have loved seeing Gardevoir, incredible range. Oh, but maybe it's going to be a Delphox instead. Roland rocking the Clefable, who has such utility, being able to do incredible AoE heals for the team. And it looks like, yeah, Delphox is locked in as well. Overlord looking at that Dodrio, and let's find out what Kyrios is going to be picking. Dodrio is locked in. Dodrio is so fun to see. We're going to have to see if there's 3 hats on that Dodrio just to make Spraggles happy.
Oh, well, you know what? For his sake, I do hope it's true. But, oh, we're actually going to see the Zoroark on the other side. Zoroark, not a Pokemon that I feel like we see in EU all that often. We do see a little bit of it in NA, but one of my favorite Pokemon to play currently. So I'm really excited who that's going to go to in the end. I'm also really excited, like you mentioned, Dodrio on the field again after being banned out in the previous game. I think one of the most game-changing Pokemon just to have to deal with, and it will be going to Overlord. That seems terrifying to me, but oh, we have the Made Hollowware. We've got the best.
Oh, my absolute favorite to see. When this Hollowware came out, I was just so absolutely excited. So going into game 2, we've got Ascended on the purple side, Amaterasu on the orange side. You know, you got to use game 1 to get a lot of information about who's being played, what strategies are being used, and it's time to go in and see game 2. Is Ascended going to take the winner's final, or are we going to go to a game 3?
I mean, if they play anything like they played last time, I think Ascended is heading to a quick grand finals spot. But there have been some huge turnarounds today. You know, cough, cough, anything that happened in EU. So I'm really hoping that we get to see Amaterasu put up their best fight here. We're already going to see the Glaceon, of course, evolving and probably moving out pretty quickly of that center area. Pretty aggressive stance here from the Clefairy, but they're just going to be fighting for those last hits.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of pressure come out from Ascended side, similar to last game, trying to take that last hit on the farm right there, just trying to keep that experience away from Amaterasu. And there we go, we do see that central entity coming out, and it looks like it's going to be a bit of a contest. And over on the top path, we're going to be seeing Dodrio, we've got that Glaceon, we've got that Eldegoss, and just looking for that experience, not making too big of a push. We can see Ascended on Amaterasu on the top path in their sides, and yeah, this is a pretty passive start, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to me. I mean, there are a lot of Pokemon that can melt very quickly, especially here in this top fight. I would be very, very wary, and it looks like, look how fast those Altaria and the Swablu and Altaria go down. Incredible. The level of damage that we see from both sides. I mean, of course, Zoroark having one of the fastest clear of basically any of those group neutral Pokemon in the entire game. Then on top of that, the AoE damage you can see from just so many of the other Pokemon that were sitting up there, just ridiculous. They lasted about half a second.
Yeah, and you can see this experience difference. Sylveon at level 6 already, and we do see the level 4 and the level 3 on Amaterasu's side. Amaterasu is going to need to be very careful to not get picked too early on here. We're seeing the Hyper Voice come out, and it might be able to do enough. No! Brixton does manage to get away, take a berry, grab that level 5. That's going to be huge, but Ascended still managing to do a huge push, scoring a ton of points. We're at 43 points on the field.
Oh, this could be a turnaround, though. That is Glaceon going down just as quick as any of those Swablu, and this is going to be a scary Zoroark. They're going to get the pick regardless here, but this is, I mean, it's so cool to see the Zoroark picked, right? I think we actually literally didn't see it at all during EU, but against some of these Pokemon, especially like the Glaceon being just that little bit more squishy, I think it can just be a terrifying thing to have to deal with, especially, too, the fact that they've got the damage from the Mew behind it and the Delphox. I mean, that's just, we talked about a high damage team last time, but this one's got tankiness behind it too.
Yeah, and we're seeing Zoroark come in on this Eldegoss, and Eldegoss is gonna get KO'd by the Wartortle right here. Overlord trying to make a quick escape as a Dodrio is managing to dash away so far into Amaterasu's base. The range from Mew from that Solar Beam going to secure the KO right here.
Oh, that's another thing to mention, that the Dodrio is so strong, but this is actually a great team against Dodrio. We have the ability for Zoroark to go quite quickly. We have the ability for Mew to snipe with the Solar Beam. We have the, even like the gravity potentially from the Clefable just to kind of stop some of that movement. But we're going to be fighting here for this first Regice.
Yeah, we do see Ascended zoning out Amaterasu right here. Health looking pretty low on that Zoroark right here. Forcing the retreat. Oblivion pushing on that Delphox. Dodrio getting the KO on the Wartortle, and it looks like Ascended's going to be able to clean up this, but Trainer tried to go for the steal right there, and it does get secured by Sylveon, by Overlord.
A great coordinated team fight here. That is basically what they won with in the previous game. So I think they just need to continue doing that. They are ahead by points. You know, there have been a few picks here and there from the side of Amaterasu, and that's been giving them a really strong amount of EXP. But, you know, if they just win every single objective solidly like they've been doing, then it's going to be tough to make a comeback.
Definitely. I also just want to mention Overlord on that Dodrio right here this game. And we do see Curios retreating back to base, getting some health back, as we do see this Regieleki has spawned, but it's not really a priority for these teams. Instead, we do see waiting for the Swablu, focusing on this experience, because having that level advantage has been pivotal. We're going to see the huge solar beam come out, and Overlord is just dancing around, just waiting for teammates to come through, focusing on, again, just trying to have a good time, grab this EXP.
You know, this Pokemon can move from so many different places to everywhere else really quickly. Oh, walked into the grass and almost just disappeared as quickly. That was a well-coordinated hit, but oh my gosh, the sustain of Drill Peck Dodrio is huge. It's so surprising how tough it is to take down, especially with that mobility. Oh, but eventually will be taken out by the 3-man on the side of Amaterasu, and this could be their team fight to win and potentially their objective.
Big push from Amaterasu right here, but forced to retreat, getting very low on HP. Ascended still in that lead with 113 points to 23, but with this objective and with there still being less than 5 minutes to go, it's definitely not over yet. And it looks like Amaterasu is going to go in for that, and it looks like it is going to get secured by... Oh, I missed who that was.
I think it was the Eldegoss. I didn't see what it was. I don't think that was a Unite. So was that, I mean, maybe it was a Pollen Puff. Maybe it was just an actual auto last hit. That was amazing regardless. And I felt like that was a key moment. I felt like we really need to see some sort of objective here taken by Amaterasu, but it's going to help confirm that that goal will go down. The first tier 1 down in the entire game, but even with only one tier 1 down, Ascended is up by 150-ish points.
We are going to see this next contested objective right here with the Registeel, and we are going to see, look at all of those Unite moves start flying right here, and we do see Trader coming in for the secure, and it does get the secure. Zoroark is there to play, and we do see Amaterasu able to make the push. This is one of the pushes that they needed.
Oh, they really needed this, and they're taking advantage of it, of course. Already getting a couple picks. Sylveon going down, Slowbro going down. Glaceon was down during the fight. There's only one left here, and it's going to be Overlord on that Dodrio. Going to finally go down as well. So not only did they get the Reggie, they got a ton of EXP just from getting KOs, and then they managed to get a huge amount of points to kind of try to even things up, at least as far as positioning, get rid of some of the ones that they've got stacked up already. So that is, I think, a first great step to a win here for Amaterasu.
And we're seeing a lot of points in the pockets here of Amaterasu as well as on Ascended right here. We're going to see Blastoise pop that Unite move right here to try and make a bit of a push. Glaceon here to stop that, and we are going to see a bit of a retreat, focusing on these Swablu here, trying to get a bit of a buff in levels right now. Taking a look at these levels, we do see Zoroark looking at a nice level 13 right here. That's going to be very, very helpful. Dodrio a level 12, so we don't see any level 13s yet on Ascended side.
I think that that last fight really pushed them ahead, right? But they've been winning a lot of these like little individual fights the entire time, so the EXP has just been really going the way of Amaterasu. But the question is, how well can they get the team fights going in the final moments? And here we go. We're going to see the Delphox Unite, and again, a second confirmed from the Zoroark. It's going to go down, but it's going to allow the Regieleki to at least push forward a little bit. I don't think they're going to get all that much mileage out of it. There's a little bit of harass on the goal, but overall, I think this is just going to allow Amaterasu to get a little bit better positioning. Although, wait a minute, this is kind of a big commitment here with the Blastoise.
For sure. There's 16 seconds on the clock until this Rayquaza. We do see Ascended around this top path. There's not going to be enough time to get that bottom objective down there. And so we are going to see the positioning start into the center area. It is on Amaterasu to make this push right here. And it looks like right away there's going to be some picks at Rayquaza, just kind of waiting for the time time to strike right here, and we do see Elo putting a ton of pressure on Nudo right here. The blasters, we are going to see the gravity from the Clefable come out to play, and wow, you know, we're just waiting. We're waiting for who's going to commit first.
Yeah, I think they were trying to farm a little bit on the Delphox to get that Unite move, just barely did. We saw it walking over and taking out the Indeedis, but this is such an awkward place to take this fight. Both teams really split up, and that is going to be a great Unite from the Slowbro to stay up. It's going to let Overlord get out. It's going to let Glaceon get out. There are just going to be so many that are up because they were able to control that Blastoise, but this is still not a guaranteed win for either player in this fight. There's even a fight on bottom area right now. This is ridiculous.
There is so much happening. Rayquaza is being attacked as we speak, but it looks like abandoning the Rayquaza except for Elo. Elo's continuing to push onto this Rayquaza. We do see Clefable coming in from Amaterasu trying to do a bit of damage here, but with Ascended all teamed up right here, this is going to be tough, and it does seem that Ascended is going to be able to grab that Rayquaza, and so there's full pockets here, and that's going to be hundo after hundo dumping in from Ascended.
Oh yeah, with so many of Amaterasu down as well and only 40 seconds left. They do have a few, AOS energy available if they manage to make one final push, but they're down by about 400. It does look like we saw the Delphox score a little bit in the top area, took down that base, but there's just, they have no time basically. There's 25 seconds left. A few of them are still at their home base. There's some fights in the middle area, and I just don't think they're going to be able to get out in time, especially with that final 100 points from the Eldegoss. And yeah, that's just saying like, I'm going to survive. And Ascended again with a huge lead, a much closer game, but the final fights going to the side of our world champions.
That's that world champ difference right there. Let's take a look at some of these points and the damage that we're going to see coming in. The final score being 685 to 199. That MVP going to Overlord on Dodrio and Yeetfan on that Delphox MVP on the other side. And it was a tough battle. Amaterasu just wasn't able to come together to take down Ascended.
I really love the change in their team comp. It was looking really good. I loved the Zoroark pick. It was working well for a while, but overall, it just came down to the fact, I think that Ascended is just such a well-coordinated team. It was just all team fights. It was, look at that, right? They were ahead slightly. They did manage to get a few good secures with the Zoroark, like I said, on the side of Amaterasu, but it was just down to that final team fight, and especially when you get a fight like the one that we saw, so chaotic, so split up, the engagement was strange on both sides. You have to be in a position as a team where you don't even have to listen to comms. You just have to be able to synergize well. You can tell, like I said, Ascended is that type of team for sure. Also, 50,000 damage on Slowbro. Let's go.
Yeah, and look at that Clefable on Amaterasu side, 73,000 recovery. Gotta say, that is impressive to see for sure.
That's Clefable in a nutshell. You love to see it. I love Clefable, big Clefable fan, so I'm a big fan of seeing it. But oh, wow, what a first set. Like I said, Ascended his... Oh, actually, you know what? I think I should even look back, right? We saw the interview with Overlord saying that they were like not sure how easy it would be to be able to bring things back, but the way that they played in this previous game, they are 100%, I think, still going to be the favorites going into things here. And of course, that does mean that they're going to be in grand finals. But we can see, of course, the highlights of how they got there. And honestly, this entire game is basically a highlight reel for Ascended.
For sure. We could see just the amount of pressure, and there goes the KOs so early on in this game. We saw Trainer on this Zoroark, not afraid to jump into the action when needed. Overlord trying to escape, but caught in by Mew's Solar Beam right there. You can see and feel the confidence that Ascended has. You know that this team has been through the World Championships.
Oh yeah, been all the way through the World Championships, let's just say. I also got to give a huge shout out, which I think we're going to see right here. Oh, no, actually, it was not this particular objective, but we saw so many secures from the supports on the side of Ascended throughout both of the games that we watched. We saw secures with, from the Eldegoss, which I think maybe was just a normal auto attack. It might have been a pollen puff. We saw secures on even Ray from the Slowbro. We saw, even in the first game, there was some of those. Like, the fact that they didn't have Pokemon that were like the ultimate secure type Pokemon, and they still managed to, in those somewhat flip fights, get those last hits on all of the Reggies, on the Rays, it was huge. And that just takes so much mechanical skill when you're playing against another strong team who does have that ability. But why don't you tell us how this bracket has updated now?
Amaterasu may have lost against Ascended, but that does place them in the losers finals, bringing Ascended into the grand finals. And we can see this bracket here. We're going to go up next to the loser semis, where we're going to see Ignorance and TTV go up against each other. A mirror match from the beginning of the day.
Oh, I'm actually really, really excited for that match. Ignorance, of course, is one of those teams that is kind of built of a lot of the players that have just been playing kind of solo or duo queue in ranked. So it goes to show you that anybody can really come and play. And in fact, you all can still come and play in the UCS. Of course, you can go to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. There are teams here that have been, like I said, they've just been playing ranked. They've just been playing mostly by themselves, and they are now super competitive, beating some of the best teams in the world. There's still so much time in this season to see these new names rise up and challenge the likes of Ascended. So be sure to go to that. And also, there is a Discord. If you sign up, you can, of course, try to find a team on there.
Don't miss it. And you're also not going to want to miss the next game, the losers finals. Chef, it's been such a pleasure getting to cast with you. We're going to bring back Spraggles and Dupe Snacks right after this break.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series for the 2023 season. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! And so much has changed in Pokemon Unite since the 2022 championships. Let's get into everything. Let's talk about the Pokemon. Clefable, Zoroark, Sableye, Tyranitar, Dodrio, Urshifu. So many new Pokemon are in the game right now, and more are on the way. And then, of course, one of the biggest changes, there's a brand new map in Pokemon Unite. Thea Sky Ruins. Zapdos is gone, Rayquaza is here, and boy have things changed. The end fight is very different because even if you secure that final objective, it doesn't mean that you get free scores. You get a shield that helps you score faster, but your opponents can get rid of that shield. The end of the game is much more dynamic than it used to be. So what do all these changes mean for the competitive meta of Pokemon Unite? Well, we are actually missing the biggest change of all, and that is a draft mode inside of Pokemon Unite. Now, both teams get to ban a Pokemon that they don't want to deal with at all, and then they pick Pokemon back and forth. No longer will you see the same team composition on both sides. No longer is it a question as to whether this Greninja is better than that Greninja. No, there will only be one Greninja inside this map, or one Sableye, or one Urshifu. Teams deciding how they are going to pick their roster are going to make the difference between the runners-up and the world champions. And you're going to see that all across the board. We have different drafting strategies in every region that I've seen, where some regions heavily favor getting all-rounders early, while others really want to ban out Pokemon that they don't want to deal with. Without question, draft mode in Pokemon Unite changes the game completely. And while I'm sure I missed something, that's about everything that has happened since the World Championships. More exciting stuff coming soon, and I can't wait to get back into the action with the February Cup. You're not going to want to miss a minute of the action, so make sure you check out Pokemon Unite on YouTube and Unite Esports on Twitter for all the latest Pokemon Unite Championship news. Thanks for watching, thanks for listening. I love you, and I'll see you next time. right, we are back with the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series here, the North America Finals for February. Doob Snacks, we've got a really exciting match coming up for a bunch of reasons. I can't wait to see this. TTV versus, I'm forgetting it. I'm being a little ignorant. Ignorance!
There you go, Ignorance. Now, they're a team that has kind of taken this tournament by storm. One of the lesser-known quantities out there in the field right now, but showing that you solo queue heroes and duo queue heroes can cobble together a squad and make it happen against some of the best. Soup Chef, Dragoony, Scrubblenot, Neon, and Protein Shake. Also, gamer tag levels S tier on point. Very, very,
incredible.
Very excited about just Ignorance in general.
Incredible team and player names. I can't wait to see them. You are my protein shake, Doob Snacks, as we take a look at everyone's favorite TTV fan favorites, the heroes of Pokemon Unite. We have Ender, Retsu, Lutano, Otter, and Zugrug, looking a little different from what you might have seen last year. They had a couple player shakeups, but this is TTV. You know them, you love them, and I'm sure everyone wants to see them go deep into this tournament.
Absolutely. Iretsu on a different NA Worlds qualifying squad, IX Gaming last year, and Otter was on full send, winning the AOS Cup last year. So two incredibly high octane players coming through. But let's talk about a TTV familiar favorite. Members of the Guac Bowl rejoice as we talk about Lutano's quest through this tournament so far. Read off some stats, Spraggles.
Amazing. Average damage dealt 54,000. That beats a lot of my solo queue teammates by quite a bit, scoring 83 a game. Lutano actually playing a different position than what you may have seen before on TTV. So he used to be that top lane player. You would know him for Lucario. Sometimes I would honestly accidentally call Lucario Lutano. That's how much they were known for it. But now they're in that central area. They are their carry Pokemon, and it's been really exciting to see.
It really has. It has really shown themselves as being head and shoulders above the rest of the field in Pokemon like Dodrio, Gardevoir. So really, Gardevoir specifically, a great Pokemon that can fall down in the draft and pick up late and know that they've got a great damage producing Pokemon in the hands of a solid player.
All right, we've got Ignorance, our purple team, TTV, our orange team. Let's freaking go. I can't wait to see what they ban out. Let's see how wrong I get it. Urshifu and Mew. That's my guess. Urshifu and Mew.
Well, we're about to find out. 0 and...
Ooh, okay.
50%. Better than the absolute failing grade 0% you got last time you guessed. Delphox on the chopping block this time, along with Mew, who's been there for quite a bit. Protein Shake squad here. Ignorance picking up the Slowbro early. Nothing ignorant about that choice. They want to be able to surf or scald all game long, but that gives Ender a pocket pick here in Hoopa, something that they played a ton of last year.
And look at this. They're also grabbing Urshifu, as we talked about it earlier. Just such a dominant Pokemon. And if you give it to a team, they will pick it up. Clearly, Ignorance did not mind that. They could have first picked it, and they decided instead they wanted the bro right here, as it looks like we're grabbing the Mamoswine and Gardevoir. Mamoswine is such an amazing defender. I can't wait to see it in this match. It's not played enough. It is not played enough.
I agree. I love Mamoswine. Icicle Crash, high horsepower moves, bricks around the map for sure, and they're going to need it if Zugrug is going to be picking up the heavy Snorlax here. But we're going Decidueye and Dodrio. So right now, just off the rip, I think Retsu's going to be picking up the Urshifu. Lutano's going to have the Dodrio, and Otter maybe on Decidueye. Big question mark. We'll see how it shakes out here. Scrubblenot looking at Espeon. We saw Espeon do a lot of work earlier today.
Protein Shake moving around here. We're gonna see what they pick up. Wow, I gotta say, I like the name Protein Shake. I think a little too much. It's becoming an obsession of mine already. Espeon and Aegislash making their way onto the roster of Ignorance. And now we're getting a tank, something that we haven't seen a ton of in this tournament, but is still a dominant presence, Mime.
Yeah, Mr. Mime is a great choice, does good on both ends of the spectrum here, does a decent amount of damage, has tons of defense, great special defense as well, and really helps pick up the squad, especially if you're doing, the swap variation of it. But of course, we saw the walls go up, and those confusion blasts can really hinder the other team as well.
This is a really interesting squad here from Protein. I called Ignorance Protein Shake. Come on, get me off this name. I like it way too much. From Ignorance, they've got a lot of up close, in your face damage with tankiness. Mamoswine, Slowbro, and then the rest of them, you've got Espeon and Gardevoir just able to, pummel them with special attack from a distance. It's going to be really interesting to see how TTV is able to deal with that.
Yeah, and there's a heck of a litmus test for Ignorance, who was actually sent to the losers bracket by TTV earlier today. So TTV has to feel a little bit of comfort going into this other team, might have a good idea of what they're up against, so Ignorance might be looking to shake it up.
And we did talk a little bit about, Ender on that Hoopa, kind of a signature Pokemon for them in the last Unite Championship Series. Now that Hoopa is back and kind of better than ever, I can't wait to see what Ender's going to be able to do on it. As we're pushing here, trying to get Dragoony, Zugrug on the chase, not able to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, the Swinub just being able to sustain fairly well, moving around with a little bit of freeze as well, locking down the TTV members. But TTV, I mean, I keep looking at our lineup here. I mean, they have two of the strongest Pokemon kind of unanimously decided out here between Hoopa and Urshifu, so they have to be comfortable with what their lineup is.
Yeah, I think they got a great setup on the side of TTV. They have two massive power picks. A lot of great Pokemon on the side of Ignorance, but I don't think, except for Slowbro, I've seen any of them banned out. So they're obviously not, super heavy targeted Pokemon.
Yeah, Dragoony down here with the Han Edge. They're going to try and get some of this experience, but no, it's gobbled up by TTV as they had the overwhelming presence 3-on-2 there and the ability to wall off Ignorance from getting access to them, as well as they both had to get into melee range.
It looks like this is going to be a pretty easy secure for the side of TTV with that wicked blow. We got Soup Chef coming down, just throwing the hot water onto Hoopa right there, trying to make sure it can't get anywhere as Retsu is putting points on the board, evolving into the Dodrio. It doesn't have 3 hats. People should be upset.
I am certainly for you on your behalf. Dragoony getting beat up a little bit by Lutano, sitting on that single strike Urshifu that's just chucking those wicked blows all over the place, and Dragoony still a poor level 4. They need to seal up some of these wild Pokemon so they can evolve. They're trying to shoot just an arcing granny shot of snow on top of these wild Pokemon, but not quite getting there is the Swinub.
Heading up to this battle here in the central area. I'm sorry, is that stored power Espeon? Let's freaking go. I never see this moveset competitively. This is going to be really exciting here from Ignorance. Big Scald into the tall grass, pushing them back. Hoopa not able to make it home. Retsu coming down with a big drill peck, picking up a KO of their own, but they're getting taken down by the sword. Wow.
Ignorance with a great collective push here. They're doing a great job. They're getting some points, and Gardevoir being great at the long range shots, getting tons of damage at a range where it can't be touched, forcing them to fight through the Slowbro here. And the Swinub, poor level 4, it's just desperately looking for a wild Pokemon to take. But Soufchef doing a great job up front as the tank Pokemon, taking all that damage on behalf of the squad. Oh, big
Here we go, another big wicked blow. The arrows flying. Those are the Spirit Shackles from Decidueye. As we got 4 seconds here until this bottom Reggie spawns. Let's see what we got. Reg Ice hits the battlefield as TTV has great positioning and great range with their Spirit Shackle.
All right, Mime is tethered to the wicked blow Urshifu. Lutano's going to be looking to engage. They're pushing forward. We're taking a look. The fight's breaking out up top. Dodrio gets dusted very quickly. Retsu was caught. They're peeling back, and Ignorance is kind of doing a clamshell around, just absolutely scissoring TTV down as they are getting taken up by the Gardevoir. Big Unite move. They get sucked in for 3 to make it 4. 4 players down for TTV there, and now Ignorance is going to be able to take this Reg Ice. It's all up to this Decidueye with a Prayer Spirit Shackle. Otter, do you have it in you? Let's find out. No, they were spaced out just well enough by Soup Chef, and now Ignorance might be able to make a push on this goal zone.
Ignorance just continuing to fight TTV right here. They want to take advantage of what they were just able to get. Sword moving in, trying to take something down. Tripped up in the backside there, but he actually picks up the KO on the Decidueye. TTV trying to push Ignorance off right there. What a fight from Ignorance. That Gardevoir just ripping them to shreds. Big triple KO.
I mean, Protein Shake treating it like Thanksgiving dinner, carving up that bird. Yeah, they got KO'd back the other way, but they went in deep and got rewarded for that engagement. Good look by Ignorance as they're up on the scoreboard now in front of a very formidable TTV squad.
Yeah, Ignorance looking amazing right here. TTV playing a great match so far, but just getting beat bad at that bottom Reggie right there. We're gonna have to see what they can do once they get a little more experience on their side. Protein Shake on that sword actually making some really huge plays inside that fight.
Absolutely, and who was the Swinub just moments ago really picked up the pace here and was able to hit the Mamoswine, excuse me, and that's going to be critical for the squad as Dragoony really wants to get on the front line and eat some of these Spirit Shackles. So they don't get in deep, but Dodrio goes for the engage. Dragoonie picks it up and pushes back here. Retsu's gonna catch the reset. We're going back. You can't get up any more KOs. Wide guard comes through for Protein Shake. They are on the retreat with the boosted auto, and now they're caught. They want to get Lutano, but it falls just short. Is that engagement by the Gardevoir? Just doing a little chip shot, falling just shy.
Wow, what an impressive fight from both sides. Multiple members had lots of opportunities to go down, but you could just see the high skill level of these players, able to avoid some of these big moments that would have got them KO'd. As both teams getting ready to fight again at this bottom Reggie, we have 1 point separating these teams. Levels are almost identical except for Gardevoir, which is already level 12, highest level in the game by 2.
Ignorance did a great job keeping in this one. It started slipping a little bit early as the Swineup was having trouble, but here we go. Protein Shake keeps Zugrug from resetting. They're pushing forward, pushing through. They want one. That is gone. We got Spirit Fingers coming out by Zugrug. They want to get some KOs. They're putting tons of damage. Scrubble down is low. They use their Unite move to pick up. Now it's Gardevoir time. Can they convert and peel on them? Ender has the Unite move, of course. Decidueye Unite comes out as well. Who's going to catch that? And that is 2 players on Ignorance. That is the Gardevoir and the Espeon both going down here. Retsu getting credit for one. Zugrug all over this Regirock. And we're going to see what kind of plays we can make as Protein Shake lies in wait. They're wide guard. They're going to make their move in. Are they going to be able to steal this out from under TTV? No, it's the Decidueye that gets credit, but now Protein Shake is low. They get leashed. They're getting walked like a dog here as Retsu tries to close the door on him. Wide guard is not going to be enough. Are they going to sit there and blink out of existence after the KO? Yes, that's a heck of a reset for the heck of a squad. TTV making a push, Spraggles, and Soup Chef is responsible for holding it down. Guardy Unite eats one.
Unbelievable fight there. TTV making it look easy in that bottom path, just chipping them down as Gardevoir continuing to push and picking up these KOs here. Urshifu looking to punish them for that. Here comes the big Unite move and Wicked Blow. Protein Shake might have gotten too deep right here. You're going to need to run, buddy. It looks like, oh, yes, Ender makes it home. And now you still got to fight this Urshifu, taking a Wicked Blow and going down to the Phantom Force.
That was a heck of a combo, and Protein Shake caught going a little deep here. Ignorance needs to reel back, take a deep breath, and settle down. They're playing a great game. They're in the lead, but they cannot keep forcing over these KOs into the hands of TTV. But that was a heck of a leash. That's an opportunity there. Lead him back with the sword and let the Gardevoir slam the door shut on him.
I gotta say, this Gardevoir is crushing it in this game so far. I mean, just so many big plays right here. Retsu trying to put some points on the board, running away, picking up some of those Swablues there with its Drill Peck, and just trying to see what it can do in this top path as we have this Stored Power Espeon moving up here, and it's actually, you know, a difficult thing for Dodrio to deal with because that is a sure hit. Every time you're near that Stored Power Espeon, it can just throw that at you. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
It's a great way to get guaranteed damage into a tough moving target. We saw it earlier with the Glaceon, the Electro Ball Mew, and of course the Espeon Stored Power doing the same type of thing here in the face of another Dodrio. Otter getting leashed by Zugrug. They're going to see where they can find the engagements as we're calling an exclamation point up top, but really the action is going on here in the middle in short order.
Yeah, look at this here. 2-minute mark, 109.96. All of the goals are up. No team has broken a single goal as they're looking for a possible way to start this fight. When you've got that power swap onto that Decidueye, it makes those Spirit Shackles even stronger. So they're looking to chip a few of those maybe before they move in right here, but everyone is being very patient. We have Dodrio moving up top, just trying to get a quick score in there. That's going to put TTV slightly ahead, but still no one wants to take this fight. Dodrio and Sword are fighting up there in the top path, but this is just the calm before the storm, Doob Snacks. At any moment here, we could see some of these players push in and try to take this fight. Ignorance has to know that they are behind right now, moving towards this Hoopa, and still very, very patient. TTV has ice water in their veins. They know they're ahead. They're sending Urshifu down for a little bit of a score, and it looks like if they can catch this right here, this might be our fight. No, Urshifu just backs out, doesn't make it happen still, and both teams are just resetting, waiting for the announcement that it's a close battle, the worst announcement you could see.
And now the Gardevoir pops off. They're looking at Zugrug. Zug's getting absolutely shredded. They leash and they Spirit Fingers out. Hoopa is unbound, and they're going to pull the squad through. Dodrio's on the backside. So is Retsu on the Urshifu. They need to push up, but the Gardevoir's down. That's huge. Nyan goes down early, and now we're going to put the pressure on Dodrio. Takes 2. Espeon gets credit. You're dusted. Zugrug getting chipped up. Icicle Crash. Big high horsepower. Can't close the door on them. Dracooney's trying to do the Lord's work up front, and they need to get sported by a sword, but they're already KO'd. Protein Shake trying to engage, but they're low. KO streak of 2 for Otter on the bird, and it's just Soup Chef trying to hold it down, but they're on defense duty, and now Zugrug's going to go on the backside, get 47 in, no cap, and TTV's going to take a stretch lead here with 15-ish seconds left, and Ignorance has no time to do anything, Spraggles.
What an amazing play from TTV. I talk about this often when I see this team, but they are the most calm team in Pokemon Unite. They don't lose their cool. They have ice water in their veins. They know they're up. They're slightly ahead, and they don't make any mistakes. Beautifully played by TTV, taking that game number 1 right there. You just can't rattle them. They are so incredible when they know they have a lead.
You said calm before the storm. I don't think you should be a meteorologist because I don't think that ever hit landfall. They were just kind of dancing around each other, a couple pop shots back and forth, and all of a sudden TTV was scoring a quick 47 points up top, doubled it up, give them a lead, and walk away from this one. Great work by TTV. Cool, calm, collected, getting it done in the face of what was a very good showing by Ignorance and a heck of a play by Nyan, the Guardian. Nyan, the Gardevoir.
The Guardian. Really incredible stuff here. I mean, I'm really impressed seeing Ignorance right there. I'm so shocked. I mean, that was such an incredibly close game. Not a single goal broken until under the 2-minute mark. And once they had that goal broken, they knew they were slightly ahead. And even with that slight lead, they just didn't push, didn't make any mistakes. And that is the top tier play that you've come to expect from a team like TTV. But yeah, Ignorance giving them a run for their money without question.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them, since they had the 2 tankier Pokemon, Dragooni on the Mamoswine, of course, Soup Chef on the Slowbro, to look for those engagements and not worry less about defending their goal zones and more about playing front to back and really kicking this thing off on their terms. As with Retsu out of the picture, they should have been able to take a decent fight in the middle because they had all their 5 players there. So something to consider for Ignorance here going into game 2. Great showing from top to bottom, and they are not far off from a W here.
That's right. That was a very, very close match. TTV just needs one more of these. They want to move on to the losers final. They want to get into the grand final here in a little bit. Let's take a look at some of these big moments here in game number 1 so we can see what maybe went wrong for Ignorance, what went right for TTV, and why I shouldn't be a meteorologist.
Well, it starts off with Nyan kicking off the action here, and this was the first very strong exchange, and really Ignorance showing us what they bring to the table, and which was just a very cohesive push and good engagements, getting great KOs. You know, we give credit to Nyan on the Gardevoir for their KOs here, KO streak of 3, beautiful, but really the team was engaging as a unit.
Yeah, they were playing so well. Nice fight here from TTV, pushing them off of that goal. Lutano just getting caught a little bit right there, but I mean, look at this amazing hyperspace hole, sending them back home. Once again, all the pressure being put onto that Urshifu from the side of Ignorance, and it makes sense if that Pokemon's down, you can actually get some work done.
Yeah, great Gardevoir Unite there to keep this goal zone standing. And as you mentioned, not a lot of points going into this one before that 2-minute mark. And here was maybe the only true misstep I saw before 2 minutes by Ignorance, just kind of getting caught out a little bit here.
I consider this a little bit of a storm, by the way, Doob Snacks. We had a big fight here in that central area. Zugrug heading up, making the points happen. We're continuing to fight here in this bottom path. Again, just such a confident performance there from TTV. They're the kind of team that can do that. You are not going to rattle them.
No, not at all. But we do have some results from the Brazil region, Spraggles. So let's take a look at how the CP breakdown for Brazil is going to happen. Break it down for me, Chief.
Here we have OO Nation, Double O Nation. I'm sorry, I don't know. 00 Nation, but you may have known them as Cease before, taking that #1 spot, followed by True, Move Gaming, Dandelions, Club TV, big winners, Dream Max Esports, and Supernova. You can see the championship points break out for all of these teams. Top team walking away with 15 hundo burgers full of championship points in Brazil.
The plates are full like Jughead, right? Just burgers stacked on top of burgers. Spraggles. That was kind of our first taste of Ignorance, and certainly the UCS first taste of Ignorance. How can they adjust here moving into game 2 to really put the screws to TTV, bring some balance to this score sheet, and make it 1-1?
I think, like you said earlier, they've got to find their fight and take it. They knew they were slightly behind, especially after that Dodrio scored. I know we saw the announcement that it was a close game, but after they break that tier 1, you have to assume that you're at least slightly behind. And like you said, I want to take that fight on my terms. I want to call when the fight's happening for my team, and if you lose it that way, rather than trying to react to TTV that felt like they were just continuing to poke them. I think the big question for the side of Ignorance is, will Protein Shake be our friend in real life?
I keep my fingers crossed that they would be. Real quick, with the Mamoswine, we mentioned how fun and solid of a pick we believe it to be. But in my mind, you know, with the Slowbro that was moving around, with the Mamoswine, an Icicle Crash, high horsepower, straight into the face of Decidueye, and then a Unite move, that causes a lot of havoc that the opposing team has to adjust to. So because of that, really throwing a big wrench into the plans of TTV there, who are trying to play it slow and steady. You make them kind of scatter, have to adjust, and then you've put them on your terms. So if they go to the Mamoswine route again, I'd like to see some sort of engagement like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The question is, what are they going to bring here into game number 2? What were they loving in their team composition? What didn't they love? I got to say, I thought their team comp looked pretty amazing, top to bottom, really. Their Gardevoir and Aegislash doing a lot of work here. We're going to find our first bans. TTV, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team, as Delphox and Mew are banned out. And that means we get a free Urshifu on the side of TTV if they want it.
Yeah, it looks like they're leaning towards Hoopa. Ignorance going to be able to take Urshifu if they want it. We're going to see which way they go. I'd be shocked and surprised. No, I wouldn't be shocked. It'd be nice to see Lutano kind of hate pick the Gardevoir, since we know how good they can be on it.
Yeah, that's true. Lutano has an amazing Gardevoir. It looks like they're ready to
slid though.
I know. Maybe these teams are not putting the value on it that some other teams are. We might go through this whole pick. No, you don't have a Gengar coming out to you. They are going to counter pick this Gardevoir. It looks like they're going to take it away from Ignorance. And let's be fair, they were amazing on this Pokemon.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's a very good look, and we mentioned it at the top of the broadcast, how good Lutano has looked playing Gardevoir as well. So it's nice to be able to cut the opposing team off from one of their preferred picks and also get yourself an absolute hammer in your tool belt. But here we go. Dragooni really favoring that Mamoswine, and of course they have the Slowbro as well, taking the Aegislash. So they're forming up a composition similar to Game 1, so they really felt comfort in those 5 Pokemon.
Yeah, I guess the question is, what are they going to slot in there for the Gardevoir? Are they not too worried about it? Is Glaceon going to do that job? Retsu picking up the Dodrio. Otter once again grabbing that Decidueye. It seemed to do some pretty amazing work there in game number 1. Protein Shake looks like they're going to be grabbing Sylveon for their squad right here.
One thing's for sure, neither of these teams too super concerned about healing on the battlefield, right? Ender, if they go hyperspace hole, they can reset the squad, but everybody else is taking their licks up front, and if you want to get back, you got to do it the old-fashioned way, pushing down on the D-pad.
Here we go. 10 seconds now here until game number 2. Ignorance needs this game to stay alive here in the February finals for North America. TTV, they want to close this one out, move on, take down whoever's in the losers finals, they're thinking, and then head to the grand finals very, very soon. But they got a tough road ahead of them. Either team that moves on, they got to deal with Amaterasu, and then finally your world champs Ascended.
Yeah, there's no easy road to the finals here for any team. Doesn't matter who you are, except for, of course, Ascended, who's already waiting at the finish line to see who they need to beat down to cross it. But Ignorance, it's time to show your stripes, prove your mettle here, as they're facing up against TTV, a formidable squad that's up a game.
Here we go. Game number 2. Glaceon going to be heading towards this central area right here for Ignorance. We have Lutano on the Gardevoir heading into the central area for TTV. We got that little Rowlet heading to the bottom path for TTV as well. Otter looking pretty formidable once they got that Spirit Shackle going, that's for sure.
Yeah, TTV was doing a great job fighting for front to back, as we mentioned with Ignorance, despite having less bulky Pokemon in front. And that's just part of it here, but now they're all over Zugro. Zugro kind of getting smothered. There's 2 players there. Protein Shake maybe trying to engage, but can't quite find it. Intelligently retreat. No sense in giving up a cheeky KO too early.
Yeah, not able to pick up the Mime, a very difficult Pokemon to KO for sure, and they were able to secure the wild Pokemon on their side. Looking possibly for a little bit of a fight here. Here comes the Ice Shard, trying to get something, but the confusion from Mime, just an incredible secure tool, such an amazing amount of damage, and they take that away from them.
Yeah, Dragooni maybe looking to kind of stitch between the wall and the Mr. Mime wall to try and seal that up, but couldn't quite engage after their Ice Shards falling through. But now it's about the birds. Protein Shake wants a good crop of these. Zugrug hanging out. They're going to try and last hit, but it's Protein Shake and Dragooni working in tandem, able to take a good number of those. And now they're pushing in the face of Zugrug, doing a great job as TTV has more personnel in the top path.
Yeah, it looks like they, set up a little bit of a trick play, a little bit of a siege in the top path. And that's why we only had Zugrug down here in the bottom path, just trying to secure something with that big confusion right there. And we can't see exactly how well it worked out for TTV. No scores happened, no big KOs or anything like that. So it looks like Ignorance was able to counter it decently well. As Scribblenut is actually in a little bit of trouble down here. You better run, Scrubble. You're caught by a wall. You're caught by a Hoopa. Got to get out of there before you get KO'd.
Great Astonish, and you have to give credit to that Ice Shard coming through by Dragooni, keeping that engagement at bay so that KO does not happen. TTV finally putting some points in, but just 35-0. Ignorance not far off.
And we have our fight in the center over the 8 o'clock birds in there, while we're watching Retsu up here just continue to stack up and get that Dodrio strong in the top path, hitting your level 7 that gives you your second move on this Pokemon, which is going to be Jump Kick. The Jump Kick Drill Peck once again from Retsu. Doesn't have the right amount of hats, but we're not going to get upset with him.
Yeah, not enough cranial accessories for the old Spraggles and Snacks combo here out of Retsu. We'll let it slide for this time. Look at Soup Chef just taking a little snooze here, laying on their side, seeing what they can do, as they're going to try and get all of these birds in the face of Retsu, but I can't imagine that Retsu will let them get it for free. Oh, finally we have a Piloswine out of Dragooni, and they need to get up to Mamoswine so we can see them take over the game here. Ignorance posturing pretty early for this Basement Reggie.
Yeah, big fight about to happen here at 7 minutes. Zugrug Lutano ready to go right here, pushing in with a little bit of a confusion. Might not want to let him know who he's leashing back there. You can get the increased power from that Gardevoir as Protein Shake is just watching this fight get ready to unfold. Huge Spirit Shackles, and the question is, who's going to start this big engagement? Protein caught right here.
Yeah, they chip through, Boosted Auto gets, and an Icicle Crash comes down by Dragooni. Great call on them. There's going to be a reset. Is Zugrug going to catch it? Protein Shake trying to get a KO, but falls just shy. There's Naeon still putting the pressure on with those Icicle Spears, and now the Regice is actually resetting, and this battle's going to roll on.
It's still going on. We have Dodrio moving to the bottom path. They are keeping their Slowbro top for Ignorance. They wanted to get some experience right here. They don't think it can come down in time. Dodrio should be able to make it. No, but they're staying center as well. This Reg Ice is just hanging out right here. If TTV has ice water in their veins, they sure don't have Reg Ice on the brain because they're not looking for a secure right now. Ignorance picking up a couple KOs and seeing if they can take this off the map. As it does get secured, the big Spirit Shackle, I think, grabbed that from Otter.
KO streak at 2 for the Decidueye, and now they're using their Unite move, trying to stitch in some arrows wherever they can find it. This goal zone's going to be gone if TTV wants it to be. They let it stand, don't want to give too much experience back to Ignorance, as they are forced to rotate across the map and see if they can find some real estate somewhere else.
TTV, such a difficult team to go up against. It feels like the entire match is a war of attrition. Like you just mentioned, they are not breaking that goal for the sole reason of they want to starve Ignorance out of any experience that they can find. TTV grinds them down and wears them down and just wins a fight that the other team really can't even engage with. That's how they want to win this battle right here. They're already up by over 100 points, and experience-wise, they're looking fantastic.
Yeah, they're able to split push here. 2 players downstairs with the Piloswine just babysitting there, and they can pull them up anytime because of the Hoopas. That's a Unite move by the Mr. Mime. Doesn't really catch anybody, but gives them a decent shield so they can leash onto the sword and push forward. Scrubble not going to try and buy some time. They're mystical firing all over the place. We're going to find who goes down to the Dodrio first. They can't catch the reset. The portal's just a little shy. Soup Chef with a big surf, going to keep everybody else out of it. And now the Evolution's going to push forward as Ender pulls through the squad with the Hoopa unbound. Soup Chef is pushing in, but that's a player down. and Reggie Lecky is taken by the sword and it's moving to the face of TTV, but TTV is taking everyone else out. They're doing tons of damage here as Soup Chef's trying to push in. They do get the Gardevoir. Finally, the Reggie Lecky hits. This is the opportunity for a big overdunk. There's 9 points left, and they just feed one more person. Bang, 31 Ignorance right back into this one, Spragle, after a decent fight being below on experience.
Yeah, being behind on XP, being at their goal zone, but they took an amazing fight right there. It really felt incredibly back and forth as well. A bit of a seesaw action happening between these two teams as TTV is now getting themselves ready for this bottom Reggie that just made its way to the map. Reggie Rock is here and they're just ripping it right now. No one from Ignorance is here to stop them. We maybe have Mamoswine for a little bit of a steal, but there it goes, Dodrio with the drill peck, securing that for them.
Mamoswine just a little bit late. Everybody's going to catch the reset. That's a KO on their way out. Good work by TTV, moving in tandem and moving very well. Comms are crispy today. Ignorance going to fade back a little bit. They need to gather themselves and make sure they're eating all the yellow dots on their side of the map because they are still behind in experience and they can't give it up to TTV any more than they already have.
Yeah, experience-wise, Ignorance is in trouble, and we have this Spirit Shackle Decidueye in the bottom path. Every time Ignorance starts attacking a wild Pokemon, an arrow flies from out of nowhere, from another state to just get the secure here. So they are being starved out. You can see a level 9 Mamoswine on the side of Ignorance, a level 12 Glaceon. All of their Pokemon are almost behind by at least a level to the other side.
Otter's doing a great job keeping any engagement off the table for Ignorance because as soon as they move anywhere near within range, that's an arrow to the forehead, tons of damage coming through, 30-40% of their HP gone before they can even engage, and now Scrubblenot is caught between a Gardevoir and a Dodrio. I thought a rock and a hard place was a tough place to be, but that just looked awful.
Yeah, I think they're going to change the expression now to caught between a Gardevoir and a Dodrio because it is very, very scary. Getting that secure as well, pushing it forward. Reggie Alecki possibly going down here to TTV. We've got Protein Shake and Soup Chef ready to do something here, but what they're ready to do is get chunked away by a Gardevoir. Massive damage coming out from Psychic and Psyshock right here, and I don't know if they're going to be able to fight this back. I think TTV might push them off this point. No, everyone's actually just going to disengage. I'm not even realizing we're at 2 minutes 10 seconds, Stoop Snacks. This Reggie Alecki is not happening. Lutano's spinning around like a beautiful lady.
Yeah, just making sure that nobody on the other team can engage on it. Otter and Zugrog going to position early, and Ignorance going to have to make a move here.
Here we go, getting ready for Rayquaza. Ignorance, once again, you need to be in the driver's seat right here. Find a way to make this fight happen because otherwise you're going to have these empowered Spirit Shackles just flying towards you. Soup Chef seeing if they can find something, trying to figure out where the elements from TTV are, where are all of their players, what are they going to be able to make happen here. Once again, very calm, and TTV, this is where they excel. They are not worried at all, Dupe Snacks. They're going to let them make the mistake. Let them push in, and they can counter it exactly how they want. Huge pickup by that Spirit Shackle, but they still have no reason to move. Notice their Gardevoir in the top path, just watching that tier 2 goal. Ignorance is going to need to make a play here soon.
Oh, good stitch. Picks up 2 players. Scrubblenot's really low. Dragooni gets leashed by Zugrog, and now they're pivoting right now. Look how deep the Mamoswine is. That's huge. Big Surf's going to catch up Zugrog. Nobody's getting in the middle. Showtime. They're going to try and make it happen. Scrubblenot's pushing forward. Now they need to take this thing, but if they take it, who's going to be left standing? Big Hoopa Unite comes through. Tons of stuns, tons of damage with the laser beams. Dragooni's low. They're chewed up by the Gardevoir. Rayquaza's right there. Its HP is at full. And Ignorance tried to make a push, but all it cost them was their Mamoswine, and they didn't get anywhere. TTV holds strong. An absolute Roman phalanx of a defense here. Impenetrable as Nyan, Scrubblenot, and Soup Chef are trying to find their way in, but it's tough sledding here, kids, as Rayquaza slowly getting to half HP. Can TTV converge in time? It looks like they will. They're playing very far forward. Slowbro is. Protein Shake goes from the gates. They want to try and close it out. Rayquaza still's going down. It's on the verge. Gets KO'd. And who is left on Ignorance to convert on this? But no one. 3 players down. And of course, it was the absolute Shadow Stitch from space that gets it done. Mime getting their points in. TTV with the Hundo Burger at the bell.
Incredible from TTV. Once again, I mean, you cannot get this team off of their game plan. You can see how incredibly good they are at having the enemy team put in a position where they need to make a move, but they simply can't. They're zoned out too well. They're behind on points. They're behind on experience. Every move they make gets punished by TTV. I swear to you, the best counter punchers in Unite, they just set the traps for their opponents and they win this thing, making their way to the losers finals. Ignorance looked incredible. Protein Shake, DM me, I love you, but TTV is moving on.
TTV executed their game plan meticulously, as you mentioned. Gotta tip the cap to Ignorance, an unknown quantity going into this. Everybody wrote them off, including myself, making a top four performance, finding themselves on broadcast in these finals. Yes, TTV dispatches Ignorance solo style, knocked them out of the winner's bracket and out of the loser's bracket, but Ignorance, hang your head up high because we want to see you in the March finals. Run it back.
Without question, I loved watching Ignorance here today, and I'm sure everyone was loving watching TTV. They were unbelievable as always, looking fantastic right now. And I swear to you, when they are in the lead and they are in control, I don't know if anyone can beat this team. They are that good at what they do.
Yeah, they have that kind of impenetrable defense type setup, and the only time we've really seen it, I think it was called last year, the James Bond approach, sliding in, going to score some points, or stealing a Rayquaza out from under him, flipping it, whatever, and that's how they lose it. But they looked so calm, so composed, so collected, and delivered on exactly what they wanted to do. We saw the big time engagement by Ignorance, and it fell just short. Mamoswine went down, didn't touch Ray, and we're going to get to see how that shook out right now.
And here we go. We have Protein Shake getting caught here in the bottom path, fighting back right now, trying to pick up a KO, slashing around. But hey, you've got that Ender hyperspace hole just keeping the team alive and healthy right down here on the bottom path. This was a nice fight here for Ignorance, Doob Snacks, as they were able to clean up TTV for a second there, but the arrows don't miss.
No, Otter was on point, Robin Hooding their way across the Thea Sky Ruins, you know, Sherwood foresting it about, just stitching those all over the place. The Unite moves were crisp, everything was on point. They were chunking the opposing squad. Ignorance here doing a decent job standing tall in the face of TTV when they're down on experience, and this is really what kept them in the game, this little effort right here.
Yeah, such an incredible fight from them. Nice secure on the side of Ignorance. And a lot of the fights from TTV and Ignorance, they were these prolonged battles between both teams, just volleying as much damage as they could at the other side. But unfortunately, Ignorance just not able to make a play. Hey, stuck between Gardevoir and a Dodrio, as the old saying goes.
The worst place to be, I've heard, Spraggles. And there we saw TTV, that ironclad defense, shutting it down. Ignorance, nothing ignorant happening over here. TTV seals it up with a little bit of decidui action on the back of Otter, get a couple cheeky points in. The scoreline was a little bit more wide than what the game felt like. Great show by both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. They were amazing. I love getting to watch Ignorance, and you'll get to watch more TTV because they will be going up against Amaterasu here very, very soon. Just incredible matches by TTV. You see how they control the battlefield so well. I have gone up against them before, and well, let's say it looked a little worse than Ignorance, I gotta say, but it's the same feeling. You just can't get in there, Doob Snacks.
No, not at all. Let's take a look at the top players here from that last game that we just watched. Most KOs, Lutano 4, most damage dealt, Otter 88k, most recovery, Scrubble not 40k, and I believe they were actually on the Sylveon. There was the Scrubble not, but you know, just that's the sustain you were talking about, Spraggles, being able to stay in these prolonged fights. And Scrubble not gets the nod here, but Protein Shake, every time we thought they were going to be KO'd, they stayed up and made it out.
Here we go. TTV takes down Ignorance just as they did earlier in the tournament. They have eliminated them. They're moving forward now. They're going to be facing off against Amaterasu in the losers finals, and the winner of that going up against your world champs, Ascended. Can anyone take a game off of Ascended? Well, so far someone did today, unknown, but the question is, could TTV or Amaterasu be the one to do it? I'm really not sure, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, much like TTV eliminated Ignorance, both from the winners and losers, Amaterasu looking to repeat that particular performance. They sent TTV down, and now they want to send TTV out.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to be taking a quick break here. We're going to bring back the Steph and Chef. We need a duo caster name because that's just two unbelievably good Doob Snacks. If you want to play in the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, registration for the March Cup opens February 18th. Head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. And if your team needs more players or you're a solo player looking for a squad, head over to the official UCS Discord. We will be right back. I love you. This is going to be quite a series. Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series here for the 2023 season. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw. And today we are talking about the battleground where all of our competition is taking place this season, Thea Sky Ruins. Remote Stadium is no more. For 2023, all of our battles are here on Thea Sky Ruins. Zapdos is out, Rayquaza is in. So what's different? What's the same? And what is the strategy on this brand new map? Let's talk about it. First off, what is the same? This is still Pokemon Unite. You're scoring in goal zones. There's a big fight at the end of the map, and we have objectives top and bottom, as well as buffs and berries and all the things you expect in a match of Pokemon Unite. Now on to what's new, and the short answer could be everything, and the long answer is okay, here we go. The final battle is very different. I mentioned that Zapdos is gone and Rayquaza is here. Not only does scoring change near the end of the game, but your ability to position around this final fight is very different than it was before. Not only that, we have different objectives that spawn in the map. Rotom and Dreadnought are gone and the Regis have taken their place. The bottom Regis, each one providing a different buff, and the top Regieleki, is now this powerhouse of an extra team member that moves towards enemy goals. The strategy is very, very different on this map, and you're going to see some incredibly exciting matches on Thea Sky Ruins. So what is the strategy now, and how does this affect competitive play? One of my favorite things about this is that teams from different regions are finding different ways to play in this map. Some teams are prioritizing the bottom path, while other teams are prioritizing the top path, using that Regieleki to get them a huge point advantage. All the while, teams are figuring out that with so many more wild Pokemon on the map, there are many opportunities to mess with their opponents and invade their central areas. One of my favorite strategies that we're seeing is that Pokemon are now not really confined to either the top or bottom path. They are moving all over, putting pressure on the enemy at every single point they can, while we are still finding a way to fight in the center at the 2-minute mark. So now you can see how the new map is going to affect this championship season in some really exciting ways. But of course, we have new Pokemon and new updates as well. It's going to be amazing. Make sure you don't miss a minute of the action and that you are subscribed to Unite Esports on Twitter and Pokemon Unite on YouTube. And also, if you're watching the broadcast in Spanish or Portuguese, make sure that you are following Unite LatAm and Unite Brazil on Twitter for all the latest Pokemon Unite Championship Series news. This is Jake, your resident content cowboy, saying, I love you, and goodbye.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very incredible match coming up soon. My name is Steph. I'm joined by the wonderful Wonder Chef. And Chef, we're preparing for the losers finals for the North American February finals here with the Championship Series. Chef, how are you feeling today?
Personally, I'm feeling great. This is so much fun. I'm super pumped that we just even get to be here. The first match that we got to watch was, that was wild in a certain way, but I'm really hoping that we get to see another close match here because we are moving into our guaranteed second rematch in a row with Amaterasu versus TTV. Of course, we just saw TTV get the double elimination on Ignorance, and now Amaterasu is going to be going for that on TTV, but Amaterasu was the team, of course, that knocked them down by playing actually very aggressively. It was a game 3. It was close, but they managed to just kind of stop them before they even got started. However, on the other side, TTV, they're coming back.
Let's take a look at TTV. We've got Inder Retsu joining the old roster of TTV. Inder, Lutano, and Zugrug, the OG members of TTT, TV, and Retsu and Otter.
I mean, and it's such a strong team, right? We saw that they were just playing so solidly in that previous game. It was so hard to find a crack in their armor rouge, one could say. But they have failed, right? They have failed at a match today, and that was the one that they're currently playing. And I know I keep bringing it back up, but it's so interesting to see exactly how it's going to go. Like I said, it was a lot of aggression, and as we go into this draft, ban, and pick phase, I think a lot of it is going to change based on how that first set went.
Definitely. We've seen a lot of versatility coming out from both teams, so I'm very curious to see what bans we're going to see. We've seen the Urshifu bans, we've seen the Mew bans, but since this is the losers finals, I'm wondering if we've seen both of these teams in action. Is there going to be a specific targeted ban come out?
I could definitely, I was gonna say I could definitely see one, but the Zoroark. So the Zoroark is a pick that we saw in the previous winners finals match for Amaterasu. They tried it, it was working really well. They didn't manage to win that, but you can see how strong it could be. And that was one of the key reasons why their aggressiveness in the previous winners bracket match against TTV worked so well. That's for sure a targeted ban.
Yeah, no surprise here seeing that Urshifu get locked in by Trainer. We've got Lutano eyeing this Dodrio and Inder typically running a support, but is this going to be a grab for the Decidueye just to lock it in early?
Oh, I like the Decidueye play. We've seen some really strong Decidueye play in that last set, of course. I think it was coming out of Otter. So I'm glad to see it continue. And on the other side, we are going full supports here. Supports with the tankiness. I love the Hoopa. A big Hoopa fan. I'm going to say it a million times in the broadcast today. But just with that buff, I'm glad to see it back in the meta and just being ridiculous. Also kind of a counter pick to steal it away from TTV and Inder in particular.
I don't think you can understate the way Hoopa allows for such mobility in these matches. Yeetfan picking up that Gardevoir, you know, Inder taking that Decidueye. Yeetfan known for running that Decidueye, but now going to potentially be running this Gardevoir depending on how the team changes up which Pokemon is being played by who. Nudo going to lock in that Blastoise, and it looks like Otter is hovering over Blissey for the support option on TTV side.
Blissey is a good option just based on the other team and their ability to just kind of space you out. I really do like this. But I gotta say, you know, one thing that I've really liked about a lot of the matches today, both in NA and EU, is we've had these sort of maybe I don't want to say like they're undervalued, but we've had, for example, Pokemon like Delphox and Gardevoir that have had actually gigantic impacts. Like that backline damage is so huge, and of course we're expecting to see the Mews, but now that they're being like banned out more, I think the effect of some of these other longer range, kind of squishier Pokemon is really being obvious, you know?
Definitely. I personally love seeing Gardevoir get a spotlight in this tournament. Gardevoir is so much fun to play. Definitely a favorite of mine. And also, I love seeing this Slowbro rocking that Hollowware, looking so dapper, as well as that Hoopa. And with 10 minutes on the clock, here we go. The stakes are so high. We've got Amaterasu on the purple side, TTV on the orange side of the losers finals. After this series, one team's going home and one team is making it to the grand finals.
Oh yeah, the stakes really are high. You gotta set a pace early in the UCS and just say, you know, I'm here to play, I'm here to fight, and I'm here to win. But right now we are going to see, of course, the Kubfu in the middle area alongside the Glaceon from the side of TTV. And we're gonna have some pretty aggressive scoring already, just trying to get some stacks maybe on that Blissey, and he's gonna be able to safely get out. Very nice.
Inder definitely trying to play aggressively there, and now just kind of waiting around for Retsu to come and give some backup. And on the bottom path here, we do see Yeetfan and Rolling here contesting for this last hit on this Indeedee. It looks like it is going to go, I believe, to Amaterasu's side, and we can see the respect of each player right here. Not pushing too hard right now, just waiting for more experience. You want as much experience as possible. Rolling looking to become a Slowbro as soon as possible.
Right, and of course, both the really high damage dealers on this bottom area, they really don't want to fight super early, right? They want to level up first, but speaking of leveling up, there's going to be a big fight for Altaria here. Again, not really like a fight. It's just they're going in, they're trying to get the EXP. I think you said it best. They're playing super respectfully of each other, which makes sense because they had such a close match before.
I can feel the patience right here. We do see Lutano going for those buffs right there. Retsu fighting off Nudo, and we do see Hoopa pop that hyperspace hole just to zone out a little bit and return to their side. We do see Retsu playing a bit aggressively here, trying to get those early stacks, and then we see JL trying to stop those scores from going in right there. And we do see Nudo trying to get Retsu right there, and Slowbro's gonna take down Dodrio right there. Ender having to retreat back to the goal zone right here. Nudo gonna try and grab a score right here. Look at these pushes happening on Amaterasu's side. Early pushes right here. Curly are going to be able to grab some scores, and we do see a wonderful hyperspace hole to allow to put some gaps in between TTV and Amaterasu.
Oh, they're still getting pushed, though. I don't know if we're going to get the pick on the Hoopa. It was really close, but oh my gosh, the cooldown on the hyperspace hole is so low. I can't believe it's back up again. They are going to back up. That's going to allow a few points to go in, especially a couple scores from Retsu on that Dodrio. But that hyperspace hole, I mean, we just see how much value it is. It was there for the first part of the push. It was there for the second part of the push as they retreated. Just everything good about it. Managed to get rolling all the way back to base and then safely back out now to this bottom area where the first Reggies are about to spawn. Just such a good Pokemon.
As quickly as those Swablu spawned, they disappeared, and now we are going to see Hoopa toss that hyperspace highway with 8 seconds left to go on this bottom objective. Most of the team rotating down to the bottom path right here. We see circling around this Reggie, and we're going to see that it's the Regice that spawns first, and quickly Trainer is already going, getting ready, getting that Wicked Blow ready to go to secure. We're going to see who's going to go, and it is going to be secured by the Wicked Blow for Amaterasu.
The level of secure actually on the side of Amaterasu is a little bit gross. I mean, there is some great secure on the other side too. I mean, we've seen so many of these wild Pokemon just melt, just disappear instantly, and it's because there is a lot of really great clear overall. There's going to be a lot of AoE damage, a lot of big, solid AoE hits too, like the Spirit Shackles, for example, and it's going to go the same way for, I think, a lot of these objectives. I think we might not even see a lot of huge fights because there is so much damage that can be dealt to them, and then just you can try to finish them yourself.
The hyperspace highway comes back out again as we see a potential small rotate over to the top, but Snorlax, Zugrug's got to be careful there, having to retreat, take a berry to not get knocked out right there. So the Regieleki is up top, but not a priority. Lutano looking pretty low, but still playing on the offensive, now going to retreat right here. And so we still see a ton of teammates kind of split between the top and bottom path right now. Looks like half the team is looking to just get some experience, and it seems like a potential team fight breaking out on the bottom path, while Lutano right here focusing on just getting experience, getting those levels to be able to help out and assist later.
Yeah, it looked like we saw the Gardevoir Unite coming out just to, like, kind of, I think it was just maybe right as soon as they got it, to try and get some points right there. But oh my gosh, Unite's coming out on both sides. Not for any objective in particular, but just for the current spacing to try and stop people from getting those tier 1s down. Just because those tier 1s are going to give them that little bit more of a safe place. And this has been such an even match that I don't think they want to give up that sort of map, I guess, control. They want to be able to fight for the middle as well and fight for these objectives, which again, spawning very soon.
The Regieleki up top is being completely ignored. We see the second Reggie objective on the bottom path is coming to play. We see Zugrug waiting very patiently in the grass right here, and Trainer looking to see if there's someone there. We do see the Heavy Slamma come out, and we do see Decidueye trying to get some hits from afar right here. And now the Regice has spawned. We see Trainer going in for that burst hit, but Decidueye is showing that that Spirit Shackle is a force to be reckoned with. So we do see Trainer starting with this Regice, but is going to need a little bit of backup to be able to get this secure. We do see Zugrug eyeing, waiting for an opportunity to come in for that potential steal. Zugrug keeping his cool right now, coming in with the block, and here is the Rings Unbound coming in from JL. This will allow all the teammates to come down to play at the bottom path right here. We see the Swablu come in, but Zugrug's got to run away right here. We do see the Regice going down, getting its HP low. It looks like it's going to go to Amaterasu. Is it going to get contested? No, and Gardevoir is going to get that secure.
Oh, like I said, the secure power on that team is so huge, and the fact that they were able to all come down and coordinate with that Hoopa Unbound was huge, huge, huge. I mean, you can see that there's going to be a counter take on the Regieleki on top from the Glaceon, but I don't know how much mileage that's going to actually get. This push, though, it's being countered decently well. There was one pick on the Dodrio, so they're going to get that little bit of extra EXP and points, and it looks like a full backup from Team TTV. They are going to be fighting for this again, though, but they just are not there in this far far as numbers, the Unite from the Blastoise is huge in that damage, but it might go down in exchange regardless. I believe they took down that goal. They got, I think, a good amount of overscore. I can't exactly count how much that was, but that was, I mean, a lot of resources all at once to gain from Amaterasu.
Yeah, up until that point, Amaterasu was doing a really great job starving TTV of experience. But with that goal broken, you saw the whole team go back, retreat, and go for the new experience and the wild Pokemon that are there. So now we do see Retsu coming to assist up on the top path right here. And wow, I feel the patience from TTV. I really, really feel it. And we do see just looking for those points, looking for what's on the map, and not pushing fights when you don't need to until it's going to count. There is 47 seconds left until the big Rayquaza. Amaterasu is up, but this is very close, Chef.
It is really close. I think the biggest thing right here is that there's a little bit of a level disadvantage on the side of TTV. They're down by just about a level. The only big difference here is that Glaceon has been able to farm for so long in that top area, and it's just got that extra EXP. It's been solo up there, got the Regieleki by itself, so that is going to have to be a real game maker here. A lot of positioning coming out from TTV as well. You can tell that they definitely want to, at the very minimum, threaten this. It looks like there's going to be an attempt to take down this Reggie on bottom if they can melt it fast enough. It's looking pretty close. Only 4 seconds left. They got it for sure.
Gardevoir securing that Regirock just in the nick of time, and with 2 minutes on the clock, the Rayquaza has spawned, and we see a bunch of positioning. There are the rings unbound to bring Amaterasu's team into the pit right here. We're gonna see the first KO on TTV's side come out. We're gonna see the Unite move pop on Snorlax to try and create some distance, and the fights are starting to break out. We could see the movement. The teams are getting pushed out of the immediate pit. Hoopa, JL is still in the center area. Nudo doing a bit of damage to this Rayquaza. We see Amaterasu swarming around this Rayquaza to try and get some damage right here, and it looks like not without a fight. We're gonna see the Blizz Assist come out right here. It looks like, oh, Ender's getting really low on HP right now. We're gonna see the block come out from Snorlax. Blissey gonna get KO. That's gonna be a huge pick right there. Amaterasu able to continue on this Rayquaza. Are they gonna be able to secure it? Retsu is still up, lurking around, gonna go potentially for that steal right there. We see Lutano as well with that Glaceon, with that Icy Wind burst damage coming out. It's getting really low. It's coming down to the wire, and Urshifu securing that Rayquaza. Urshifu is no surprise to those secures. All game has been nailing those secures, and that's gonna be Amaterasu being able to score a ton of points. But we do see Glaceon Chef coming in with some scores as well.
I mean, it's some points, but it's not enough. There is going to be about 40 seconds left. You might be able to make it back for one more push, but there's about a 300-point lead, and what a perfect fight in mid that was. Let's see if there is going to be an attempt to push. We have, I mean, some pretty quick Pokemon on the side of TTV. The problem is they just don't have that many points to begin with, and it looks like they are going to try to slightly push top, but the Hoopa again with another Unite built so quickly. It was just used in that mid fight, and it's already back, and that's going to confirm that there's basically no way to bring this back, as Amaterasu is going to be taking game number 1 of Losers Finals.
Oh, what a strong showing from Amaterasu. Game 1, the victor has been decided. Let's take a look at this score right here, and wow, yeah, it was just really tough. When you have it 807 to 235, it was going to be really tough for TTV to come back. Nudo taking that MVP right there, and Lutano taking MVP on TTV's side.
Honestly, this whole tournament goes so fast. Like, I feel like I could talk about this particular game for, like, I don't know, like an hour. Yeah. I mean, the Hoopa was so important, right? The Hoopa using the Unite move in, like, 3 different key important moments. I mean, the number 1 moment that I got to point out, which I do wonder if it's going to be on the replays, is they took the bottom Reggie at 2 minutes, right? At the very last second. And then the entire team of TTV was like, okay, hold on, let's move down. And, like, that's where they're coming from. And then Hoopa United from above them. That was like the coolest thing I've ever seen, and the entirety of TTV was like, wait a minute, they're above us now, we got to deal with that. So I mean, Hoopa, on top of being able to just bring back and heal the entire team so many times, unbelievable play with those Unite moves. The damage really came in from Yeet Fan playing that Gardevoir at the end as well. We saw like the double or triple KO in that mid-team fight. And of course, Trainer just getting every secure with the Wicked Blow, exactly the way that you need to play that Urshifu. I mean, honestly, just so good. I am loving Amaterasu's play.
Honestly, you couldn't have said it better. That was such an incredible performance. There were so many different moments of that match. My heart is still pounding. I couldn't even watch it all happen in real time because there was just so much going on at the same time. So that was really, what a great match right there for our first game. But we're going to have to see how the adjustments are made going into the next game right there.
Yeah, well, we can, you know, it moves so fast. We can rewatch a few of the moments, right? We can at least get a second chance to see it. And hey, you know what? There it is, one of the unbounds, and that was actually a huge one, right? This is the one that really, like, they surprised because they had so many people up top, and then they all came bottom, and that left the entire team with TTV kind of split. They got the free Regieleki with the Glaceon, but then overall, like, they just used that to take the advantage and push and win a team fight, which is exactly what we're seeing right here. And overall, it was just, I mean, the mobility of being able to have that Hoopa. Anybody who watched season 1 for sure knows exactly that level of power, but how fast this Unite charges now is kind of unbelievable. There was one in the mid fight at 2 minutes, and then one, well, not even like a minute 30, and then one at the very end, like a minute later. But this damage too coming out of the Gardevoir, just gigantic. You think we're gonna see the triple KO right here, double KO? Yeah, just so much damage.
Oh my gosh, the team synergy, the energy right there is so palpable coming in for these final minutes of this fight. And the way Amaterasu sticks together where it counts in these big team fights is just so beautiful to see. And that's secure. Oh, it feels so good to see right there going in, grabbing those points.
So perfectly played, and especially too off of such a safe start. Amaterasu was playing exactly safe and respectful, but they knew the exact moment to pounce, and that's exactly what they did. You can see the top players here, Lutano leading the most KOs, and then Yeetfan with the most damage dealt. Unsurprising, that Gardevoir damage can be ridiculous, and then the highest score overall, that's going to be Nudo from Amaterasu, of course, with that Blastoise. And that, I mean, honestly, I'm just so impressed. I'm so impressed by so many of the individual plays in the team fights. I could just keep talking about it forever. But before we do continue to talk about this, because this set is not over, it's only one game over, let's take a look. We've got the actual leaderboard for LATAM North, and our champions will be Hoenn, just Team Hoenn. We've got so many of these teams playing, I'm sorry, so many different regions this time around this UCS that I'm so excited to see all these teams, Hoenn, Rework, Respawn, Unova. That's so great. They've got Hoenn and Unova as different teams in the region. Vatra Gaming, congratulations, of course, to Hoenn, but I mean, we're going to see so many monster teams from so many different regions this season.
Big congratulations to Hoenn. It's always so amazing to see. And if you're not watching the Unite Championships in other regions, you definitely should, because it's so cool seeing the different ways different regions get to strategize and pick different Pokemon. I think that's personally my favorite thing is, you know, you might see Zoroark in the North America finals, but then in Europe, you will see a completely different set of Pokemon coming to play. So it's always such an amazing thing to see how global Pokemon is and how it can bring everyone together, especially in the Unite setting.
I know. I mean, I mentioned this before to you, but I'm a big fan of the OCE scene, which of course we saw them just, I believe it was Juicy Bulbs taking first in their tournament last night, technically. But I mean, huge shout outs to Kilosaurus for streaming some of that, and a lot of the people in that scene. And it's just a different meta, you know, but you get to see things that you maybe don't expect. You're like, wait a minute, this is a Pokemon that works really well in this situation. And we don't ever see that in NA, for example, because NA has, you know, this particular meta. And even just between EU and NA, which of course had pretty wildly different metas. I mean, we saw Garchomps in EU in, I want to say, almost like half the games, maybe even more so than that. And then here in NA, for example, we're seeing Zoroark, which we didn't see in EU, or we're seeing Zoroark banned, which is just, it's basically even better than getting picked. So, I mean, paying attention to the global scene, as difficult as it can be, because there's so much Unite this season, is so important and also really fun.
For sure. And as we prepare for this next game, let's look at the Unite Championships bracket. So with the grand finals coming up, we know that Ascended is going to be there. And the winner of the losers finals, it's either going to be Amaterasu or TTV. It's been quite the day, but at the end, only one team is going to be named the grand champion.
You know what, the wild thing too, if Amaterasu wins this next game, or within the next 2 games, they win this set, we are going to have 3 different run backs in a row, right? We had Ignorance, the run back against TTV with the run back against Amaterasu, and then we would have Amaterasu with the run back against Ascended. And I don't think we had any run backs in Europe, or maybe just one, but this could be an entire just bracket basically, aside from winners finals, of okay, you fought them once before, what are your adaptations, which is in my opinion really cool to see from these top teams.
Definitely. And it's so different playing in these settings. You're playing against some of the best players in the region, and being able to play in a best of 3 setting. And now with the new bans, that's been the most exciting thing this month so far, is just seeing how these players are adapting, like you said. And so, wow, I'm just so looking forward. Chef, is there a Pokemon that hasn't come out yet that you're looking forward to seeing potentially? And if not, maybe this month, maybe next month?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, obviously, at some point, I would like to see Cramorant. If anybody sees my shirt, that's my favorite Pokemon in the world. But obviously not this month. So we'll see in future months. That's just something I would like to see for sure. But here we go, bans and picks in game number 2 of Losers Finals. This could be potentially the last chance for TTV to defend their spots and their tournament lives. But I mean, hey, it's gonna all come down to these bans. They went for the Zoroark, a little bit of a risky pick the first time around, and I felt like it may have worked, but we'll see if they stick with it. They're not.
TTV going to be banning Hoopa, Amaterasu going to be banning Mew. This means Urshifu is on the table should someone want it on TTV, but no, instead Slowbro going to get locked in.
This is something that we saw from TTV in their previous set as well. Even when they're given that first pick, free Urshifu, they're not taking it, which is, that's a very impressive thing, to be confident enough to just not pick that. And I believe they didn't actually go for the Slowbro first pick as well. So maybe there's something in that as far as a counter pick. We're not going to see, though, Amaterasu pass up that opportunity. We will be seeing the Clefable picked alongside it. I'm a big fan of all the gravity stomps, so I'm always a big Clefable fan.
Looks like potentially Dodrio going to come back out, and Decidueye getting locked in from Zugrug right here. Decidueye definitely was being a bit of a menace last game, getting those Spirit Shackles in from such a far range. And it's thinking about this next game, Amaterasu did such a good job starving experience from TTV. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how an adjustment can be made. And I think a big focus on these team fights is going to be really key going into this next match.
Okay, already off the bat, I'm going to say that the side of Amaterasu has too much healing. I mean, there's no such thing as too much healing, obviously, but the fact that they've got the Clefable and the Eldegoss on the same team, that is going to be so hard to take down, especially something like the Blastoise. They could just sit in there forever in their front line. So I'm curious who their last pick's going to be. They don't really have too much ranged damage yet. I think that might be what they're going to be going for. It does look like they're highlighting over the Delphox. That's a great pick. I think that team is super balanced, and like I said, it's going to be very hard to take down. Even Delphox has that little bit of mobility. It's going to be a lot of survivability.
For sure. Just keep that Urshifu alive, keep that Delphox alive, and TTV might be in trouble right here. So going into this game 2, we're gonna have to see. We've got TTV on the purple side this time, Amaterasu on the orange side, and wow, I'm just feeling the jitters. I'm feeling the energy, Chef. Gosh, this one team is going to be potentially going home if TTV is not able to secure this second game. We're gonna see Amaterasu make it to the grand finals.
With how close that first part of the match was, too, I think this is really going to be close as well. I don't think we're going to see anybody just going wild out of the gate. I'm excited to see it, but here we go. Game number 2 of Losers Finals. We are going to have TTV on the left versus Amaterasu on the right in the orange.
Yeah, and we're going to see Trainer take that central area, try and get out of being a Kabu as soon as possible. We are going to see Eldegoss come here with that experience share so that both Pokemon are able to grab that experience. We're going to see Mutano take the central area on TTV side, go and grab those buffs as quickly as possible before helping one of the paths. On the bottom side of TTV, we do see the Rowlet. We're seeing the Fennekin on Amaterasu side on the bottom path. And up top, we are seeing Inder on that Chansey and a Nudo as a Squirtle, just trying to grab that experience as quickly as possible. Like you predicted, it's a pretty passive start right now, just focusing on grabbing those last hits. We see Eldegoss, JL joining up to assist with Nudo.
This game has a lot of the cutest base level Pokemon. This is awesome. It's got Clefable, it's got Fennekin, it's got Rowlet, it has Ralts. I'm just a big fan of Squirtle, everything. You can go through this entire team. That's the pick strategy. You don't pick for team synergy, you pick for cuteness of how your Pokemon start out. But most of them now are at least going up to their first form.
Look at this staring match leading up to this Swablu spawning. You know, just looking beyond the mirror, there is someone far away. And it looks like, oh no, Roland's got to be careful right here. Gonna get picked by the Curlia, and a huge pressure being applied by TTV, and we are going to see that huge score coming from TTV at 35 points, getting those early stacks in. Curlia adding a ton of pressure. We see Lutano right here trying to force the back away. We are going to see a War Turtle that's going to be super helpful for Amaterasu to be able to fend off these goal zones. Retsu trying to back away, but really keep JL off this goalpost right here. It looks like almost a game of tag right here as Inder comes up to assist.
Yeah, just playing like it's like when you gotta get past somebody and capture the flag, and they're just like standing in front of you. But right now, this is a pretty aggressive positioning, I'd say, from Amaterasu. They've got a little bit of a scary opponent in that lane, as they're a little bit out leveled. They think they just really want that score. They're probably trying to get some stacks, but yeah, oh my gosh, just barely got past the Spirit Shackle. It did hit the Eldegoss, but that could have actually taken out the War Turtle. It didn't, but they're still both so low as the second Spirit Shackle connects.
Huge pressure, not able to secure knockouts, but Dodrio definitely able to secure some stacks right there, being able to score a ton of points. TTV up 100 points pretty early on in this game, as we do see a bit of a team fight starting to break out over the birds that have just spawned right here. Trainer starting to look a little bit low, having to retreat a bit, as we do see a rotation down to the bottom path for that first Reggie, that first objective, and we do see the Swablu down this bottom path getting quickly mopped up as soon as possible right here. And so trying to get a bit of health before this next engage. Gotta watch, and we do see Otter getting ready for that Spirit Shackle, getting ready to apply that pressure, and here is a Registeel. Registeel gonna be here, and Amaterasu is just going for it, starting this Registeel. We have Zugrug waiting around, and we are seeing that Clefable. Ooh, Roland is trying to be a bit of a menace right now, but it looks like a beautiful secure from the Gardevoir, grabbing that Registeel. That's gonna be a huge attack buff. Are they gonna be able to use this as a push to continue moving forward? It looks so TTV super aggressive right here.
Oh, I like it, though. They've got to take their spots. That's what we saw from Amaterasu last game. As soon as you get that little bit of advantage, that is your time to strike, and TTV knows that it was their time to strike. They're going to leave only about 6 points left on that goal, so they can get a lot of overscore later, but it looks like there might be a rotation towards the top. I'm not sure if they're just going to be taking some of the wild Pokemon in their middle area, or if there's going to be an attempt at a Regieleki, but we have seen so many... Oh, my... Well, okay, first I'm going to say we've seen so many multi-hit Spirit Shackles. We just saw 2 in a row. I feel like we're already at like 40k damage for Otter on that Decidueye. That has just been so many well-placed multi-hitting Spirit Shackles, but there's a fight already for Regieleki up top.
Regieleki is getting bursted down right now by Amaterasu. It's going to get secured by Urshifu. That's going to be for Amaterasu, and it looks like this Regieleki is not going to last very long, as it's going to be knocked out right here as quickly as it's secured. It's also going to be going down, but Lutano able to potentially grab a huge score, but is stopped right there. And oh no, there is the Delphox going down. Lutano still trying for this huge 40 overcap that is possible right now. Amaterasu coming to stop that, trying to take down Lutano right here. Oh no, that one's gotta hurt.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was a lot of resources. That was a big risk to commit that much to trying to chase down Lutano's guard right there. But in the end, it paid off, right? I mean, especially the Delphox Unite move was used like pretty preemptively there. So I'm glad for Team Amaterasu that it did end up working out. But you gotta stop their hard carries. That Gardevoir has been doing so much damage, and of course being one of the ones to secure. Oh, this looks like this might be a Dunzo Eldegoss. It will. Trying to run away from a Dodrio is a pretty fruitless effort.
Especially with that level advantage being level 11 already. A Registeel has appeared on the bottom path. We see the Unite move popped from the Decidueye, and it looks like it's going to get secured by Blastoise for Amaterasu.
Oh, and that honestly MVP moment to roll in right there. Just walking in front of that Decision Unite move, just body blocking like, just like I'll take the hits for you. I will guard you. I will be your shield. Just a sacrifice. Actually managed to make it out too, which is very impressive and says a lot about how strong Moonlight is. But that honestly managed to secure then the Reggie on the bottom, which is a great move. Sometimes, even if Roland went down, that would have probably been a well-earned sacrifice.
Definitely. I am so impressed by these Spirit Shackles that are coming out, and we do have the next objective spawning. So last game, we didn't see too much preference going on this top objective right here, but we are going to see most of the team down here on the bottom path. The Regieleki is here, but most of the team still on the bottom, making a push. Amaterasu trying to add so much pressure to TTV down here, trying to get some scores in right here. But in the meantime, Dotrio getting a couple of cheeky scores up on the top path. We're going to see what happens here, forcing the retreat. Ender having to go really far back to not get KO'd, but is able to retreat, and we are going to see, some attempts and some scores here, but GTV doing a great job fending off this fight.
Ooh, yeah, there's a lot of really low HP Pokemon on the side of Amaterasu, and oh my gosh, it's going to keep getting lower with these Spirit Shackles. It's going to be hard to run away from this team with the combination of that and potentially the Dodrio, but they do manage to get out relatively unscathed. There was a lot of damage, again, just dealt to them. That's going to build back a lot of the Unites, which is going to be important. We did see the Eldegoss pop the Unite a little bit, well, I mean, not a little bit late, but right, like just enough time that you can build it back before the 2-minute mark, and currently this Eldegoss is playing kind of like Battle Goss right now, just up the only one in the front line, but we take those.
Eldegoss has that power to get some really nice secures if it's in the right place at the right time. Slowbro earlier getting a fantastic 40-point sneaky score, and now the Regirock is here, and Amaterasu is going for it, just cutting straight to the chase, but Ender and Retsu are here to try and stop it. Urshifu gonna get that secure right there. We are gonna see Trainer go onto Zugrig, but then backing off, backing away after taking a bit of damage, and we're gonna see TTV sticking together on their side of the goal zone right here, now looking to go and grab the experience, the wild Pokemon that are on the field. And in 12 seconds, we're going to see this Rayquaza, and just like last game, this is the big moment. TTV often has a huge late game strategy where it all comes down to this moment and staying as cool and collected as possible.
I think a huge point here is going to be the Gardevoir Unite move. There's not a lot of, for example, like not having the Blissey with the safeguard is going to mean that there's just going to be not a lot of good options to deal with a lot of the control that we see on the side of TTV if they do manage to get off like kind of just one big AoE controlled team fight. But we'll see if that ends up happening. Right now, they're just picking away at the other team, doing a lot of damage as usual with those Spirit Shackles, making sure that they're going to have to be the ones to initiate.
The fight starting to break out away from the center area, and we have Blastoise and Gardevoir up at top, but Gardevoir going to secure that huge KO. Pivotal pick right here going into this team fight. So we are going to see, Clefable coming in, backing away. We see Zugrig just trying to keep some positioning right here. Trainer trying to go in. Zugrig looking for a pick, but might get caught out right here by Amaterasu. Is in a bit of trouble, but Blissey to save the day. Ender coming in with these clutch heals right now. The Decidueye Unite move is getting popped right now. And with a minute to go, the Rayquaza hasn't been taken out, and it's on Amaterasu to make this push.
They have to do it. There's not much time left either, and it's such a healthy side of TTV. They've got to make it all happen right here. We're going to see the Moonlight popped, and we're going to see the full push onto the Ray. There's going to be a lot of Unites used right here. The Blastoise Unite used, and this is actually a ton of damage. We're going to see Zugrig go down, I believe, on the... Or I think, sorry, we're going to see the Slowbro go down. We're going to see a lot of damage, though, on the side of Amaterasu. They've got the heals, but I don't know if they can stay up against this Decidueye.
This is so much damage right here. It's all going to come down to who gets this Rayquaza, and also, is there going to be enough time to score if the Rayquaza is even obtained right now? Oh my goodness, we've got 3 down on TTV side, we've got 2 down on Amaterasu's side, and Heatman looking a little low on the HP. Lutano out here trying to go for that steal right here. It's not over, and it is secured by Amaterasu.
I don't know if there's enough time for them to even get to the goal.
There's not. TTV's going to take game 2. That means we're going to a game 3.
Oh, they were so close. If they were like 5 seconds earlier, I feel relatively confident they could have at least gotten, well, it probably wouldn't have been enough, right? They would have gotten at least 200 points in. It would have been really close. If they were a few seconds earlier than that even, they had at least 3 people up that potentially could have scored their full 50s, but they just weren't quite able to. And honestly, I do think that maybe there was just an attempt to just back up a little bit from TTV at the end right there. Regardless, it felt like they were in control the entire time. You can see it from the graph. It is pretty clear. They had a solid lead. They held the solid lead, and they didn't let go of it until even the very, very end, to the last maybe 5 seconds. Oh my gosh, 142,000 damage. I wasn't joking when I said we're probably already at 40. On the other side, though, Yifan with 124.
Wow, I am just flabbergasted by that. We saw those Spirit Shackles come through. Ender with a ton of healing with the 83,000. Rolling, doing 137,000 recovery. Can't knock that either. That is fantastic. And even Yeetfan, 124,000 damage dealt. This is a high DPS game.
Yeah, a lot of damage, a lot of healing. It's just a brawl, basically, once it got down to it. But, ooh, those Spirit Shackles, seriously, they were so much of what that game was. That was just absolutely ridiculous. The damage it can come out of Decidueye, especially if left unchecked, can be... it can be exactly what we just saw. And there wasn't really too many Pokemon like diving the back line, trying to take out the Decidueye, like we saw Aegislash doing a little bit earlier. But this is, again, it was a very close game. It was just whoever, neck and neck, right? It was neck and neck. And then as soon as somebody got an advantage, they pushed it and they won. It's what happened in the first game with Amaterasu, happened second game with TTV.
And let's take a look at these highlights. We saw the double Spirit Shackle hit 2 for the price of 1 right here. What an awesome showing right here. These fights were fantastic to watch. The pressure that we saw here from TTV, especially with that 143-point lead right here. And look at this is the Decidueye highlight reel this go around.
I know, it really is. It's just like, I think I made a joke before. I said it's when you get the double Spirit Shackle, it's 2 stones with 1 bird is what you get. And that was just so many times in a row. I don't know if I've seen that many multi-hit Spirit Shackles in like a single game. Maybe a few games of like low ranked or something. But the fact that you can do that to a team that is so competitively strong, obviously one of the top teams in this entire region, and they know how to space against that, but you just find those moments anyway, really goes to show just how amazing of a player Otter is. But the entire team so far have been amazing. It looks like Retsu's Dodrio is going to be the double stacking build right there, who will be the player of the game. Dodrio also just such a hard Pokemon to answer when you have it piloted by a skilled player.
And check out those items with that attack weight right there, the full heal to help against any hindrances on the field. This is a very, very fun build to see, and definitely played a nice role in helping TTV adapt into this game too. So we get to see a game 3. Oh, that's so exciting. So one of these teams is going home. Another is making it to the grand finals. Ooh, I'm so excited.
I know, I'm so excited. And of course, this is not going to be the only time that we're going to be able to see this. We are currently in the February finals. There's only this set and 1 more to go, the grand finals. But of course, it's the start of the season. I'm so excited. The March finals coming in a month. The AOS Cup finals are going to be at the EUIC, 2 lands overall. Then the April finals, of course, in April as well. May finals, just every month. And then we're going to have the regional finals at NAIC. 2 lands at amazing events. I've personally been to both of those events multiple times, and let me say, any live Pokemon event is amazing. I know you were at the very minimum at Worlds. I'm sure you could say the exact same thing, right?
You can't miss it. Even if you don't compete, just going, feeling the energy, you get to make so many friends. I've made so many friends just going to a Pokemon regional to say hello. And also you get to learn about so many different types of games. So I'm so excited. And registration for the March Cup will also be soon on February 18th. So make sure if you haven't registered yet and you want to give it a shot, even if you don't have a team yet, you can find one. So check out the Battlefy links in the description and check it out.
Yeah, this is a great time. I said it before, but this is an amazing time to get into it for sure. There are more lands. There's the chance at Worlds in Japan. That is amazing. Yokohama, Japan. This is going to be one of the coolest worlds of all time. I mean, last Worlds was amazing, but you can, at the very minimum, you can meet people. So much of this community have met each other through the community in particular, and they've all become great friends. And a lot of these teams are just great friends in the end. And it's just great to see how this has built up just as a community, and you can be part of that. It's very welcoming. It's a great time to start, especially with this entirely new season that I know so many people have been waiting. I mean, it feels like we've been waiting years for this season, even though it's only been a few months.
Honestly, I don't mean to get too cheesy, but it's because of Pokemon and Pokemon Unite that I've gotten to meet such amazing friends. So I agree. I agree 110%. This game has so much amazing potential. And speaking of potential, as we start preparing for this Game 3, Chef, what are you hoping to see? What are you feeling? Tell me a little bit about it.
Honestly, I'm just hoping to see another game like we saw the previous two. You mentioned it so perfectly in the first game. It was a safe game until somebody gets that opportunity and they take it. But the biggest thing for me is going to be, of course, the picks and bans, which I have just loved watching throughout this season so far. And here is the draft phase. We've seen a few different strategies so far. The Zoroark was banned out. We've seen the Mew banned out. There are so many choices, so many choices. You're never going to be able to get out every single Pokemon that you want to, but that's where the strategy comes in. So one final chance here for both of these teams. Only one can make it. What will their first bans be?
Let's see right here. It looks like Hoopa is going to get banned out from TTV side and Mew coming out. This is a familiar set of bans that we've seen before. We spoke last game about how TTV is not really worried about Urshifu. And I think after that game too, I can really see that. I thought after that game when Amaterasu had such a strong showing, are they going to, but it looks like, speaking of, maybe Lutano's going to pick up Urshifu. Maybe I spoke too soon right here. We're finally going to see the Urshifu get locked in by TTV. Wow.
This was almost the exact mirror of the picks that we saw last time, right? It was the Slowbro first from TTV, and then the other side they picked Urshifu, and then they picked I believe it was Eldegoss. I don't know. It was one of the supports. So it's wild to see them completely switch things around. We are going to see, though, the Glaceon. Trainer picking the Glaceon. Probably going to be the one also playing Glaceon, I would have to expect. And, I'm going to say it throughout the entire tournament, but I know you're happy about that.
Oh, I'm so happy. Glaceon's been my favorite add to Pokemon Unite, and gosh, it's just always so fun to see. I love seeing the versatility Glaceon has. You have Icy Wind for that burst damage, and then you've got Icicle Spear that we've seen to get those auto-guaranteed hits. But looking over at TTV side, we're going to see the Eldegoss get locked in as the main support, and Retsu going with that Dodrio pick. Yeetfan taking that Gardevoir. Gardevoir, an incredible ranged attacker who has proven itself time and time again, and Nudo locking in Sylveon. So we've got Team Evolutions over on Amaterasu. I love to see it. The Evolutions are my favorite, and we're going to see who Otter's going to lock in. We've got just a couple seconds left here. We're not going to be seeing Scissor, unfortunately, not in this tournament, but we are going to see Mr. Mime, a really great support option as well.
I gotta say, it's really bizarre. I still keep thinking that I'm looking at the opposite sides, because these are very opposite team comps of the previous game, right? We saw the Slowbro and we saw the Gardevoir on the side of TTV last game that both did amazing work, and now we're looking at the other side of TTV that has the Eldegoss and the Urshifu that did great work on Amaterasu's side. So it's just this weird flip around, and it's really cool to see the flexibility of all these players. That's basically all I can say with how much they've been switching around.
I think each team had a look and said, hey, that looks fun. I want to try it this go around. So definitely excited to see. We do see Otter back on this Decidueye, so we're going to see if we can see that crazy amount of damage come out. The thing about Decidueye is that when it's properly supported, even though Decidueye is a bit frail, it just hits like a truck. So here we go. Game 3, Amaterasu on the purple side, TTV repping the orange side. One team's going home and one team's going to the grand final. So just to start here, very similar to our game 2, we are going to see Eldegoss and Kubfu being buddies. That EXP share so nice so that both Pokemon can get a bit of that early experience. Kubfu wanting to evolve as soon as possible. Zugrug playing a bit offensively right here with this Mime and grabbing that nice experience on right here on the path.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a great area to play aggressively, right? It's going to be the Mime able to bully at least a little bit until that Rowlet gets a little bit stronger, but just to be able to get that extra EXP for the Rowlet's going to be huge. However, we're already going to have 3 Pokemon on top. We've got the double evolutions already evolved. I wonder if we're going to see any sort of switch, like maybe the Sylveon going to pick up a little bit more of the EXP in the central area. That's a classic strategy, and it does look like maybe that's what's going to happen, or maybe it's just going to come back up and play more aggressively up top. It looked like it ran back for a second, but I like this.
And here are the 850 Swablu and Altaria coming in. We're going to see who gets the last hit. It looks like we're going to see a Slowbro come out from Amaterasu's side right here. Zugrug needing to retreat, and we are going to see Lutano head into the center for a nice retreat, and it looks like going to try to go for this contested Indeedee right there, as we do see on the top path some early scores coming in from that Blissey. I also did notice for the evolutions, we had a Hyper Voice Sylveon and an Icy Wind Glaceon coming out.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, we've seen both Sylveons. I mean, we've seen so many different builds from so many different Pokemon today as well, both in Europe and North America, which is so cool to see. It's very rarely like, yeah, this is 100% the set to pick. Even with Urshifu, we saw Rapid Strike Urshifu winning a game pretty dominantly, which was really cool to see. You can see there, Mew banned 12 times in North America for good reason. I'm surprised it got through so many times in Europe.
Mew definitely one of those Pokemon to watch right there, getting banned so many times right here. And we can see the players gathering in the center area, but Retsu getting those stacks in while a potential team fight was going to break out, but no. Instead, we do see Amaterasu dispersing, splitting back up into the different paths to grab that experience. I was thinking that there might have been a fight coming out there, but we are seeing that passive early start, not wanting to give any early experience to the opposing side, because that could turn the tides rather quickly if someone gets a bit too much experience early on.
And now that we've got the Corellia on the bottom as well, that's going to be a nice ability. Well, okay, I was about to say a nice ability to steal some EXP and get some nice damage, but that's exactly what we saw as I was saying it before I could even stop it. Oh, the Spirit Shackle coming in from behind, Otter coming from the middle area, and already just chunking the entire team. Trainer has to probably keep running. You do not want to risk a Spirit Shackle. Yeah, gets the berry, but even still, I think at this point you might want to back up. Great dodge, though, avoiding Zugrug using the Mr. Mime. That could have potentially been enough to take out at least a squishy Glaceon. However, most will be back in time for the fight for this Reggie.
Yeah, and here we go. The Regirock is what has spawned. We see TTV surrounding it, but Amaterasu is here to play. We've got Roland surrounding as well. We do see the huge Unite move come out from Decidueye to add so much pressure while also doing damage to this Regirock right here. It's going to get secured by that Urshifu. Urshifu just loves to secure objectives. Objective after objective, no problem for that Urshifu.
You know, last game we saw, actually, you know what? I'm going to hold on to that thought to see if they fight here. No, it looks like there's going to be backing up. They have been kind of split as far as who has the good confirms, right? They had Decidueye on one side, they had Urshifu on the other side in the previous game, but now the fact that they have both Urshifu and Decidueye, and even like Dodrio, and like they just have actually just ridiculous confirm on this team as far as objectives. Once the Gardevoir, especially once it turns into a Gardevoir, it will be a nice way to at least challenge that, but it feels to me like if TTV can hold good positioning in these objective fights, they're gonna have a really good time of being able to confirm them.
Nudo able to secure a ton of those Swablu right there, as we do see a bit of a team skirmish come out right here. We're seeing a bit of damage come out. We see Glaceon come out with that Icy Wind, but not able to get the secure right there. Zugrug and Otter hanging out, having a good time, staying near their goal zone, trying to get a bit of HP back and get a bit of experience from those wild Pokemon that are right there. And we are seeing that beautiful leash right there, giving Otter some extra power, as we do see JL just try to sneak and wait for a chance to make something happen.
Do we really need to give Otter extra power? Come on. It's enough damage already. But this is honestly a pretty scary spot now that we're seeing the rotation down. Now, it looks like they did manage to steal at least the last hit for that EXP, but there are some very dangerous damage dealers here in the bottom area waiting. However, this is an aggressive push on top with the Regieleki. I didn't even realize they took it.
TTV securing that Regieleki, and the Regieleki's gonna go into the goal, leaving it with one well managed on the side of TTV. The amount of mental math you had to do, I wish I did that well in math class.
No, that is basically the absolute max amount of overscore that you can get at this point in the game. And that is, honestly, it looked like they were willing to just give up this Registeel, but they now have some people to challenge it as well. It does look like Amaterasu will, in the end, take it. They did have more players down here to contest it, and they're going to be continuing with this push. We'll see if the Urshifu coming in can help with the counter push, but instead it's just going to go down instantly. Oh my gosh, those Psyshocks can just do so much damage.
Oh, so much pressure being applied by Amaterasu right here. That was a ton of damage. Now we do see Nudo heading up to the potential central area right here. It looks like it's going to be time just to grab some extra experience right here. That was such a great play right there. And we are going to see Blissey hanging out on the bottom path, but probably going to want to find a buddy sometime soon. But really, it's just time. It's time to have some fun, not focus too hard on the team fights yet. There is still a minute and a half until the Rayquaza, and Amaterasu is down, but not by too much, I would say. It's 219 to 164. This can definitely still be anyone's game.
I think this is the closest that they've been in this set so far at this time in the game, so which is exactly what you want to see in a game 3. But oh, this is a great initiate. They caught out at least 2 Pokemon just slightly out of position, and one of them being a Glaceon, the other one being a Gardevoir, means that they do not have the greatest escape options, and that's going to be actually huge. That's going to mean that they're going to not only be able to just get those picks early on, but they're going to be able to get good positioning potentially for this Regieleki to get that last minute Regieleki. I mentioned it earlier, but getting it a little bit later than just the moment that it maybe spawns can be really beneficial. And by the time they get this down, it will be pushing in as Ray probably spawns, or at the very minimum, it's going to force them to be out of position if they want to defend that tier 2 goal.
I agree. Could be an excellent distraction. We're going to see the Sylveon go and try to defend as we do see the rest of TTV start to rotate bot. There is time for that next Reggie. You know, you'll have to be a little bit quick, but before that, why not stop and grab a goal zone right there? That's going to help a ton with this next objective, because now you're not going to have an ability to heal up. So we do see Yeetfan, but Yeetfan's going to get caught out right there, and is going to get knocked out so quickly, not able to handle a 3v1. Regirock is here with 12 seconds for the Rayquaza. This team, TTV, is going to need to burst down quickly, and it looks like they are going to get that secure right in time before the Rayquaza and come back up to the pit for these final moments. We're here in the late game, Chef.
Hold on, did Regirock just take out Dodrio? Regirock, the MVP of Amaterasu, because it's still spawning. That's actually huge. That would be one way for this to go down, but they're just going to fight. That's going to be the Unite move out of the Gardevoir. That's going to be the Unite move out of the Eldegoss. Not a huge amount of damage on either side so far. Everybody just kind of backing out, but this is going to be the Rayquaza last hit. Who's going to get it? It looks like it might have been the Gardevoir. No, it's the Glaceon on the side of Amaterasu.
Oh my gosh, that's huge! This could be exactly what Amaterasu needs to get into the lead. That's a huge 100 points getting in from Glaceon. Oh my gosh, this is going to be huge. Got to break those shields. Looks like we are going to see Nudo try and get some scores, but is going to get taken out potentially by that Rensu. Okay, we do see JL having to back away right here. Otter doing so much damage right here. Oh my gosh, Yeetfan with the shield is going to be able to grab a ton, and Amaterasu is now in the lead. There is still a minute left, so TTV can make a push.
Oh, this is super doable. They have so many points in their pocket. They have an advantage as far as who's up. Only 2 Pokemon up on the side of Amaterasu. I think they have to give up this next tier of tower. I don't know if they know how many points they're currently up by, but they just aren't going to have the numbers. And if they get even one more of their Pokemon picked off, this could be the end. Roland's going to be trying to solo defend here, playing a little bit safe, but here's the commitment. 3 Pokemon overall with 2 jumping in, and this is going to be, oh no, just stopped just barely at the end, a few points in. But can they stop this entire team? There's 30 seconds left. If they lose this team fight, this could be it. But 3 members going down for TTV. Can they keep it going?
Oh no, those picks are going to be pivotal. I'm not sure if this Urshifu is going to have enough points, even if Urshifu managed to score those 42 points. I don't think it's going to be enough, and that's a complete team wipe. Amaterasu is going to take this game, I think.
It looks like it. They had a chance there. They were so close. It came down to that one last fight on the goal, and it just didn't quite make it. super close game, literally down to the final moments, much closer than the score actually entails. I think they just needed, if they just got a few more picks right there, it would have been, that was going to be gone with 100 points, and then another 100 points, then maybe a little bit more on the center goal, and that was all that was needed. But Amaterasu holding on, even when things were looking tough. They were down to 2 Pokemon that managed to hold off just enough for the rest of the team to come back, and on top of that, fighting back from a little bit of a deficit to get that Rayquaza. Amazing game number 3 for this set.
Wow, looking at this graph, it was so neck and neck. And let's take a look at this damage. You can see a pretty even spread on Amaterasu, really focused on that team synergy, staying together when they could. It was such a tough battle, really. It came down to those final minutes right there after the Rayquaza fight. There was an opportunity for TTV to come back, but really, gosh, that was absolutely incredible.
And we can see again the damage coming out of Otter, just too much. This is by far a lower damage game overall, but I mean, this is about almost double of what anybody else in the entire game was at. Just very, very impressive as usual. Trainer though, and Nudo with the double high damage EV picks. I really love to see it. You love the double EV, but overall, I mean, that was an amazing set. That was so close. Like I said, so much closer than the actual score counted for, but we can take a look back at even just how good of a set this actually was.
Yeah, let's take a look at that first objective secured by that Urshifu. Oh my gosh, we saw that Unite move get popped. So much pressure being applied, but it's so tough to stop Urshifu from grabbing those secures. Urshifu's just so good at that, but then not unpunished. Urshifu getting complete KO and Amaterasu taking advantage to score a ton of points right there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this was just, both teams, they were just ready for the moments. Every single time they got an opportunity, that's the biggest the biggest moment for them, right? They didn't waste a single opportunity, I guess is what I should be saying. They saw it and they struck, and both sides, they didn't let any of those go to waste, which was just such a beautiful level of play to see in the top 3 here for the North American region. I mean, a lot of it came down to, of course, these final team fights. You can see right here, if they had just managed to get a little bit more going on, but you can see right there, we even saw the Unite move. I believe that was the final kind of I don't know, final hit that you really need. But I gotta look back, I gotta say it, I don't know if it's really as key as it seemed like it was, or if that's exactly what happened, but the fact that it looked like the Dodrio got taken out by the Regirock, I mean, it looked like it was so much damage, it was like shocking to me, and then it didn't allow them to get back in time was pretty huge. But we can see here, Trainer on the Glaceon, your favorite Pokemon, take this one away.
Oh my gosh, and look at that build. We've got Icy Wind for that burst. We've got Freeze Dry, a nice full heal to help against those hindrances. We've got an Energy Amplifier to get those Unite moves back up quickly. We've got a Shell Bell and those glasses for some nice special attack boosts. Wow, I love to see a good Glaceon here. Glaceon's my favorite to play in Unite, and this is a very cool set to play.
I mean, especially piloted by Trainer, who also, by the way, has a great Greninja, so I hope we see that in the future. But that does mean that our grand finals are decided. The 3rd run back in a row. We went from 1 to the 2nd to the 3rd, and Ascended versus Amaterasu that met in the winners finals will meet once again in the grand finals.
Oh my gosh, that was such an incredible set. TTV might be going home, but there is the March finals that you can register for right now by going to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. Registration opens on February 18th, so don't miss out and make sure you register and give it a shot. And there's also the Discord, so if you don't have a team yet and you're looking for some players, definitely give it a shot. If there's anything that this tournament has taught us, is that players who've just met still have a chance to perform extremely well. A lot of these players have only been playing together for a couple weeks, a couple months, and it hasn't even been that long yet, so definitely get in on that action.
Well, we don't want to keep you waiting any longer than you have to for, of course, these amazing grand finals that we're going to be looking for to see who our first champion for the North American region is here in the UCS 2023. So we're going to be going to a short break, and when we come back, it will be back to Spriggles and Doobsnacks to take us home. So you're not going to want to miss this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with grand finals right after this.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2nd season of Pokemon Unite. Much has happened since competition kicked off last year, leading us to crowning our first ever Pokémon UNITE champions in London. But that was just the beginning. 2023 has even more in store for players and fans alike. Let's take a look at this season and see how players will climb their way to the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, and compete for a piece of the $500,000 prize pool. The 2023 season is composed of monthly cups, the AOS Cup, and the regional finals. At the end is, of course, the World Championships. Teams can qualify for a World's invite by earning the most championship points in their region or by winning their regional finals. Championship points, or CP for short, can be earned throughout the season from February to June. During each monthly cup, eligible players can enter the double elimination open qualifiers for a chance to get some CP. The top 8 teams will make it to the monthly finals the following week. At the AOS Cup, the stakes will be raised in this mid-season event. Top teams will be organized into groups for a round-robin competition before squaring off in a double elimination bracket to the finals. Competition is in abundance here as the best teams are pitted against each other for even more CP than in the monthly cups. To make it even more exciting, top finishers will also be going home with a share of their region's $25,000 prize pool. Towards the end of the season, teams will have one last shot at qualifying for the World Championships. This opportunity opens up with the regional finals. The regional finals consist of grouped round-robin competition, with the top teams entering a double elimination bracket. The winning team from each regional finals will represent their region at Worlds with a guaranteed slot. There's also a $50,000 prize pool per region at stake. So expect some of the fiercest matches to happen here as it's all on the line. We can't wait to see how the season shapes up. Which teams will make it to the World Championships? Will we see some favorites from last year once again? Follow along to catch the results in this year's season of Pokémon UNITE.
That's right, everybody. It's grand final time. Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series here, the February finals in North America. We're about to close this thing out with Ascended versus Amaterasu. Doobsnacks, can you feel it in the air?
I feel it in the air. I feel it in the air, Spraggles. Tomorrow, Eagles Chiefs. But today, February finals for NA, Amaterasu, Ascended. Let's see how we got there. Break it down for us, Chief.
Yeah, take a look at this. Ascended just wiping the floor with some of these teams moving through the bracket, only dropping one game so far, making their way to the grand finals. Amaterasu, the team that actually lost to Ascended in the winners finals, having to fight back in the losers bracket there against TTV, putting on quite a show. And now they're ready to try to take down the champs. And we'll see if they can do it here. They're going to have to beat them for 4 games. They have to beat them in one bracket, reset the whole thing, and do it again. That's pretty tough because we are talking about the world champions of Pokemon Unite right here.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at these two squads and what they're made up of between Ascended and Amaterasu. Having a bit of trouble with the graphic. No problems there. Spraggles, let's take a look. Slashcan, Oblivion, Overlord, Kyrios, and Elo. That's Ascended. You are familiar with them. They're your world champs. Oblivion, new to the roster, filling in for Book. And then across the board, of course, we have Amaterasu. But Ascended, tell me a little bit of some facts about these players.
I mean, what is to be said about the best team in Pokemon Unite, except you are looking at the best of the best in basically each role that they fill. Overlord, we talked about this player a little earlier, seems to be cracked on any stick that you put this player on. Slash, one of the best supports, I feel like an unsung hero from Ascended, but then again, they're the world champs, so I think everyone's singing their praises a little bit right here. Interestingly enough, Ascended defeated Amaterasu by an average of 443 points a game. That looks like about how much they beat me by, I would say. Maybe they beat me by 1,000 points a game, let's be fair.
Yeah, they beat us by a lot more, Spraggles. Don't try and sugarcoat it. Don't try and hitch a ride onto Amaterasu's wagon here. Let's take a look at Amaterasu. Yeet Fan, JL, Nudo rolling it down, and Trainer. You're familiar with a lot of these names from last year's UCS, kind of a combination of IX Gaming and Nemesis coming through here to kind of form a strong super team and a decent showing. For these February finals, the first attempt this squad has had to leave its mark on the UCS, but ahead of them, the world champions. The same team that sent them down to the losers bracket unceremoniously 2-0. Amaterasu, tons of work ahead of them, using the ASU team tag, Fork 'em.
I mean, Amaterasu's been looking incredible. Every team that they've run into, they've done well, except, of course, our world champs right here. Here we have it. Ascended, your purple team. Amaterasu, your orange team. ASU obviously stands for Amaterasu State University here as we're getting ready for our bands.
Yeah, those bands are going to be rolling in. And, of course, Ascended, not much to fear, I don't think. At least that's where I would be if I were in their shoes. You dispatch this team 2-0 by a wide margin, as we saw Hoopa getting banned out. JL not going to get their comfort pick here, and Slowbro back on the other side, really not a Pokemon that ASU wants to contend with.
And right here, we have that built-up bear on the side of Ascended. They gave them their Shifu, and they are going to take it right here. I've got to assume that ASU wants to pick up this Mew, but it doesn't look like it, actually. We've got a Snorlax and a Clefable on the side of Amaterasu. Boy, I think you're just handing over Ascended the keys to the castle right now. I'm so worried about these picks.
Yeah, I mean, Mew looks incredibly strong just on paper, but maybe it doesn't fit into the texture of where they want to go. Oblivion gladly picking up a Blastoise, locking that in with more than 5 seconds left, and Elo taking the Sylveon. So here we go. We might be missing out a key piece of information. Amaterasu has the opportunity for Mew if they want it. We'll see if they go in that direction. Nudo, a player that can use so many different Pokemon, has to feel comfortable with what their options are. And Yeet Fan, great work last year on the Decidueye.
Nudo grabbing the Garchomp right here. Very interesting choice. I don't know if I've seen them run this Pokemon. Yeet Fan, of course, on the Decidueye. We all know Yeet Fan's Decidueye, probably the most famous Decidueye in the world. As we're looking for the final lock-ins here from Ascended, taking the Mime and taking the Eldegoss. Mew just nowhere to be found. Honestly, I'm shocked.
I'm a bit surprised too. Mew has so much versatility, it's really hard to put it in a position where it's completely fighting from behind and ineffective. But here we go. Neither of these teams want Mew on the docket. Trainer locking in Glaceon as their last pick. We're going to see these Pokemon shuffle around to different players here, and we'll see exactly who is on what going into Game 1 of our grand finals of the February finals.
Both of these teams look incredibly solid. I've been watching Slash on this mime, and they are secretly one of the best mimes in the world without question. Kyrios on the Urshifu. Overlord once again on that Blastoise. I don't know if anyone makes a Blastoise look like the, strongest carry Pokemon in the game like Overlord. It's unbelievable what he's able to do.
Yeah, they take it into the top path too. Normally when we see a Blastoise locked in, they at least make a trip through that central area. Overlord keen on just staying up top and doing their work there. That's kind of like their home, their bread and butter. That's where they like to stay.
Here we go. Game number 1. Let's see what Amaterasu can do here. Again, they need to take 2 series off the former world champs right now. Ascended looking fantastic throughout this tournament. Haven't dropped a single series. Made their way here through that winner's bracket, and they want to shut this thing down in 2 and show that they're the best in the world still.
Snorlax coming across the way, rolling it, gonna try, JL on the Snorlax, gonna try and put some pressure on Kyrios, who's just a Cubfu. They're chipping him for a lot of damage, and Snorlax just taking that buff, that red buff, gonna go straight for the blue one, see if they can take out this Acelgor and get themselves a 2-for-1 on their trip across the map.
You know, the only bad thing about Urshifu is Cubfu. That really is it. It's really difficult to stop something like this. Anyone has a tough time with dad bod Snorlax right here coming into your central area, but Cubfu maybe more than most.
Listen, it looks like it's ready for a vacation, but it brought its laptop. It's working from home a little bit, getting it done for the squad, playing very far forward, giving time for the rest of the squishier Pokemon to head back towards their goal zone, as JL's going to make it out unscathed and still double buffed.
Taking a look at our top path, we can see it's still a Cubfu up there, so they're going to need to get some experience at the 850 birds right here. So we got this fight breaking out. Yeet Fan ready to secure some of this, trying to get their 5. JL in a little bit of trouble here, but you just can't take down that Snorlax. Actually makes it out of there.
Yeah, good positioning by JL to avoid the confusion barrier combo there and not getting chipped up by a ton of damage, able to get some birds before they make their way up top. Rolling it though really needs to hit this evolution, get the Clefable so we can start picking up this Dartrix and let it get to work here. Kyrios finally taking over to level 5.
Here we go. We've got that Wicked Blow now. Now it's going to be pretty difficult to take anything away from that Urshifu, but they held it back for a long time. That was actually really impressive from the side of Amaterasu. They know what they needed to do. They needed to put that Pokemon behind the ball there, and they did. 8-minute spawn happening here in the center of the map as we actually have a big fight happening in the top path. Overlord looking to pick up a KO. That's a double.
KO streak of 2 for the Wartortle. You were talking about how strong they make these Pokemon look. You said Blastoise. How about Wartortle? Getting in there, getting it done, willing to battle. Trainer not going to let them get away unscathed. Going to throw some Icicle Spears into Overlord. Make sure that they make it back to their goal zone. Elo just chucking the Pollen Puffs around, making sure that their strongest player does not go down.
Overlord looking extremely impressive here. And I think the most impressive thing that I'm seeing on the side of Amaterasu is how much, again, that they've held back that Urshifu. Only level 7 right now as they come in for a big KO. The confusion into the light screen. Here comes the Mystical Fire. Kyrios in a little bit of trouble, but you know what? Who's in more trouble is that Snorlax going down here.
And all of a sudden, Amaterasu is feeling the pressure, and they are starting to leak like an old faucet. They are just giving up KOs all over the place, and they cannot find any ground to do any work on. Yeet Fan sitting in the gravity, going to keep themselves spaced out as they're trying to chuck in some damage, but they're still sitting at Dartrix. Here comes JL, going to try and bubble up for the squad, but Ascended is rotating down early. They are ready to go, and they have the positional advantage. Sylveon getting the Mystical Fire, Slash Can holding it down in the face of 3 by themselves, and this is just peak top tier Pokemon Unite play out of the world champions. They take it. The Snorlax caught on the backside. They're going to get KO'd. They're going to try and block their way out, but there's too much damage there. Urshifu sealed it up for the squad, and yeah, that's a Spirit Shackle, but that ain't going to do much.
Unbelievable play there from Ascended. I mean, it's a chef kissing their fingers. They should call that chef's kiss. I swear to you, Ascended just set that up perfectly. The second Urshifu made it to the bottom path, it was ready for a secure. They knew exactly how to set that up. Perfect timing on chipping down the HP there for Ascended, and that's why they're the world champs.
Blastoise level 9. That's Overlord hitting it right above the 630 mark, and that is very impressive. One of the highest level players on Ascended on the map, and they're pushing into the face of JL. They want another one. Those screens are bubbling in, rolling, stuck. Slash is going to try and pick up another player here as Oblivion's getting chunked in by the Glaceon. Icicle Spears, but those, that Draining Kiss Mystical Fire going back the other way. The birds are going to be contested here. Slash and Oblivion might have to buy a little time and retreat as no, it's too late. They get KO'd. Glaceon going to sit on their goal pad. Amaterasu going to get a good amount of birds, and this is the experience that they need to be looking for.
Amaterasu's actually tearing them apart right now. Curios coming in to try to stop this. These are 4 members of Amaterasu right here. I don't know if there's much you can do, and no, there isn't. Another one goes down. The range damage is just incredible, and they're taking this bottom tier 1 goal. Amaterasu coming right back in this game. Their Garchomp evolving in the top path. Things are falling into place for them right now.
A great counter punch by Amaterasu, able to get the score line back to parity here. And of course, the Regieleki is flying into the face of Amaterasu, but they are fine with that exchange. Overlord going to go be a menace in the face of the Decidueye, or at least try to, forced to retreat. It is in fact a close battle on more axis than one, Spraggles.
Here we go. They're moving down to this bottom path. We're following the Overlord, just getting ready for the big rapid spin. They're pulling back a little bit. Nice Unite move from the Decidueye. Looks like they're pushing them back. And Nudo actually heading back to base so that they can be part of this big fight. Running down here. There's the rapid spin, pushing back, rolling. Gonna have to retreat here a little bit as it looks like Ascendant's in a great position. Huge Unite move from the Blastoise. Let's go.
Chips up 3 into the Glaceon Unite, trying to fight back the other way, but they're stuck on their goal pad. Sylveon getting a KO streak of 2. Blastoise getting credit for 1 as well. Yeah, JL's trying to do the best they can. Eldegoss sealing up the Registeel, and that is an attack boost for the squad as they're pushing forward. They want this goal zone. Just rolling it, going to try and make it happen, but no. That goal zone is dusted. The gravity is there, but it doesn't matter. The pressure is on. The rapid spin is happening. The water spout buys time, and Ascended is gone like a thief in the night.
Ascended just looks so phenomenal in these fights. It feels so effortless from them. I don't know if I said they'd beat me by 1,000 most games, but I'm thinking maybe 3,000 or 4,000 at this point. This team is just so unbelievable. It feels like everything they do is premeditated, and at the same time, they're so loose and able to react to what the enemy team is doing.
Yeah, I mean, this was all in the face of a great Amaterasu counter push where a couple players went down. They got a lot of points, and Ascended kept their composure and were able to make it happen at the next objective almost immediately. And all the spacing that they're getting is huge, and the KOs they're giving up are on like the Eldegoss. Another Hydro Typhoon coming out, and that is Overlord in the face of 2. Yeet Fan and Trainer have a ton of damage. They're putting the pressure on, and somehow Overlord is still standing and gets a KO on the Decidueye, pushing back the other way. They are not long for this world, but the damage has been done as the rest of Ascended pulls up for the smoke, and they get a KO streak of 2. Does Curios. Took me a long time to get to level 5, but how about level 13? They're getting chipped up. Oblivion gonna try and save them from JL. They dart across. No way. JL wants this one bad, and they fall just short as the pressure's on Curios. They get the berry, and they spin for the KO. Are you kidding me? Curios, you are not built the same.
No way. Ascend. How did they get out of that? How did Blastoise get that Decidueye? How did Curios survive through that onslaught from Amaterasu, just being chased down by the Snorlax? Unbelievable plays. Looking at the side of Amaterasu right here, they've got some big stuff to be excited about. A level 13 Glaceon, level 12 Garchomp right here. Level-wise, they're not doing too bad, but we've got a couple of big monsters on the side of Ascended as well. Coming in here, here's the Rapid Spin, just possibly looking to try to steal this Registeel, and the big arrow secures it there for Amaterasu. 10 seconds now till Rayquaza, and actually, Amaterasu's in a decent position for this fight.
Yeah, 2:03 left on the clock. Rayquaza's about to hit. Amaterasu making a move, like to flip. They're already chunking damage in. Rolling it, playing very far forward. Curious trying to close the gap. Trainer getting bubbled out by the Mr. Mime. Slash is buttoning them up. Oblivion going in. They're going to try and make something happen here. Rapid Spin, Water Spout, all over. They're rolling it. They're really spacing them out well as Ascended, as Amaterasu's coming through the pipeline here, and they can close it out if they want to. They can barrier them up. They're trying to engage on the Mr. Mime. That's Slash. Showtime, baby. Spirit Fingers right in the guts of the other squad. One player down. That's the Mr. Mime. Decidueye Unite comes out. One player down for Amaterasu. Of course, they're trying to make it happen. They're trying to pressure Trainers so low, and they're trying to chase them down. Nudo is in the front lines. Curios can wicked blow them to the finish line if they can get it off. Nudo down to the Blastoise Overlord. The push is on. 2 players down for Ascended. Amaterasu's just looking at Garchomp. JL's on the chase. Spraggles, we might have a re-engage here as Overlord takes out 3. Are you kidding me? The leash is on the wrong Pokemon. 3 players down for both sides, and there's nobody up to flip this thing.
Oh, amazing. JL chasing that one down, not letting this Urshifu get away this time. Amaterasu with a fantastic fight. Ascended somehow surviving in moments that I couldn't believe they would. And Amaterasu doing the same thing as we've got to re-engage right here. Garchomp onto this Rayquaza. We've got the Mystical Fire. Sylveon jumping in, trying to knock it out. Blastoise spinning it down right here. Ascended does not want them to flip this here as Amaterasu is trying to make their final push.
A great pin by JL onto Elo and the Blastoise Overlord. They're trying to move forward. The Shadow Stitch comes through, doesn't catch anybody. 2 players out for Amaterasu. Roland and JL are in the guts of this thing. They're trying to make it happen, but it's too late. It's Overlord getting credit for it. They're moving to score here, and Ascendant's got a lot of money in their pockets. Aos Energy about to rein in. Ducket time, double points. Here we go. Amaterasu, lots of work to be done.
Beautiful plays there by Ascended. Just make sure they spent all the time that they could trying to KO members of Amaterasu. And then finally, when they had the opportunity, securing that Rayquaza. They were up the whole time, so they were really able to let Amaterasu make a lot of the decisions. And all they had to do is move with them and KO them as they went.
That was a great look by the team. Overlord getting the not 10 KOs, 5 assists, 221 points. Come on. Double KO to start the game off as War Turtle, and after that, it was off to the races. Ascended looking very good here in Game 1 of the Grand Finals of the February Finals for NA.
Absolutely. I think it was the right play by Amaterasu to go for that, Rayquaza there in the center. They just didn't have the ability to secure it. The Spirit Shackles couldn't seem to find it. Big win for Ascended, who was, really ahead the entire match, especially if you take a look at the score right here. They always had Amaterasu on the back foot, forcing Amaterasu to make the tough decisions.
Yeah, and as soon as Amaterasu decided to try and get into the action, get to the middle, you saw it when JL and Roland were both just sitting in the Ray pit, but everyone else was spaced out so well by the Ascended team, and they were unable to close down that damage gap in the center. And of course, Overlord ends up being right in the mix, taking it down for Ascended. 86k damage. Elo, though, 55k damage healed. Great numbers out of the Battle Goss.
Yeah, looking incredible right there. We even had some healing there from Slash coming through. Obviously, Ascended, they're your world champs. There's a reason that they look so good. The question is, what can Amaterasu do about that? That was such a close final fight. Had a few things gone the other way, we could be looking at an Amaterasu victory, but I'm not sure if they're going to want to run it back with the exact same team composition, Dude Snacks.
Well, let's see if we can get an idea of what Amaterasu can do by looking at what happened here in Game 1. That's that early KO streak of 2 by Overlord, and really put them on track to lead the pack in levels. And once they get ahead, they certainly don't relinquish that easily.
And here we had Kyrios just picking up that Snorlax KO. Nice plays by Amaterasu, getting Mr. Mime in the bottom path. And this was that amazing push that they had onto this tier 1 goal, just continuing to KO them. But then once Ascended got together as a squad, boy, they were tough to deal with.
Yeah, you can see the positioning here. Slash way forward, throwing out some barriers. Elo picking up the team, just lobbing in some pollen puffs, some little healing cotton balls to the squad, making sure that they don't go down. And this was just an absolute crime. Kyrios dealing tons of damage. Oblivion on the chase. JL can't close it down. Grab a little berry, and how about a little smoke? Knock him out.
And here we have that massive fight. Decidueye Unite move. The Garchomp chasing down the Blastoise. Everyone's trying to pick up a KO as Overlord grabs 3, and JL runs out and grabs Urshifu right there. Not able to make this secure happen, though. They just didn't have the damage. Too many of their, secure Pokemon were down. Decidueye, Glaceon, Garchomp, and that was a big win for Ascended.
Yeah, Ascended doing a great job focusing on certain damage dealers of that team and making sure they were sorted out very quick. Who else but Overlord? Lord of the Sword before, Lucario before. How about a Blastoise to the kit? 10 KOs, 5 assists, 221 on the board. Looking good.
Looking amazing right there. And you saw them stacking up those special attack specs. With an energy amp and special attack specs, it makes that Unite move from Blastoise hit even harder. And then they're just chasing down some massive KOs. The Lord of the Stored? Maybe now the Lord of the Stoice. I'll get there, Dude Snacks. You just give me a little while and I'll get there.
Slowly but surely, Spraggles. That's the story of the tortoise and the hare right there. And we're talking about a turtle. It all lines up. It all marries up all the time. time, Spraggles. Here we go. Game 2. Amaterasu back against the wall. They need to win this one to keep their tournament alive. There is nobody that wants to send them packing more than Ascended and say, hey, we ended on top, we're going to start on top, and we're going to put the chase on to us. So let's take a look at the bracket, see exactly how today shook out. And Spraggles, if you don't mind running us through it real quick.
Absolutely. Amaterasu just pushing forward in this winner's bracket, taking down Wish, taking down TTV, finally meets their match when they go up against, hey, what are the odds? Ascended, getting thrown to that loser's bracket. We see TTV being able to take down Ignorance and not able to take down Amaterasu, as Amaterasu gets the rematch that they want against the world champs. Right now, though, it's 1-0. One more game and Ascended win this thing. They become your February finals champions here for North America. The question is, what can Amaterasu do to stop them? This team is undeniably one of the best, if not the best, in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, we've mentioned before it's very difficult to cut off a team of Ascended's caliber by specific picks alone. So instead of choosing to try and hamper the opposing team, you choose something that you just definitely do not want to deal with. Just remove it from the equation and then build accordingly from there. Try to play your own game and use the strength of that to kind of impose onto the other team. Ascended, I'm pretty sure they're like, yeah, we're just good. Give us whomever, doesn't matter. Yep. I mean, when you have Elo, who's one of the best Hoopas that, you know, flexes into Eldegoss, phenomenal. When you have Slash, who's one of the best Blissies but can swap over to the tank role and play a phenomenal Mr. Mime, too easy. Overlord, give him a ham sandwich. He's going to work in the top path, doesn't matter. And then Oblivion, rounding Oblivion and Curios, we've seen them on a litany of Pokemon too. I mean, this is an incredibly well-rounded squad, and to think that their sub is Jungle Book, the other world champion that sits over there, I mean, that team is nothing to scoff at. Come on, too easy.
Yeah, it's one of the most difficult things when you are drafting into a team that really could play anything. They're that good. I think you could throw what people would look at as some of the lower tier Pokemon on them, and they would absolutely dominate with those choices. So we're just going to have to see what they can do. Hopefully ban out something that really hurt them last game. Amaterasu will get the first pick here, so we'll see what they want to take away from Ascended.
I'm thinking back of shades of last year, Yeet and Trainer on the Decidueye Greninja combo. I think that's something they can get. It's definitely a comfort in their wheelhouse. How successful can it be? I don't know, but just like Nouns Esports, I like to see them go back to the well of success and see if they can pull something out from there that can lead them to a Game 2 victory.
Bans here, Slowbro and Clefable. We're seeing some really interesting bans here from North America. Maybe not what we would expect, as it looks like Amaterasu is going to be able to get that first pick onto Hoopa.
And then that is immediately an Urshifu being locked in. That's the easiest pick we've seen and the fastest one we've seen locked in. Mew still nowhere on these teams' radars here, but this is a good opportunity. I think you can get Decidueye and maybe Greninja. Maybe Decidueye now. You can definitely get Greninja last if that's a route you want to go. But looks like we're hovering a little switch up to a different fairy-type Pokemon. We're going to go Sylveon and probably Snorlax here.
Snorlax makes a lot of sense. JL's Snorlax was unbelievable last game. I mean, the plays that they made were fantastic, so I definitely understand them bringing that out. Overlord possibly bringing Lucario out to play, which could be pretty amazing. Ooh, grabbing the Mime. Just want to hand it over to Slash, it looks like.
Yep, I guess that might put Elo on Blissey duty here, as Yeet Fan and Trainer have an opportunity to lock in some powerful Pokemon for themselves. What are we looking at? Trainer does have a mean Zoroark, so that would be a heck of a place to go here, Game 2 back against the wall. It looks like that's the one that's going to stay. Yeet Fan locking in Dodrio. Is Trainer going to say Zoroark? Yes.
Now we got a final pick here from Ascended. I can't believe, if they do get Mew, I can't believe it's going this late. It wasn't even picked up last game, but here we go. Mew on the side of Ascended right here. Both of these teams look pretty fierce, but I mean, they've got some of the biggest powerhouse Pokemon on Ascended. You've got Urshifu and you have Mew. Very, very scary.
I'm looking at these players shuffle around as they get to the Pokemon that they're going to be playing in this matchup here. Elo now picking up the Mr. Mime and Slash back on Blissey, showing that this team is forever in flux. They have their special picks, which means in this particular case, you know, Slash's Blissey is just that much better than Elo's Blissey, that Slash is off of Mime so that Elo can play Mime so they can maximize that power across the board. That is truly a skill, truly the signs of a skillful team.
Here we go. Amaterasu, like you said before, their backs against the ropes right now. If they lose this, it's over. Ascended becomes your grand finals champions here in the February finals for North America.
This could be the last foray these teams have at this thing. Ascended trying to keep their day going a little longer. Ascended like, we want some dinner. 7:30 Eastern. We want to go eat a little something. Trainer going to be taking this central area, going to be leveling up quickly, trying to get to Zoroark in short order.
It looks like we don't have these Snorlax heading to that central area as we had earlier. Maybe they thought, hey, they kind of know that play. They know what we're up to. Let's get some experience down here for our Sylveon in the bottom path.
Well, it doesn't seem to be slowing down Amaterasu at all, as Yifan is already the Mystical Fire Sylveon trying to put in some work and pressuring Ascended for them to stay on their goal zone. Rolling it, doing a good job buying space and time, but Elo and Oblivion are all over them. They are chunking huge amounts of damage. Little light screen might be able to screen them off, and it does. Electro Ball comes through, and they are just not too... Look at the cutoff on the boosted auto by Yifan to make sure that Snorlax doesn't go down. A great little play there as Ascended is trying to defend their goal zone from the top.
And we've got a fight breaking out here on the top path, and that right there is a rapid strike, Urshifu. We are not seeing the single strike. The rapid strike coming in here with the combos, kicking and dashing and kicking and punching, able to pick up a double KO and score some points as well.
Flowing like water is Curios on that bear, and they are level 6 way earlier in this game than they were in last game, and that cannot bode well for Amaterasu and their particular game plan. Oblivion now just holding it down by themselves in the bottom path. That's the faith that they have in this player, Spraggles.
And it looks like we've got a little bit of a central area fight happening between this water bear and possibly the Zoroark as it runs back towards its central area right now. Slash in a little bit of trouble, possibly going down here, chased down by the Hoopa. That's a KO. Overlord gonna have to back up right now as Nudo still only has 2 heads. We gotta get a Dodrio out here.
Yeah, you gotta get a Dodrio. We gotta see how many hats that Dodrio's wearing. Of course, Curios looking to go straight into the face of 2, rolling it, and Trainer are not gonna let them off the hook. And it looks like Trainer actually bails out, so Curios might be able to make it to safety here. Slash with the pickup, a nice little egg. Time to eat up. You said you were hungry. Trainer gonna get KO on the Blissey, but you'd much rather have it be on the Blissey than on Curios, that water bear.
Trainer coming in right here, just fighting so incredibly well. Curios in trouble, gonna have to pull back, grab this berry right now. Trainer deciding if they want to push back in, and they don't. Actually peeling off this gold, maybe looking for a little bit of a bait. Finding Overlord right here with the heavy slam and the feint attack. Not able to get it though. The KO goes to the side of Ascended right here as Dodrio's in trouble now.
Little did Amaterasu know that Mew was just hiding out, and as soon as that Snorlax popped out of the brush, that was a huge solar beam right into the grill of the entire Amaterasu squad that was trying to posture for a surprise attack of their own. Pull up with the Mew, pull up with the Lord, pull up with the Slash, and you're just getting it done. KO's raining back the other way, and now Ascended's going to be able to get off of this one scot-free. Regice has hit the map.
Regice in the bottom path right now, and Slash is making their way there as fast as they possibly can. Running that X speed right here. Regice now at half. We're gonna reset, get back into this fight. It's really anyone's ability to take this right now. Let's see who gets the secure, and that's gonna go over to the Zoroark from Amaterasu.
Great clutch out by Trainer there. The team needed that, specifically on how the early game was going. Elo getting pressure. They're getting collapsed on Trainer, and Roland want that KO. They get it. They really need to do some work on this goal zone. They have a good opportunity for an overcap here. It's going to be quick math, 24, 14 points, right? 14, 24.
It's impossible to do math quickly, Doob Snacks. I'd need an hour to figure that out, but I'm going to say that you're right. Amaterasu ahead 140 to 50. Quick math, I'll never figure it out.
90 points, Spraggles. We got it done. We're a friendship. We're forging friendships here. Hyperspace Highway is up, and the team Ascended is up, and the pressure is on. They're fighting from their own goal zone, and Trainer getting quick points in so they can stack up. but that results in a KO. Too easy for them as the Dodrio catches a reset. They're not going to come back through, and if they do, they're a day late, dollar short, because Ascended is all over this goal zone. The birds are actually leashing to them. The hyperspace highway is open, but the goal zone is gone. It doesn't matter. And Ascended, Oblivion using their Unite move, they want to take out Roland. That Solar Beam goes wide. Ray Finkel, they're going to put the pressure on, rolling it down. They can't stop them. Rapid Spin, Water Spout, and an auto attack gets it done. Ascended onto the Regieleki.
There we go, able to take this Regieleki here. No one from Amaterasu is able to stop them right now. 154 to 100. We'll never know the score difference between those two numbers, but I know that Amaterasu is up right here. However, this push could really be happening from the side of Ascended.
Yeah, Trainer trying to catch the team off guard, but the Bliss assistance comes through on the Mr. Mime straight into the Showtime. They're all over this goal zone. That's great in tandem. Hoopa Unite comes out, and that's how they're going to try to hold this thing back. They're trying to stun them down, and they're trying to put the pressure on. One player down for Ascended. They're losing numbers quickly here. They're getting shredded by damage, but as soon as I say that, guess who's in the cut but Overlord, the straight Battle Ninja Turtle out here, getting it done. KO streak of 3, the goal zone hits, the goal zone's gone. Regieleki hits its mark, and Overlord does their job as Curios needs to make it out. Overlord is sacrificing their body for the squad, and Amaterasu has their backs truly against the wall.
Wow, unbelievable there. Once again, Overlord should go down before it picks up the KO, but it doesn't. Takes down the Sylveon on its way out. Regirock getting extremely low right here. We need a secure on the side of Ascended, but Amaterasu just takes it with the Snorlax right there. Actually ends up getting sent home through their Unite move.
We call that perfect timing. Amaterasu getting their second basement Regi of the game, but Ascended acting like it just doesn't matter. JL and Roland are going to try and get this KO on Slash. Look at that passive ability by the Snorlax, able to outpace Slash to that berry, and they go down, but that is a lot of players forced to collapse on a poor Blissey just to get that KO.
Now, Ascended has a great position in front of them with no tier 2 goal up for Amaterasu. Every single one of these Regielekis are so much more valuable for Ascended, and they're so much more dangerous from the side of Amaterasu. We're going to have to see what Amaterasu wants to do about this, as we've got this top Regi spawning in just about 15 seconds right here. Dodrio looking for a fight. Yes, pushing in with that big drill pack.
Grabs the berry, and that Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit a single player there as everybody kind of portals downstairs, and this is the push they're actually trying to make as JL pulls all of Amaterasu onto the bottom path goal zone. A little surf coming through, buying space. The stuns are out. Trainer still trying to do it and get it done on top of the Mew in the backline here, but now they're caught out. They're able to collapse on them, and Curios and the Blissey in tandem get the KO there. So a good little defensive stand by Ascended. Great rotation by them, and really sussed out and snuffed out Amaterasu's plan.
That's right. Felt like a very exciting sort of trick play from the side of Amaterasu. Make them think you're coming for top Regieleki. Hoopa portal the entire team down there to that tier 2 goal, but Ascended reacted lightning fast, made their way down there, and they couldn't score a single point.
You have to give credit to the defender and the support player there who were able to get back and hold down that goal zone in the face of a ton of damage until their damage support arrived to give them that necessary bailout.
Regieleki secured here by Ascended. That's going to be walking towards their main base, and we only have 20 seconds now until Rayquaza hits the map. Regirock, this should be an easy secure for the side of Ascended, because really no one from Amaterasu can do anything about it. Maybe Hoopa can get a heroic secure, but it's really unlikely right here. They're just chipping it down right now and seeing if they can take this. Hoopa coming in for a secure, possibly. No, Blissey is able to take that here as we have Amaterasu scoring the top path. This game is 217 to 218. I can do that. 1 point, Doob Snacks.
1 point difference. Ascended trying to posture around Rayquaza. I'm not sure how they feel about their lead. Trainer's caught out, but Slash gets taken out by JL. Nudo's engaging on Overlord. Overlord taking a ton of damage. The Mew shot coming through to buy some space here as the Mime is there as well. Elo going to try and support and get into the way for Overlord to buy some time. They're blinked out. They're going to come back through that portal, and Roland is looking for the heavy slam engage. Can they block up? Big Unite move, chips up 3. The stuns are out for JL as well. They're trying to find their mark, but it's the Water Bear coming through. Blue Shifu putting the pressure on the big Hoopa that is unbound. We're moving forward, moving through. Hydro Typhoon comes through, doesn't hit anybody, but now the Blastoise Rapid Spin Water Spout is all over the other team. 2 players down, and Blue Shifu gets credit for both of them. 1 player down for Ascended, and Overlord is getting chipped, and Yeet Fan wants this KO. They're on the chase, but the boosted auto out of the Blastoise pushes them back. The Solar Beam comes through as well for Ascended, and look at Nudo getting cheeky, gonna score 100 on the backside, but it's Ascended pressuring the bottom path goal zone. They get a hundo burger into their own, I believe. Excuse me, plus 54 by the Blissey. Ascended looking good, Amaterasu looking good, and they want to fight in the middle.
Here we go, 317, 372. Ascended is now up, so Amaterasu is going to need to do something right here. They only have a bottom goal to score on. Ray is on the center of the map, but no one is able to touch it. They are completely zoned out by Ascended right here. Just poking it a little bit to see if they can bait members of Amaterasu to come on in right here as Roland jumps in, trying to make something happen. The Rapid Spin Water Spout chunking them down, doing some damage right now. Again, they need to do something. They have to make a score happen. No, Zoroark is going down. Snorlax is being chased out, and they need to make a play here, Doob Snacks.
10 seconds left. It ain't gonna happen, Chief. We're gonna need a Dodrio play. We're gonna need a Hoopa play. We're gonna see if anybody gets their points, and Overlord trying to make it happen. Everybody's stalling out. They're trying to get points, and +2 ain't gonna do it. Not today. That's a day late, dollar short. 4 points is not enough onto that total. Ascended, baby. Getting it done in February.
Ascended, your world champs, the reigning world champions here, making it look easy, winning 2-0, basically sweeping every single team they've come up against. Who can take a game off Ascended? I mean, really, they are that good.
They looked phenomenal, and you know, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile without a doubt. Every time Amaterasu trying to make a play, they left just another spot of the map unlocked, and Ascended pushed it for all it's worth and got paid in spades for those moves. Ascended looking great. That scoreline looked pretty close, and it was made close, but in reality, the game felt a lot different.
Yeah, Ascended just felt like they were in control of that whole thing. Some really impressive stuff there, especially from Trainer. I feel like we saw some amazing plays from that Zoroark, but they were just shut down there by Ascended. And they've got this Pokemon, this Blastoise, that just, it doesn't seem like they can ever KO this thing, especially with the Blissey walking right next to it, feeding it some soft-boiled eggs. It's just really, really tough to take down this tanky Stoise.
Yeah, I mean, 87k healed by Slash shows why they're one of the best Blisseys going, and you put them in tandem with a beautiful top path player like Overlord on a Pokemon like Blastoise, which already has pretty high defense. Come on, they're going to work, son.
I have to wonder how different this match would have been if that sneak play from the Hoopa would have worked. If they brought the team down there and got those points scored, what would have Ascended have to do to make this game, you know, a win for them? But we don't get to see that because Ascended shut it down so hard. Feels like they shut them down every time they tried to make a play. Just, I mean, the world champs, the difference is there.
Yeah, I mean, Ascended set up camp at Remote Stadium last year, and they're looking to make Thea Sky Ruins their home away from home, and that's a heck of a performance in February for their first go-around. Let's see how they got it done here in Game 2.
Taking a look here, we've got Water Bear, that blue Shifu, Rapid Strike style Urshifu, and they're just letting them cook in that top path, taking some big KOs. We've got the Dodrio coming in with a nice play right there, but it feels like every time Amaterasu took an inch, Ascended would push right back.
Yeah, and with the ability to rotate that Amaterasu had unlocked by having that such a powerful Pokemon Hoopa, Ascended really had to prioritize proper rotations around the map, minimizing mistakes, and that's exactly what they did. And this is where I'm talking about, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Overlord should have been KO'd time and time again, but they stood in the pocket, got it done, KO streak of 3.
Nice play here from Nudo, but the counter score was happening on the side of Ascended right there. So for every point that Amaterasu's putting up, Ascended is answering it right back. 317 to 372, able to catch right here, takes out the Zoroark, and Ascended is just in a commanding position at the end of this match.
Yeah, credit to Slash with the beautiful Bliss assistance there to get Blue Shifu, get Curios over into that KO, and really shutting down anything Trainer could have cobbled together in the final moments there. Ascended 2-0 in a commanding fashion, and of course, I'm gonna get tired of saying it. No, I'm not. Overlord, player of the game, 8 KOs, 7 assists, 99 points, and a whole bucket of highlights for the kid.
Yeah, just unbelievable plays from this. And of course, they have a team around them making sure that happens. The Blissey being around this Blastoise was incredible. But Overlord just feels like every Pokemon you put them on, you are now seeing the S tier ultimate of what that Pokemon could be. It's just too good. You wouldn't think you would need to ban out a Blastoise, but what do you do against this guy?
You don't ban out anything against Overlord. You try and pretend like Overlord is a non-entity and that his picks don't matter, because in the end, they really don't. He's going to take whatever he wants with whatever's left, and like you said, make it look like the greatest thing on the planet. I mentioned it before. They could walk into the top path of the ham sandwich and figure out how to get KOs with it. Just doesn't matter. Overlord is a phenomenal player, picking up exactly where they left off, and we heard in their interview, we're on top and it's tough to stay there, so we're going to put in the work, put in the miles, and we're going to stay on top of this mountain and make everybody try and reach us, beat us to take the summit.
I mean, without question, that's what we see, right? Is any team going to be able to actually dethrone them? It doesn't look like it right now. It looks like they are dominating North America. As far as the world is concerned, well, we won't know that for a while right here, but Ascended just looks unbeatable. They look top form just like they did at Worlds. A really incredible team, and they had an amazing showing here at the February finals. They want to let you know that they're still the champs.
Yeah, we've got some stats for old Ascended, so let's throw them up on the screen here. The world champions continue their reign, dropping only one game today, and that was the first round in the winners bracket against Unknown. They won that one 2-1. Unknown was dispatched later on the tournament, but after that L, as you like to say, the kids were cooking all the way to the finish line.
They really were. They let them cook, and they were able to cook indeed. Incredible stuff from Ascended, and it must be hard being the champs. It must be hard being the best team, because honestly, if any team takes a game off you, let alone a series, I feel like it's massive news. So they have to fight very hard to stay as good as they are. And they proved today that they really haven't lost a step.
Yeah, they were the pace car at the end of last year. They remain the pace car specifically for NA. Let's throw up some Curios stats, because we got an interview coming up with them later down the line here. Highest average of knockouts in North America, Curios on Ascended. Based on what we saw in the last games, Overlord definitely trying to put those numbers to the test, but ultimately Curios gets the top hat, the top prize, the crown they're resting on top of that stat line.
I feel like this is actually supposed to say Spraggles gets the most KOs in North America. We might have a problem with our stat screen right here. Oh, in this tournament. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Highest knockouts in a single game today, 18 KOs. And I have to assume that would be on that Urshifu, which they were just absolutely running amok with.
They looked great on it, and it was a Pokemon you and I thought was going to get banned out far more than it actually was. And you saw when that was in the hands of a capable player, which is every player it was in the hands of today, it went to work and it made its presence felt. You want to go from Redmaw just hiding out in the grass and coming in for the big secure with the Wicked Blow, or you're talking about Curios kind of doing the rapid strike style Urshifu that we just saw. They were schmoving out there, getting it done, and 18 KOs is certainly a hallmark of that.
I was being told by our producers that was actually on an Aegislash, and it is true. I do have the highest KOs in North America. So 2 corrections. I'm glad that came in. Thank you so much to our entire team. They're working very hard to make sure that the stats are correct.
Well, there you go. It's making it happen out here. Great correction on the fly. Interview with Curios in just short order, but let's talk about Amaterasu for the few moments that we have. A great showing by that team, kind of birthed out of the other teams falling apart last year. We're able to make it all the way to second place, dispatching of TTV twice. Not an easy task by any means, as TTV remain NA perennial favorites, fan favorites the whole time. So not only are you fighting against a great team, you're fighting against their supporters as well. And Amaterasu not turning away from that conflict or contest there, get it done and find themselves in the finals, February finals, and a good crop of CP to start off their season.
Absolutely. You know, we actually have some really interesting stuff that happened inside of our bracket as well that I think we should take a look at right here. One of the most interesting things was we saw teams essentially rematch their way through our losers bracket. TTV beats Ignorance early, and then they go up against them in the losers semifinals. They beat them there. We see Amaterasu beat TTV in the semifinals. They go up against them in the losers finals. And then finally, Ascended knocks down Amaterasu and has to do it once more in commanding fashion in the grand finals. When you look at it like this, it really feels like we know what the top 4 teams of NA look like: Ascended, Amaterasu, TTV, and Ignorance.
Well, that's certainly how it broke down today, but I want to highlight really quick, Unknown able to take a game off of Ascended, the only team to do so. You can say whatever you want early part of the day, team wasn't warmed up, say what you will. That is a good sign if you're on the Unknown squad. They're able to move forward in the losers bracket as well, so nothing to shy away from for this particular team. And of course, Ignorance, the unknown factor going into this one, making it to top 4 and essentially their first step onto the UCS stage. Phenomenal work. Ignorance earning themselves 770 CP, going up the list. TTV at 960, Amaterasu 1200, and of course, current world champions Ascended getting a 1500 CP for the squad and are definitely, as I've mentioned before, remain the pace car for NA.
Absolutely. This is very important, achieving all of these championship points early. You want to secure your spot to Worlds. It can be done in multiple ways, but the best way would be winning a lot of these early tournaments, getting as much CP as possible. That way you get an easy ticket to Worlds rather than having to win first place in the regional finals.
Without a doubt. But ahead of us, an interview with Curios, Ascended Zone. Spraggles, Curios, and myself. I guess we'll all take it away. I don't know why I pitched to myself. That's ridiculous. Spraggles, kick this thing off.
All right, thank you, Doomstack. Spraggles, take it away. Hello, Curios. What an incredible match. I mean, you guys look phenomenal today, only getting one game taken off you the entire tournament. Congratulations. I know we heard Overlord talking earlier about how tough it is to stay on top as the world champs. What do you think could actually knock you guys off this pedestal? Because it feels like you're unbeatable.
I mainly think our biggest enemies will be ourselves. You know, if we get a little too complacent, if we think that we're too good to even be taken down, you know, we always got to make sure that we stay true to the grind, make sure that we always practice up, and make sure that we always respect the other teams as much as we need to, and really recognize that, you know, there's a good amount of good squads out there, and especially across the entire world for sure. So always make sure that we got to make sure we're keeping up the hard work for sure, hard work.
I like how staying humble remains the through line for the Ascended squad while casually showing us your world championship trophy in the background. Just let the trophy do the talking. I love it. I have to ask, and the answer might be nothing, but is anything today that you learned about your team that you need to work on moving forward into March, and how does that development work as a team that is on top, is now still on top, and fighting off the urge to just not have to do anything?
I think we definitely learned that, you know, we can trust each other a lot, and I think our judgment calls are really good. And also in particular, I think we can do really well by making sure that we're flexible and knowing that we can play a lot of different comps really well. And I think that's what really helped us a lot in these games. Even when we were in between games, we were suggesting different comps, different ideas, you know, just having a good conversation back and forth between our entire team and our coach / analyst. And I think that's what really, really helped us out. Just keeping up that communication. And I think that's also something I mentioned in one of my interviews, like way back in August, that I think what really, really puts us apart and really helps us is that we're always talking to each other, making sure that we're always communicating about the game state. What do we think we should be doing against certain teams? So making sure that we always talk to each other is so important for sure.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Curios. Once again, congratulations. The world champs still on top, and I see that trophy there. If you don't need it anymore, I will take it. I'm just throwing that out there right now. Again, thank you so much for being here. Congrats again. Huge win today.
Thank you.
And now we're going to be bringing back our dynamic duo. We've got the Steph and Chef. Hello. Boy, what a day of games, everybody. I'm going to go around the horn, just get some final thoughts from all of us. Doob Snacks, as always, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend. What did you think of NA?
Well, NA showed that Ascended still remains on top. They earned that World Championship win, and they are not looking to relinquish that title anytime soon or let anybody even sniff their success. Quite a dominant performance. Again, I have to thank everybody out there that tuned in. Thanks to all the co-casters from EU and NA, you, Spraggles, all the production crew, everybody watching at home. Peace, love, and hugs. Pleasure to be your eyes in the sky on AO Silent. And the last thing I'll say, happy birthday, Hannah. I love you.
All right. Happy birthday, Hannah. I love you as well. Wonder Chef, final thoughts.
Oh, I was just so excited to see the variance of the team comps today and the ability, the fact that every player played like multiple of the like good Pokemon currently. Like the variance is just huge in the game right now. It's so exciting to watch, more so than I almost feel like it's ever been. I'm certainly just so excited to see the rest of the season, and I'm super thankful that I got to be a part of it.
And Steph of Anime, thank you so much for being here. Final thoughts on the day.
It's been such a pleasure to get to watch all of these matches. I think there was something special in each set. It was so much fun seeing such versatile builds, like seeing Water Bear come out finally, even though we saw all of those single strike bears. So gosh, this was so much fun. Thank you all so much for having me. And I'm just excited for March.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. It has been an honor and a privilege to get to cast this for you all. I really love it, and it means so much that so many people are excited about Pokemon Unite and following along. Thank you all for watching the February Unite Championship Finals here for the NA region. Congrats to your champs, the world champs, Ascended. They have jumped to the front of the NA pack, but the season has just kicked off, and we've got the March finals right around the corner. So the championship title is still up for grabs. Don't forget, Registration Cup opens on February 18th for the March finals. We will see you next month on March 11th. Yeehaw to you and yours. Love you. Goodbye.